The tale kicks off with one wild detail. Once humans turn 15, they're handed magical power through a rite called the aptitude ceremony. When the priest appraises him, a spark of magic erupts inside, and the truth of his aptitude finally clicks. Alto, the dark-haired kid, is sitting in a glittering ceremonial room, stuck in the tense wait for his turn. Then Lily Blonde and Alto's childhood friend kicks it into gear and reminds him that this ceremony doesn't just show up. It unveils their magic type and tells them how many spells they can unleash at the same time. Alto nods like, yeah, it depends on how that ceremony plays out, because if it goes your way, even a commoner can rise into noble status. It's that big of a deal. Lily blurts out that Alto's father climbed from commoner straight to Marcus on raw magical talent, so, yeah, that kind of legacy is putting serious pressure on him. Alto blurts out that it feels like their entire lives are being decided right here, right now. That thought is honestly downright chilling. Then Lily jumps in and says she's heard the same thing. Landing a job is brutal when your aptitude ends up being low. Then she glances at the clock and tells Alto, come on, we've got to move. The two of them stride side by side through the downpour that won't let up. Lily stares at Alto's outfit and blurts, why are you wearing the same thing on a day like this, seriously? Alto groans that picking clothes is nothing but a headache, and Lily fires back that they've been childhood friends for ages, so she should already know exactly how he is. Then she adds, and guess what? I've got the same outfit too. Still, she won't let it go, she tells him, face to face, that he could have at least dressed up for today, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime ceremony, like it or not. But Alto fires back that wearing clothes once doesn't make them a smart deal, just another classic Alto logic punchline. Lily snaps back that he's way too obsessed with cost performance, then tells him if a girl takes the time to dress up, the least he can do is compliment her. Alto can't stop wondering if she'd even feel happy getting compliments on her clothes. Then Lily shrugs and says most people would love it. She tells him, even if you're not into it, one little word from you can light someone's day. And then, with a grin, she shrugs it off as pretty cost-effective in his world. Alto freezes for a beat, then blurts out, she's beautiful. Lily snaps into surprise, then bursts into pure joy, and Alto immediately admits, I knew you were right. Then Lily's reaction goes way too far, spiral eyes blazing, excitement exploding like she can barely contain it. Alto just freezes in place, suddenly realizing this isn't how he pictured it, while Lily doubles down with her wild, over-the-top reaction, and Alto's discomfort keeps climbing by the second. Lily clocks that Alto finally looks like he's loosened up, and someone nearby blurts out that for once this guy who's usually unbreakable actually looked nervous. As they stroll, Lily's eyes lock onto a grand church looming in the distance, and she blurts out that she can see it. That's the church where the whole ceremony is happening. Inside the church, the priest snaps to attention and declares that they're about to. He kicks off the aptitude ceremony and snaps. John, step forward. The priest chants and raises a glowing orb, and raw power surges around him as he carries out the magic aptitude appraisal ritual. Then the lab prints the results, and it only shows 2 magic circuits. So it turns out the lowest tier job for knights and adventurers who hold up glowing battle barriers is basically just a death sentence. With 4 circuits, someone can slam down 1 barrier and unleash 3 attacks at the same time, but with just 2 circuits, they can only hold up 1 barrier and fire off 1 attack, and that gap is massive. The priest keeps on reading John's test results, and he calls out water and ice magic E rank right on the page. Then the growth aptitude rating hits, and it's downright merciless. A growth aptitude F means you need a whopping 10,000 experience points just to climb 1 level. Hold up if you're hyped, smash that like button, and hit subscribe for more. To uncover more hidden manga gems, now I double dare you to comment, go on. Oh wow, I am absolutely loving this bet, most of you. So if you're not going to do it, then say it all right, now we move on. Once 5 participants smash through the aptitude ritual, the ceremony kicks right back into motion. Next up, Sasha steps in, and someone immediately blurts that with those magic circuits and her growth aptitude, becoming an adventurer won't be a walk in the park. Then Lily's name gets called, and the whole room seems to snap to attention. She snaps to Alto, "I'm going," then strides straight toward the ceremonial area. Lily steps forward, nerves buzzing, hands clenched together as she climbs the stairs, and sprints straight toward the ornate chair, where the priest is already waiting. The priest starts the magic aptitude appraisal on her right there, right now. And then a bearded man watching the ceremony snaps into total shock, staring like he just can't believe what he's seeing. Then the priest barks the results 7 magic circuits. Alto's mind can barely keep up, and Lily stares on, just as stunned. Someone else is left staring, utterly unable to believe what they're seeing. Then bam, the growth aptitude rating crashes onto the screen with a huge blaring X-rank symbol. The priest keeps going, drilling into Lily's stats: barrier magic A, flame magic A, water east magic A, holy magic S, dark magic A, physical magic A, enhancement magic A, and appraisal magic A. Every single branch of magic was stamped A tier or higher. The observers snap. One guy blurts out that even a lone B rank would turn you into a terrifyingly strong adventurer, and the next one goes, "Nah, she's got enough circuits to carve her name into history right next to the top-tier legends and the famous knights. They can't even wrap their heads around it like, pfft, how does someone like that even exist?" Out of millions, a true prodigy steps in, and the entire crowd erupts like they've just seen magic. Someone yells that maybe a hero's about to be born in their generation, while everyone else starts freaking out, asking what job Lily's about to get assigned. Meanwhile, church officials were torn apart should they rush to the king right now, or set up a direct audience first. A serious man leans in and tells Lily she's about to meet the king, while another official rushes to apologize for how sudden it all is, then orders her to go straight with the priest. Lily just stands there, shaking with nerves, totally overwhelmed. Alto can't believe Lily kept a power like that tucked inside her. And yeah, he's thrilled for her, but it also feels like the kid he grew up with just slipped miles away. Then the priest snaps his head up and bellows the next name, Alto. Shock flashes across his face as the truth finally slams into him, and he charges down the stairs, heading straight for the ceremonial chair. Alto's mind is sprinting as he closes in. He kept telling himself he didn't have to become like Lily. Give him at least the magical talent it takes to earn a shot at becoming a knight. The priest kicks off the magic aptitude ritual, and the orb erupts in a glowing surge of power. The moment the announcement hits, magic circuits burst to life. The number flashes as one Alto's face goes completely blank with shock, and the priest shouts that the result is 1 magic circuit. Lily blurts out, "Can you say that again, please?" And the priest nods, repeating it word for word. Out in the crowd, someone suddenly notices that. They just heard it for the first time and it hit them like, wait, this is even possible. Then it clicks for everyone: 1 circuit, 1 barrier, and once Alto throws it up, he's locked out of everything else. The crowd can't believe it, just 1 circuit, and that's all it takes. The exam rages on, and Alto just freezes on his knees watching his full stats get exposed in shock. Alto's stuck in place, drenched in sweat, barely catching his breath as reality hits him like this can't possibly be real. While the ceremony rages on all around him, the priest snaps and calls out the next participant, Reina. Alto staggers out of the ceremonial area, utterly crushed, while the other examinees file through the hall and the rituals thunder on. Alto stands alone, crushed under the weight of it all. He can't even become a knight, can't even cut it as an adventurer, and now even an ordinary job feels like it won't give him a shot. Then he storms back to his family estate, slipping home like the night itself is chasing him. And his father clocks him the second he steps in, barking, "When did you get back?" But Alto barely manages a word before his father cuts in. Again, he's heard about the appraisal results. Alto's father wastes 0 time. He snaps his orders and tells Alto to get out of the house right now. Alto freezes in shock as his father rips into him, calling him a disgrace to the Wellesley name, and then announces the heirship will go to his younger brother instead. And just like that, Alto finds himself dumped right outside the estate gates, tossed out of the world like he never mattered. Then his father drops the final bomb. He orders Alto to never call himself a Wellesley again, and those words slam into him like a punch. And there he is, Alto huddled outside the mansion gates, tiny and alone, while his father towers over everything from inside the estate. Everything he owned, everything he was snapped out of existence in an instant, so Alto walks alone down an empty street, clutching his belongings in a small bag. His magic circuits and every one of his affinities are stamped F, and he's staring at the brutal truth getting a normal job is already a nightmare now he's been thrown out of his own home. Reality slams into him, tears rip down his face, and the crushing weight of it all turns his breath to panic as he can't stop asking how he's supposed to keep living from here. A booming rage-filled shout slams through the air, bald, muscular supervisor screaming at Alto, calling him useless and barking that he better get everything organized while the camera looks down from above at the warehouse or construction site where Alto stands amid towering stacks of materials and other workers are scattered all around. Alto snaps to attention and blurts out that he'll jump on it right away. Alto grinds through each day the best he can, and Lily watches from afar like, wow, this rookie just landed his first job and they're already trashing him as if he's got no skills. Alto locks eyes on the shelves and frantically tries to figure out what on earth he's supposed to do with this task. The supervisor snaps, yelling at him to speed up because the job list still has a ton left. Later, Alto clenched his fists and stared at the few coins in his palm after busting his ass all day. This was the pitiful haul he got. Reality is a brutal grind of low-wage work, and he's barely scraping by one day at a time. Then the workday starts to fade away. A beefy co-worker slaps Alto on the back, praises his work, then grins. Good job, but you're not finished yet. Alto couldn't stop thinking about slipping into bed early tonight. Then the co-worker snaps back at him, reminding him that Alto was the one who swore he'd start self-improving. The boss just stands right there, grins like he already knew, and confirms that Alto really did say it. That unpaid overtime keeps stacking up, one brutal hour after another. Alto finally crumples from pure exhaustion in the warehouse, tries to force a smile, and tells himself he should be thankful a total nobody like him still landed a job. But even with his body screaming in exhaustion, Alto shoves himself back up and keeps grinding, organizing, scrubbing, and cleaning like never before, with fresh determination blazing in his eyes. A dude wrestles with a mountain of lumber, grunting as it crushes his every step. Meanwhile, Alto wrestles with his own load, staring at the timber like, if only I could use magic. Imagine making it float and shuffling it around with zero sweat. This would save me time and drain way less energy. Around them, the warehouse sprawls endlessly while the work grinds on. That night, Alto finally buckles from pure exhaustion, realizing he's too drained to even stagger back to the inn, so he resigns himself to staying in the warehouse again. The sky sprawled over them like a dark threat as another brutal day finally crushed out its last light. Alto can't help but wonder how long has it actually been since he last crawled back to the inn. He can't even remember how many nights he's crashed in that warehouse, then his stomach growls like a warning, and he realizes he's starving in the dim light. The place looks even emptier as Alto barrels through yet another shift. Then the next day crashes in, and Alto can barely squeeze in 2 hours of sleep. He grips whatever's in his hand and stares at it, utterly drained, running on empty like his last breath is ticking down. Suddenly, Lily barrels up to the warehouse counter and demands to know if a boy named Alto about her age is here. Alto spots her and instantly freezes, hit by pure shock. The bald supervisor shoots back at Lily, gushing that they've never seen a customer like her rare and adorable, then instantly dashes her hopes by telling her, sadly, they don't have anyone like that here. Lily swears there's someone out there who knows him, no doubts at all, and she begs anyone who'll listen to let her meet him, just for a short while. Meanwhile, Alto lurks in the shadows, his mind blazing with panic and purpose. Lily's got a bright, promised future ahead. He can already picture her in some fancy dress, standing among nobles and big shots while he's stuck as a total no-skill nobody with zero status and a paycheck that barely makes it. He can't wrap his head around it. Why would Lily pick him? When the gap between them is a heaven and earth disaster now, Alto slumps against the wall, and the worst part hits, he can't even bring himself to face her anymore. At the counter, the supervisor tries to dodge Lily's request again, but when she pushes back and insists they can't help her, he has nowhere to hide. Lily freezes for a split second, thinks better of it, then before she can stop herself, she still yanks something out anyway. Lily strides up and shoves a document into the men's hands. The bald supervisor narrows his eyes and snaps. What's this scrap of paper even supposed to be? But as soon as he clocks what's in front of him, his face flips. Then the supervisor's color drains to bone, pale shock. The whole moment snaps into chaos, and Lily blurts, "Wait, Alto! Yes, that Alto. It's my fault, I'll call him right now." Then Alto snaps to attention when his name gets bellowed across the warehouse loud, urgent, and coming from somewhere close. And he can't help but stare at it all, wondering why everything hits him so suddenly. The sealed document snaps open, and it's a letter of introduction from the Knight Commander himself, meaning the entire country is vouching for her identity, and get this, Lawrence's services are only for people under 18. The bald supervisor panics on the spot, orders everyone to tiptoe around her and not offend her under any circumstances. He whips around to Alto and tells him, "Don't worry, I'll be right back." And right then the supervisor snaps in, warning Alto to keep his mouth shut and not say a single thing that would shame the guild that took him in. They're bending the rules just so Lily gets the meeting room as some special exception like she's royalty, and the supervisor scrambles to sell it as Alto proving, again and again, how amazing this guild is. Trying to sway the knights, but Alto clocks the supervisor's play in an instant. The guy's got it all twisted. He should be sweeping that young lady off her feet, not shoving this mess onto Alto. Meanwhile, the bald supervisor tells Lily not to sweat it, saying Alto just wrapped up his job and they're basically done for the day because clocking out on time is only natural. Lily calls out to Alto as he stands there, and Alto instantly spots her, thinking about Lily right in front of him. The supervisor is in full panic mode, desperately begging her to slow down and take her time like, seriously, she's practically pleading right there. Lily politely thanks him for worrying about her. They rush into the meeting room, and Lily blurts out that she's asking someone out. Alto checks in like, "How have you been? It's been a while," then clocks that she doesn't look right and asks if she's okay, and Alto reassures her, "I'm fine, it's just complicated." When Lily quizzes Alto about what job he's doing at the guild these days, Alto can't shake the feeling that this whole mess is way more complicated than it should be. From above, you can see them parked on opposite sides of the table in the meeting room, and that gap between them feels huge. Then Lily blurts out that she got accepted into the Royal Knight Academy. Alto congratulates her, but his reply comes out shaky, like he's not totally sure. Meanwhile, the Royal Knight Academy is where knights get forged past the knight selection exam, and you earn the right to become one. With Lily's legendary magical talent and the perfect number of circuits, this feels inevitable, and if she also had a recommendation letter from the Knight Commander, the kingdom would have likely rolled out the red carpet and invited her to enroll. Lily blurts out that the entrance ceremony for the midterm transfer kids is next week, and once she enrolls, she'll be bunking in the dorms, so, yeah, it looks like you two might not see each other for a while. Alto tells her he's cheering for her, but you can tell he's burying his real feelings deep inside. Alto can't stand it, but deep down, a slice of him feels this huge rush of relief. Now, Lily and he are ripped onto totally different roads, and they're never meeting again. He can't stop seeing her stride into that bright future while he's left in the dust. Then Lily cuts in and flips the whole vibe, no beating around the bush. She tells it straight. She went to Alto's house the very next day after the aptitude ceremony. When Lily asked the priest about Alto, he snapped back that Alto had no skill at all. But when she showed up at the mansion, the servant stopped her dead and said there was no one in there named Alto. She'd already heard the story behind Alto's father, Marquise Wellesley, actually clawed his way up from commoner status, all because his magic aptitude was insane, and the crazy part, that aptitude ceremony decided everything so fast that Alto barely had time to catch his breath. So Lily went straight to the priest for an introduction to the knights, then went off on her own to dig for answers, and today finally she tracked Alto down. Lily burst into tears and told Alto, "When I heard you got thrown out of your house, I honestly didn't know what I'd do if you weren't anywhere to be found." Alto just freezes, staring at her in pure shock, totally swallowed by the intensity of her reaction. Lily screams that it doesn't matter at all if you've got zero skill. Alto can't figure out why she's so worked up about someone like him when he's got zero skill. How could he possibly mean anything? Then Lily throws her hands over her face and begs Alto, "Don't just vanish in silence on me again." Alto just stands there, shouting her name. Then it hits her people really cared about him like that, and Lily completely shatters. Big dramatic energy flares around her as she tells him he was no skill, how he convinced himself he was nothing, a worthless person. Alto locks his eyes on the road ahead, determination blazing hotter by the second, because if there's even one person out there who truly accepts him, then nothing his father or the guild members say can break that, not when that one person changes everything. Alto rushes to Lily, swallows his guilt, and apologizes for the worry he caused, then insists he's okay now. In a tight close-up, you can see both their faces, Alto's jaw set, eyes locked with resolve, while Lily keeps crying, tears still pouring down her cheeks. Lily snaps at Alto, telling him not to scare her like that again. She says that if it's him, he should sail through guild duties with that calm, put-together vibe of his, yet Alto shuts it down and admits his work efficiency was straight-up awful. Lily flashes him a warm smile and tells him the second he feels better. She's thrilled while he's already clocking efficiency in his head. She adds that it's perfect, because his usual self is finally back. A few days later, Alto stands on the path, grits his teeth, and tells himself, "All right, let's try." After that, he threw himself into making every day run smoother, one task at a time. In the scene, the supervisor roars at him to clean at 10 o'clock and grab the tableware, while Alto stands there with a clipboard, hustling through it all. Then it hits. He starts brainstorming like crazy, locking in on ways to sharpen his work and level up his performance. Alto grits it off, yeah. They still mess with him in the guild, but it's whatever, and today he finally squeezed out some saved work time, so now he can actually head home some days, and he's been getting enough sleep to breathe easy. Then Alto strides down the hallway, locked in, ready to drill his magic the right way for Lily and for himself. A tiny figure hangs back behind him, while he wonders if Lily's daily chats are the secret, because sometimes reading Manhwa and not just sleeping seems to refill a person's energy. Then she goes all the way to the inn just to see him. The supervisor strides up to Alto and announces that he's joining the adventure party from here on out as their helper because they're hauling in a mountain of materials and they need extra hands, and Alto can't help but ask if it's really okay. Still, the supervisor snarls at Alto that even if he's got zero skill, he's got to master basic barrier magic no matter what. Alto bursts out with an insanely excited expression, like he's about to blow up with energy. Then Alto freezes, staring straight ahead, realizing he's tossed aside magic so completely that he never even checked his own status. Suddenly, a status window pops up inches from his face, and pure shock hits him because he's finally seeing it. The status window lights up with all these game-style stats calories, kai carving, color-produced content, and a bunch more stuff that even stretches back to those rice noodles. And Alto points out it all makes sense that everything's stuck at 1, because he's never once used magic. Meanwhile, Alto clocks the brutal truth he needs 10,000 EXP just to level up, and the system spells out the catch. Every time he uses a skill, he earns 1 measly experience point, but he's not stuck there. There are other ways to rack up EXP too, like smashing monsters and blitzing through dungeons to rack up extra experience points. That comparison lands like a punch, because for regular folks, leveling up is all about 10 EXP at a time, and each level quietly demands a little more. You don't just grind once to climb the ladder, you rack it up 100 uses to hit level 2 for 200 EXP, level 3 needs another 300, and level 4, that's 400 EXP worth of skill spam. But for Alto, leveling up is brutal. He's got to fire off his skill 10,000 times just to claw his way to level 2, then level 3 demands 30,000 experience, and level 4, that's a massive 40,000 on top of everything else. The gap between him and everyone else is basically 1 to 100. Alto locks in on the monster of a problem in front of him. Leveling up demands a mountain of experience, and that means his magic growth gets hit with a double whammy of penalties, all primed to trigger at the same time. And if someone's got multiple magic circuits, they can pop off several skills in one go using 3 at once, and they'll rack up experience faster, all boosting together. But Alto only has one magic circuit, so his experience crawls instead of climbing way slower than anyone else. When he uses just one skill at a time, he only racks up experience for that single skill. He keeps picturing the barrier magic he can tap into too, but every angle leads to the same brutal truth: no escape. He's totally done for. Then Alto cracks open a brand new magic instruction book and spots exactly what he needs: recite the chant. And the power is his, so he locks eyes on the words and starts. A split second later, Alto pulls off body barrier and his face lights up, shocked and thrilled that the spell actually works. He tears apart how the barrier works and realizes the life they've been chasing is really nothing more than barrier durability. That gauge holds the barrier in place and shuts down every hit, but once the meter empties, the shield vanishes, and he finally gets slammed with damage. For now, he finally got it to work. His status flashes barrier magic level 1, with a measly 1 out of 10,000 experience. That number keeps climbing, and Alto can't stop thinking, how long is this going to take before it ends? Then, boom, an alert flashes on screen. Automatic magic has just awakened, all because magic was used. Alto just freezes, staring at his new status screen in pure confusion. Magic Circuit 1 now screams with automatic magic level 1, stuck at 0 out of 10,000, tagged as new, while barrier magic sits at level 1 with 1 out of 10,000, and then the rest hit him at level 1 too. Flame, Wateries, Holy, Dark, Physical, Enhancement, and Appraisal all showing 0 progress. Alto shot a suspicious look at the automatic magic thing, then boom, a system prompt suddenly popped up, pressuring Alto to jot down the magic he wants to auto-activate in Text Slut 1. The instructions tell him to unlock the magic, just shut everything else out, picture it in your head, then use either the title or the starting number. Alto stares at the info, telling himself it's all about thinking through it. Then he even wonders if Text 1 is code for something like a fireball. Right on cue, the next display hits and confirms the exact steps to trigger the fireball. Alto gapes in total disbelief as the fireball finally ignites. No chance, nothing, and then the skill just flared to life, the kind he's never heard of before. Level 1 lights up as the system confirms the activation, step by step. Then the screen flashes a crazy detail. He can jam multiple skills into Text Slot 1 and fire them off back to back. Boom system notifications start popping off one after another, and magic buff kicks in hard. Alto clocks it instantly. Those magics are firing in the exact order he named them. But then he spots the real problem. His barrier still hasn't vanished. Staring at his status screen, Alto sees his automatic magic quietly gobble up experience points straight up, adding them by the activation count. But the real breakthrough slams into him when he finally gets what automatic magic really does. It doesn't run through any magic circuits at all. It just activates the registered skills on the spot. Alto's mind is sprinting as he toys with the possibilities of this system. He might even pull off layered enchantments that usually demand a magic circuit, or spam magic non-stop. Then it hits him. Hard, unlimited experience grinding could be within reach. The screen pops up with even more details, spelling out the exact syntax he needs to set up repetitions in that specific format. Alto can't help but wonder, can he push the number of repetitions even higher from right here? And as the truth hits him, his excitement rockets. He can level his magic fast, the very magic that once felt utterly doomed. Becoming a knight still sounds brutal, but maybe, just maybe, he can chase a different path and become an adventurer. Lily leans in and asks Alto, was that really a joke? But Alto snaps back, I'll try it just once. Yet he still can't wrap his head around the idea of casting with no chant. The two of them slump on the stairs while Alto gears up to put his brand new ability to the test. A jolt of light flashes on screen, and the system blasts a message the magic buff just activated. Suddenly, Lily blurts out, it actually worked. Pure shock lighting up her face because she still can't wrap her head around how Alto's got that kind of crazy, one-of-a-kind skill. Alto admits he didn't even know about it until today, then breaks it down fast. A unique skill is a kind of magic that doesn't fit into the 8 basic magic systems like Sword Saint, the world-famous power that turbocharges sword skill and footwork, or clairvoyance, the insane gift that lets you see anywhere without ever moving. Then Alto breaks it down. His skill doesn't play by the normal magic rules. Most people have to chant spell after spell just to get their power going. But with Alto, the magic kicks in on its own, activating his abilities without him lifting a finger. Lily's freaking out at the implications nobody can outrace Alto in activation speed with this ability, and that kind of edge means he can level up fast and become seriously strong. But Alto cuts in and says, "It's not only about spamming spells non-stop if you act in the middle. You can set it to auto-trigger without missing a beat." And the wildest thing on his mind is testing whether automatic magic can fire. Even while he's dead asleep, Lily lights up at once, practically vibrating with excitement because she can't wait to see what happens next. Alto daydreams about standing toe-to-toe with a giant dragon in a pitch-black dungeon cave. But Lily immediately slams the obvious problem in his face. Automatic magic is cool, but he still can't exactly crash inside a dungeon. Alto tries to explain too, insisting she totally misunderstood what he meant. Then it hits him. This is the real power source. From tonight on, he can grind experience points at ultra-high efficiency, and that's the exact problem he has to crack. Lily drops the idea that maybe he can rack up experience automatically while he's fast asleep. Alto sits there in silence, replaying it in his head, admitting he's always treated sleep like a waste, spending a whole fifth of the day unconscious just to scrape together stamina again. Lily calls him out, roasting him for being such an efficiency nerd, and Alto just blinks in pure confusion like, "Wait, that's not normal, is it?" Then Alto reels over the safety risks, because the thought hits him, what if he accidentally blows off a bunch of skills while he's passed out? But yeah, he could keep an eye on the results by nudging the activations higher every single night. Lily drops the bombshell that Alto might be the very first person in history to try activating a skill while he's still dead asleep. But Alto fires back that any other move would just waste time, and when he says it, Lily's face instantly wipes clean of emotion. Then Lily blurts out what she swears is a brilliant plan. She wants to stay over tonight so they can watch Alto together. Alto says it's a brilliant plan, and she swears that if anything goes wrong, she'll wake him up. Then he stops short and thinks again. He gets why Lily's idea makes sense, but he can't shake the worry that it'd be a total waste for Lily herself, even if it's way more efficient for him. Suddenly, Lily's face burns with what she just suggested, and even the scene seems to whisper that sleeping under the same roof might be hitting Alto too, because for him, being speechless is about as rare as it gets. Meanwhile, Alto suddenly gets Lily's real angle and blurts out, "That's not what I meant." Lily freezes in the doorway, totally flustered, scrambling to undo the mess her own suggestion just caused. But Alto confronts her about it straight to her face, demanding to know what she's about to ask for, since she can't be doing this for free. Lily snaps to the fact she's been caught and blurts that something might be up. Then Alto points out that 2 days from now is his day off. Lily confirms it's true and says she'll ask for one thing. Then, at the same time, it turns out there's a yearly guild appreciation party for everyone who helps out, but Alto cuts in that he can't go, and honestly, he's not really interested either. Lily brings up her request tomorrow's the entrance ceremony for the Royal Knight Academy, so she wants to grab everything she needs and asks if Alto will go shopping with her, but Alto admits he really doesn't like getting stuck in crowded town streets. Alto sits there, jaw tight, racing through every possible outcome in his head. If he fires up automated magic, he can train on autopilot while handling everything else. So, yeah, maybe shopping doesn't sound so dumb after all. He thinks about how, until now, he swore that burning money on nothing and wasting time scrolling through stores was pointless. But now, maybe he should actually hit the streets and take a real look around town for the first time in ages. Lily can't stop thinking about how, once school starts, she and the others won't be able to see each other for a while, and yeah, she admits it's making her feel a little lonely. Alto tells Lily he's strapped for cash right now, but if she's cool with it, he'll stick with her and tag along while she shops. Lily shoots back that even if he did have money, she still can't picture Alto getting all excited to go shopping. That night, Alto finally falls asleep, while Lily keeps watch nearby, eyes sharp and unblinking. She stares at his sleeping face and realizes nothing about him has changed since those days. Lily can't stop replaying their past. She and Alto were born on the same day, and from that moment on, they've been inseparable. She remembers the day they were kids, and Alto swore he'd become a knight, and she admits she got swept up in the same dream, like some invisible force was dragging her toward that life. Lily keeps watching Alto sleep, her heart racing as she remembers when she truly believed they'd always stay side by side. But then reality hits like a punch in a society split by classes. The distance between ranks keeps widening every single day. When she heard the Royal Knight Academy was a boarding school, she hesitated and couldn't blurt out a yes on the spot. As Alto's father and her family flash through her mind, she realizes with a gut-drop certainty this is going to be her last goodbye to Alto. Lily relived how her heart twisted the first time she learned she'd have to turn down enrollment torn between doubt and fear, until seeing that lively Alto today flip something inside her. She clutches the memory of their dream becoming knights together and asks herself if it's still worth chasing, because his rare skill feels like it could keep that dream alive. And his auto magic is working perfectly too. In her mind, she relives a younger Alto, watching the moment she tells him she's going to become a knight. The next morning hits, and Alto jolts awake to find. He spots Lily still asleep and decides to let her stay buried in rest for a little longer. Then as he sinks into his seat, a system alert snaps onto his screen. His sleep training test for the 5,000 magic buff got paused because he drained his mana, and it'll continue the moment he's back up. The message even warns him next time, cancel the processing so he won't get hit with this mess again. Alto realizes the skill actually works, because Lily didn't wake him up, so he shuts it down for now. Then Alto's eyes light up. He realizes he can train even while he's asleep. He frets over what happens when mana runs dry, but he realizes it'll bounce back on its own like stamina, so long as he doesn't fire off any skills. The real catch is simple: while it regenerates, he's stuck without any skill use. Alto snaps open his status screen, and there it is, his. Overnight, his experience shot up by 80 as auto magic is still only level 1, now sitting at 10,000 with 100 completion, and his flowerless magic just leveled to Elvone with 803 out of 10,000 points. While he's getting hyped over the automatic magic progress, he accidentally jolts Lily awake and she mumbles, half asleep, "What's going on?" On the job, the warehouse supervisor unleashes a furious yell at Alto, demanding he push even harder. Alto shoots back with pure energy, then keeps right on powering through his tasks. While he's grinding through the work, Alto can't stop thinking, waking up automatic magic doesn't mean he'll suddenly grow stronger, not when he still needs way more experience points than everyone else to level up, and his skill power hasn't budged one bit. The pressure at work and the non-stop grind to keep his skills sharp has finally started to crush him. Even in the brutal grind, Alto spots a rare streak of hope. No matter where he is or what time it is, he feels himself leveling up day after day, and that one push, something that keeps him grinding, fires up the motivation he needs to keep going. Later, Alto and Lily roll into Minton for their shopping spree. Alto lifts his gaze as they stroll through the bustling market streets, and he realizes this place is a massive city. After hours of shopping, Alto finally noticed. They spot the pile they've grabbed and hit them with, "Seriously, can you even carry all this?" But Lily proves it by whipping out float magic and lifting all their purchases into the air. And right then, someone nearby snickers that she's using magic just to haul everything around. Lily grins and pushes them toward the next store right away. Then Lily blurts out that this is the final shop, no more stops after this. Alto calls out that they already hit a clothing store earlier, and Lily basically shrugs. Yeah, it's true, but she just wants the exact items from the store. Lily tells Alto this'll probably take forever, so she pushes him. "Why don't you go check out that training center over there?" Alto finally accepts it. This is just how shopping always goes. Alto blurts out, "What kind of facility is this?" And Lily shoots back, "You don't know, because it turns out most people can't just train attack-type skills anywhere they want. Lily tells Alto about a training center where anyone can blast low-level skills to their heart's content, and you don't have to worry about destroying property, so Alto's like, yeah, it's gotta cost something. Nothing like this is ever free. Then Alto jolts in shock as Lily drops the bombshell because he works there. And the spot is guild-partnered. He won't have to fork over a single coin. Alto leans in and tells Lily he's heading straight to the training center right now. He bursts into the Minton training center, and the second his foot hits the floor, he's stunned like, seriously, this place is jam-packed. Right then, someone nearby blurts, "Why is it so jammed today?" Because monsters have been popping up around Minton lately, on the mountain roads and even down in the mines, and that's what's got everyone screaming and freaking out. They realize their guild's request shot through the roof too, and they're drowning because they're seriously short on hands. Someone blurts out which job they should tackle first, and then it clicks. This is exactly why they called Alto in as their gopher in the first place. Alto decides to go all in and test every attack type skill he's got at the training center since he's already there. A few hours later, Lily spots Alto and hurries over, shouting his name. She tells him she's finished shopping and leans in, asking what he's been up to. Alto tells everyone, "I just burned through all my mana, I'm done for now." And he figures that's the end of training for the day. Then Alto cheers because they finally get to use the facility for free. Lily leans in and flat out tells him, "I told you so." But Alto suddenly lights up over that free, top-tier performance, saying it's the best deal he's ever seen. Then he turns to Lily and asks about the luggage. Lily tells them about a roaming merchant who also hauls cargo, so she hands over the luggage to him, and then she cheers Alto and Heiko for the whole day. Alto shrugs that he just tagged along and asks if she's really cool with it, and Lily lights up saying shopping is better when you stroll together and check everything out, though she admits Alto's gotten way too obsessed with cost performance. Lily blurts out that starting tomorrow, they won't be able to chat like this for a while, then her voice cuts off, like she's hiding something else. Alto shoots back that she's right and makes it sound final. He can't stop thinking everything she does is absolutely unreal. Meanwhile, Alto realizes in his own head that Lily is the reason he's even standing tall. She keeps yanking him forward when he'd otherwise collapse into being alone. And even now, without her pushing him on, he isn't sure he could keep his chin up and keep going. Then Lily leans in and tells Alto there's something she has to make him hear. She leans in and asks Alto if he still remembers the day he opened up about his dream, because she can't forget it back then. She was sobbing over something tiny, and he pulled her out of it, telling her to cheer up. Alto told her, "No matter how brutal it gets, an ally will find you, and if nobody shows up, I'll be your knight, and I'll come charging in to save you." Then the whole moment snaps into a memory them as kids, huddled together under a tree. Alto demands, "So when was this?" And Lily's eyes drift back. She was about 8 years old, give or take. Alto pauses, realizing that even for a kid, he totally got carried away with talk like that. But Lily shoots back, asking if that's really the exact part that makes him feel so damn embarrassed. She admits that back then, she didn't chase any big dream, just messing around was enough to feel alive, but after time with Alto, that spark turned into one clear goal: she wanted to become a knight, side by side with him. Alto leans in and tells her she's got what it takes to become a first-rate knight who'll lead the country, and says she's about to take the very first step that'll turn that dream into reality. Then Lily snaps, asking Alto if he's even paying attention. She makes it crystal clear her dream is to become a knight beside Alto. So the moment she walks into the academy, she's already snatching a head start, like lining up with her foot over the starting line before anyone else even moves. Alto tells her it'll take him a minute, but he's catching up for sure. Then he begs her to wait up. Lily nods and swears she'll be there, waiting. Then the whole moment clicks into place like a fresh promise between them. Then Lily leans in and tells Alto she's got something just for him. She thrusts a mysterious protective accessory into his hands. He's telling everyone the armor is forged from a defeated dragon's scales, light as a whisper. No upkeep needed, so it won't be any trouble for him. "Alto, thanks, sir," Alto blurted out. He's never seen a shop with accessories like this before. Lily tells them the only spot nearby is Minton, so they had to hit the road for a bit today. Alto snaps to the truth this whole shopping trip was planned down to the last detail. Lily tells him it fits him perfectly and looks insanely cool, like she planned the whole thing from the start. Then Alto sputters a weird, awkward thank you. Lily leans in and asks Alto if it feels awesome getting compliments on his outfit. And Alto just grins like, yeah, it honestly feels amazing. Then the story lurches forward half a year after the aptitude ceremony, and Alto is thrown deep inside a low-class dungeon. He took on a request to wipe out poison rabbits, and the whole area was jammed with other rookie adventurers, all fighting the same nasty problems. Poison rabbits wreck crops if you leave them alone, so the guild ships off low-ranking adventurers to wipe them out. But here's the catch: even after you beat them, you barely earn any experience points, so that quest is a total nightmare nobody wants. Alto blasts a fireball to knock one down, but for him it's really just sparring practice that also helps him snag a little cash on the side. Alto's like, I should probably take a break soon because all that ever shows up around here is poison rabbits. He rips out his 20th kill, and this time the poison stone just falls into his hands like it's nothing. He grabs the moment and dives into his stats. Suddenly, a game-style status screen pops up and slaps numbers everywhere. Then it spells it out. Regular magic usually unlocks a stronger tier of spells the moment it breaks past a set level, and his physical enhancement stats are right there on display. Alto stares at his own power like, is this really unique? Then grits his teeth. He's already come this far, so he pushes through to the very end and keeps going until he's at level 1. A notification suddenly flashes on screen. Conditional activation is finally unlocked. Alto's eyes widen because he just hit level 3 with his auto magic. Realizing it was worth it, keeping his automatic magic running non-stop for a full half year finally paid off. Alto can't stop wondering about this whole conditional branching thing. If he sets the conditions, will the system automatically call it, judge it, and fire off the skill by itself? He stares at the syntax on the screen. If a poison rabbit appears, cast the fireball, and doubts it instantly, so he decides to hunt a poison rabbit and test the trick for real. He scans the area, and then boom, those fireballs ignite all by themselves, firing off like something's been triggered. Before Alto even notices, a fireball rockets in and nails the poison rabbit on the spot. He's totally stunned. He hasn't even spotted the poison rabbit yet, and somehow it drops without a single move from him. Alto snaps to the truth. This system is pure chaos waiting to happen. Lock the conditions in advance, and it'll spark magic on its own, with zero need for his will. Up until now, Alto could only keep smashing his skills on demand manually, non-stop, and even when he rode along as a porter with adventurers, he was stuck spamming buffs, never actually stepping in to fight. From now on, if he sets it to blast a fireball the second a poison rabbit shows up, he'll start trapping those things automatically, even while he's dead to the world, and Alto can't help realizing how painfully wrong that power is for someone like him. He grits his teeth and keeps mowing them down. Alto shows up at a brand new place. This is the first time he's ever stepped into a place that sells weapons right off the shelf, no shop of his own, just straight-up weapons for sale. The narrator breaks it down like this. There are basically two kinds of guilds, ones that take quests and handle everything inside their own walls, and that's exactly the kind Alto works for. The other type of guild bakes everything into one big machine, spreading the word far and wide, matching adventurers with jobs, and even squeezing in missions of their own between times. That's exactly what this guild was like, and it's the one Alto grabbed a job from this time. Alto strides up to the counter and tells the receptionist, "I'd like to exchange these, please." The female guild receptionist just freezes, staring at that mountain of poison rabbit materials in pure disbelief, and blurts, "Is it really this much?" Then she shoots another question. Has he been clutching onto all of it without exchanging it until now? Alto blurts out that he actually chose them today, and he's gotten way more lethal at wiping them out. The receptionist freezes, admitting she's never heard of anyone exterminating this many in one single day. Alto casually mentions he snagged a few herbs from a side quest too, then asks her to do him a favor and handle those two. By keeping his appraisal magic on autopilot, Alto's system started pinging him about plants. Right beside him sat a numb flower, and over there grew anticoagulant grass, Once he set it to alert him every time it sensed a herb. Everything turned ridiculously efficient. The receptionist stares in total shock, then blurts out, "Wait, did you grab herbs today too, and all these at once?" She leans in for a closer look, and then her eyes catch something huge. This is mere grass. Unless you've got a top-tier appraisal spell, you'd better appraise 10 times just to even spot this herb, and no offense, but an adventurer at Alto's level can't possibly find it. The receptionist straight up confirms she did the assessment herself. Alto throws out the idea that it just got tangled up with the other materials somehow. The receptionist shrugs it off as just a coincidence, and then, right on cue, 1. An hour later, the receptionist shoves Alto's payment into his hands, and the onlookers just stare in disbelief because this one day's guild earnings stacks up to several days' worth. The receptionist leans in and tells Alto, "Quit the guild, make earning your living doing the collecting instead." But Alto shoots it down, grinning and saying hanging out sounds great, yet he's got a target locked in so he skips the gathering. Meanwhile, deep inside a grimy, low-class dungeon, the air felt like it was choking the life out of everyone. The adventurer leader barks at the top of his lungs, screaming for everyone to head out right now. Because the automatic magic can branch on conditions, they blaze through gathering quests way faster than before. And don't forget the porter at the guild matters too. Alto kicks off his plan, fires up his magic skill buff, and lines up with everyone else as they get ready to blast into the dungeon run. Inside the dungeon, Alto realizes that even though he's just a porter, every dungeon he clears still grinds him up with experience. The system explains it plain: once enhancement magic hits, it sticks for a while, so when you stack it onto your teammates with multiple magic circuits during quests, you score way more experience than boosting yourself. Alto starts thinking about solo leveling. Sure, you can rack up experience by yourself, but then he realizes that grinding in a party is a whole different beast because the experience efficiency is ridiculously insane. Out of nowhere, one of the adventurers shouts, "Lizard man ahead!" With no hesitation, an adventurer surges forward and hurls a sapphire lance into the lizard man. Crack the hit lands with brutal, game-ending force. The party huddles, then unleashes a coordinated barrage. Strike after strike hammers the creature as it reels. And then boom, they get praised for the successful takedown. Yet another adventurer screams as he delivers the final blow to another enemy. One guy says the attack landed perfectly, and another grins that Alto's in a great mood today. Then the vibe snaps. Someone barks at Alto to stop dawdling and hurry up and clean up this mess. They remind him they're the ones kind enough to hire useless trash like him. And another voice snaps that this is exactly why he's here, to haul it out and clean up the mess. After the dungeon run, one adventurer blurts out that he's been feeling lighter lately, and the next one laughs and says the whole quest was smooth and easy. Someone else blurts out that it feels incredible to finally drop their guard again now that they're back at the guild. Then the leader waves them off for the day, praising "great work" and sending everyone home. He whips around and calls Alto "errand boy," then demands if he knows what to do, and Alto snaps back that he does. The adventurer snaps at him to get everything squared away by tomorrow our gear, and all the other adventurers' stuff too, just like it always goes. Just as the adventurers kick off, one of them pitches, "Let's grab a drink." But right before they go, someone stops Alto and warns him he's got to scrutinize every magic stone, or he'll miss what monster it came from when he checks the appraisal results. Alto fires back, saying, "I already know." He tells himself, "Let's see what they've got today," then jumps straight into action. Alto stared at the colossal heap of gear and supplies, everything every adventurer hauled in today stacked right in front of him. It's a mountain of items to sift through. Iryu Tri Division, 4th Dance Shinobi Art, Osioshin Nemia UI, Fierce Night Weaving 4060-103 Production, 4th Misk, Medical, Offif 110, Rise to the West Platform, Rise to the South Platform, and that's just the start, because the inventory is slammed with dozens more. Alto can't help thinking, so that's it, automatic magic is mine after all. Yeah. Alto fires up the conditional branching trick he's been learning for 6 months, and suddenly, the whole sorting job runs by itself. Common items get snapped into categories. Hard or goes north. Magic solution stones shoot east, flame demons head south, and every weird miscellaneous item gets appraised one by one before it rolls west, because the fewer he has to appraise, the better. Then he splits the flow based on what the appraisals reveal and sets it to repeat. And Alto finally completes those individual appraisals, and he stares at the towering mountain of gear and supplies from every adventurer who worked today, and without his automatic magic system, this job would swallow a whole day. Now all he can do is sit tight and watch the sorting finish. Meanwhile, Alto turns his waiting time into a mission, soaking up knowledge fast and making every second count. In his tidy warehouse workspace, packed with shelves, barrels, and perfectly sorted supplies, his stats are on full display. Magic Circuit 1, Automatic Magic is level 10, sitting at 11,100,000 XP, plus Appraisal Magic at level 9 with 32,590,000 XP, and Alto clenches his resolve as he recalls his promise to Lily, swearing he'll never, ever quit. For the next 2.5 years, Alto grinds every single day training his skills while hauling goods as a porter for the Adventurers Guild, burning himself through endless dungeon runs and non-stop work to stack up experience points. Before he even realizes it, his party keeps surging upward until they're finally the guild's ace team, and one of the adventurers is already throwing a full-on celebration. Alto admits that now they can climb into higher dungeons. He can finally focus on grinding experience points until one ugly downside rears its head. An adventurer leans in and tells Alto to have everything locked in by tomorrow, and Alto fires back with his usual no-skill designation. As the adventurers walk off, one of them snaps at him to hurry, then even after the party ranks up, Alto gets treated exactly the same as always, every single time he spends his days grinding on magic and dungeon runs, and he's proud that he knows more than anyone in the whole guild. But in the end, all adventurers care about is raw power, and Alto just stands alone in that hallway, stewing over the fact that nobody ever hears a word he says. Then Alto stares at the mountain of work waiting for him and hits the warehouse organization button. Today is packed, there's everything to do, and no time to waste. Pulling this off single-handed usually takes at least 10 people, but he's stacked up years of experience points, so his skills are finally up to the level of run-of-the-mill adventurers. 30 minutes later, Alto gets a system ping his auto magic just leveled up. He's been triggering that skill every single day for 2.5 years. Then boom, once it hit level 10, it finally unlocked conditional branching. Now, his auto magic finally hit level 20, locked in at 0 out of 10,000 XP, with the next upgrade just waiting to happen. Alto gets blasted with a system notification about the brand new multi-skill function. Now he can stack multi, set the number of repeats, shout the skill name, then slam end multi, and he can chain it up to 16 times, and because he's hit level 20, he can even trigger them all at once now. Alto stares at the explanation, trying to make sense of it because up till now, he couldn't fire multiple skills at once, and the idea hits him like a jolt activating several at the exact same time. The system flashes that, now that he's hit level 20, simultaneous activation is unlocked. Then Alto's eyes snap wide, because that means he could stack spells and unleash multiple attack magics in one brutal burst. Alto wastes no time. He jumps in immediately and sprints to the training ground behind the guild. He plants himself in the open and hits the trigger. Everything fires at once. For now, it locks in a 16 at once setup. Watch it light up with a multi-16 fireball blast, and then boom! A colossal explosion tears through the training ground, blasting a massive crater into the earth. Alto stares in shock as the smoke finally clears, and the wreckage hits him like a punch. That explosion blasted so hard a whole person could vanish inside the crater it tore open, and Alto just gapes at the wreckage. His lame attack magic, boosted 16 times over, now hits like a top-tier adventurer. If he slapped an enhancement spell on top of it, the power would blow past everyone else's, because grinding his skill non-stop for 24 straight hours, year after year, had pushed his mana capacity way above average, and this technique finally reaps the payoff. He stares down at his system interface, where the multi-16 fireball setup blazes on the screen. He braces himself, ready to slam the same simultaneous activation back into motion again. Massive explosions rock the training ground as Alto keeps pushing his brand new power to the limit. Each blast tears open the ground, carving massive craters and blasting debris into the air like it's alive. That kind of devastation is way beyond what a simple spell should ever be able to unleash. Alto locks onto the devastation with razor-sharp focus. That power is absolutely unreal, like a dragon's breath blasting out of him. And he can barely hold back the flood of excitement as the truth hits, because with power like this, he could finally become an adventurer, or maybe, just maybe, he could crack the gates of the Knight Academy and prove to everyone what he's truly made of was suddenly within grabbing distance. The very next day, Alto's adventure party finally pulls together, and their blonde, spiky-haired leader, Irrasolito, steps forward to call everyone in. Then he thanks the whole crew for showing up. He tells me that this morning the guildmaster personally yanked him in, and in the last 2 years their guild has kept racking up win after win, swelling in size like it's never happened before. Alto just stands there, staring at the leader so cheerful it feels unreal, trying to figure out what flipped in him, because normally he's in a foul mood, and now he's actually saying thanks like it's totally out of character. Irrasolito puts Alto on the spot, firing off. So what should the guild do in times like these, demanding a real answer from a guy with no skill to back it up? Alto nervously pitches the idea of boosting everyone's morale with rewards and all that. But Irrasolito just lets out a heavy sigh at the reply, and before the moment can settle, another party member jumps in. We should recruit even stronger people, only for someone else to shut it down on the spot. Snapping that cheerful optimism is exactly why Alto is still stuck as a mere porter. Irrasolito flashes a grin and tells them the guildmaster just said, "Now's the moment, stay on your toes." The guild's ready to make a name that echoes through the whole organization, while the little guys whisper about how they're too weak. The guild grows bigger and incompetence slips in, but not for long, because this guild won't let it survive. Right then, Irrasolito fires off his announcement by the captain's word. One person from every squad gets picked and ordered to leave both their party and the guild, no exceptions, because they're about to tear everything apart with a full restructuring. And with that settled, the party barrels into the guild hall, and Alto's mind is still racing from what he just heard. Then Irrasolito barrels in with the rest of the party right behind him, and then boom, the blow lands, and Alto fires as of today. The word slammed into the air like a punch. Irrasolito makes it crystal clear. Kicking out the useless ones was the guildmaster's order. Then he slams the question down. Does Alto really think he can stay in an S-rank party with 0 skills? Alto throws up his hands to defend himself, admitting he doesn't have the skills, but insisting his magic level hasn't been rising lately either. Irrasolito barrels in, cuts him off, and snaps, "Shut up." Alto fires back that he's been an adventurer for 3 whole years, and that he's only a beginner level. Alto snaps that maybe he's low tier, but he still shows up and makes a real contribution. But Irrasolito flips Alto's exact words right back on him, pressing, "Did you not just say that yourself?" Didn't Alto remind him, loud and clear, that they've got to keep morale soaring if they want the guild to grow? Irrasolito detonates in rage, spitting out that useless trash, Alto dragging everyone's morale down, and then orders him to get out, right now. Alto tears out of the guild building while Irrasolito stands in the doorway, watching him. Then one of the hooded party members leans in and speaks up. They brought up how Alto even picked up chores for everyone else, buffing the crowd, juggling question after question like, is it really okay to just let him run off like this? But Irrasolito blows off the worry, snaps. What nonsense are you even saying? And the hooded figure shoots back that chores can be done by anyone, so there's no reason to keep a no-skill around. Then one party member snaps that hiring humans with killer magic talent would crank their buffs even higher, right when Irrasolito whips around and screams at Alto, demanding if he's really saying an S-rank party needs someone with 0 skills. Alto stumbled over his words, then blurted out a shaky apology. The Appraisal strides up to the whole guild, spits out the brutal truth, and tells them there's no place for the weak here, never forget it. Later, Alto crumples onto his bed in that tiny room, staring at the ceiling like it's the only thing keeping him standing. He rakes a hand through his hair, defeated to the bone and grinding his teeth in frustration. Lily's pendant rested against his chest, warm like a promise she left there for him. Alto can't forget the day Lily pressed that pendant into his hands, then warned him, "Don't you dare break the promise between you two." She grabs his attention, pushes him to read the letter, and makes him promise he won't forget. Mentions the night being on the way, then Alto jerks back to reality, wondering if he's really about to waste time daydreaming or if he should stop wallowing and get moving. But then Alto's fire ignites yesterday's skill activation blasted him with a crushing attack spell, so he wastes zero time, shuts the doubt out, and pushes forward to become a solo adventurer. He rockets down the guild stairs, and as other adventurers trade rumors about how no party would touch someone who only has porter experience and how hunting for a group would be pointless, someone spots him and yells, "Porter!" But Alto just barrels on, ignoring them. He decides to jump into the quest right now, before the morning even slips away. Alto strides right up to the guild receptionist and demands to be ushered into an E-rank subjugation job. The receptionist leans in and asks, "So what brings you here today?" Alto leans in and tells them the truth. Until now, he's only been grabbing F-rank jobs, wiping out monsters so weak they barely needed him, let alone any real skills. Lily bursts in with a trembling grin, waving a paper like it's gold, and tells him she's confirming it this time. He's taking on the E rank. Then he points you to one specific quest, like it's the next piece of the whole puzzle. Lily tells them the whole quest is chasing the Black Labyrinth, a dungeon that just popped up on the edge of town where the mission is ranked B. But the trouble level swings wildly from F-level chaos all the way down to only E-rank monsters haunting the first floor. But as he drops deeper underground, the monster levels ratchet up D, then C, then B, so he's got to stay on his guard. Alto shoots her a grateful look, then steps up to the dungeon entrance, later buzzing with excitement for his very first solo quest, burning to prove he can stand on his own right now. Back at the guild counter, Lily slaps the order sheet into Alto's hands, plus a bag for the drop items and his pay. As he recalls his time in the S-rank party, it clicks that simultaneous activation skill he learned is exactly what this job needs, letting him wreck D-rank monsters fast. So Alto doesn't rush. He plans to read the situation and decide on the spot whether to push forward or pull back. Alto charges up to the Black Labyrinth and stares at a massive entrance carved straight into the cliff. He stares at it and realizes it's a maze-style dungeon blank, useless maps, and monsters swarming everywhere. The elite parties who roll in to take down the dungeon boss don't want to burn out before they even reach him, because if too many weaklings swarm the place, adventurers will drain their stamina and drop long before the boss room. By wiping out the weak enemies first, those top-ranked parties storm to the boss faster, and all the messy clearing that's left behind is exactly the kind of job guys like him get stuck with. Alto steps in, and the moment he does, he realizes the place is massive, with every passageway stretching wide and roomy. Right now, he hammers out physical enhancement 16 times, pumping himself up like a machine. He also spots trap after trap sprawled all over the dungeon, but thanks to his conditional branching skill that keeps scanning and screaming warnings, he can finally drop his guard and stop fearing a single wrong step. Ahead, a goblin suddenly pops into view right where he's headed, stopping him dead in his tracks. He calls it an E-rank monster, perfect training bait for beginners to cut their teeth on. He sets up his strike and slams the button on a multicast spell. 16 blazing fireballs erupt at once. Alto triggers them all at once and blasts every single one of the 16 fireballs in the same instant. Their combined assault detonates in a violent blast that rockets through the whole corridor, swallowing the dungeon passage in roaring flames and total wreckage. When the smoke finally thins, Alto stares at the wreckage he left behind, and he realizes, oh no, maybe he pushed it a little too far. Meanwhile, Appraisal roars his defense at full volume, swearing it wasn't a failure, he just ran out of time for certain reasons. But Lily calmly drops the truth even at its deepest core. The black labyrinth is just beer ink, and it's way smaller than it looks. Irisolito snaps, gets defensive, and screams at her, demanding, "Are you calling us weak?" Irisolito keeps swearing they'll finish the dungeon tomorrow for sure, so everyone else should back off and stay away. Right when Alto strides up to the guild counter, Irisolito spots him, and that's when everything shifts. He instantly starts hurling insults at him, calling him a useless bastard, and he can't wrap his head around why Lily would send someone like Alto on a quest all by himself. The guild receptionist snaps open a smile for Alto and begs him to come inside. When she scans his request form and spots, he stormed into the Black Labyrinth for an E-rank monster subjugation, and Irisolito couldn't help laughing at how perfect that mission was for someone useless. The receptionist leans in and asks if Alto really wiped out those monsters, and Alto says yes, he actually did. He makes it clear it's not just the first floor either, and when the dust settles, both Lily and the receptionist stare back, shocked. But then Alto tosses it off like it's nothing he even beat the boss. Suddenly, the whole guild goes rigid, then erupts in pure shock. Someone yells, "No way useless Alto just took down a B-rank boss." Then the dark-haired adventurer from Alto's party crouches, studies the magic stone, and confirms it's 100 proof Minotaur Lily can't even process it, and F-rank pulled off a victory like that. Then Irisolito lunges at Alto and clamps down on him, growling that he wants to know what sneaky, underhanded trick he's been pulling. Alto swears up and down. He's never done a single dishonest thing. But Irisolito snaps back that he's a straight-up liar, then calls him nothing but a total incompetent who can't do a single thing. Lily lunges in, shouting at them to stop, and right then the security guards rush in to intervene. Irisolito hears them say, "You're going to have to leave." And he fights back hard, saying he can't back down because he needs to expose Alto's wrongdoing. As Irisolito is marched out, he spits excuses that his strength is down just because he fought, and someone tells him they'll hear his complaints outside. And at the counter, Alto leans in and thanks Lily, while Lily grins and congratulates him again for wiping out the boss. Then he lays it out since he's cleared every requirement. The guild hands him a D-rank license. Alto stared down his brand new D-rank license, as if it just unlocked a whole new world. Once he figures this out, he can dive straight into B-rank jobs from day one. He catches himself thinking, wait, my power is basically A rank, until Lily suddenly pipes up from behind, telling him there are strict rules about it, and then she smirks like he'll clear them soon enough. Later, Alto sits down with Lily at the table and thanks her from the bottom of his heart, because just now it hit him. He beat that boss with his own power, one step at a time, and for the first time ever, someone actually sees his skill. He's finally feeling like he's inching toward becoming a real knight. Meanwhile, in a forest clearing, Alto's out there honing his projectile control again and again until every shot lands just right. One of his strikes rips through the trees, but it rockets past its target and misses completely. Alto realizes he missed again, then stares at his results and sees the same nightmare start around the 7th projectile, because his control completely crumbles from there. So Alto keeps digging into his performance, tearing it apart step by step, and admits that yesterday's solo quest exposed a mountain of problems. Now he has to spot the exact challenges and where he's slipping if he wants to level up way faster. He studies his tactics and realizes that when the enemy swarms from every angle, he can trigger everything at once for a brutal power spike, so he splits his gear and hurls multiple attacks simultaneously. But the diagrams in his head scream the truth the moment he tries to juggle more skills at once. Controlling their paths turns into a brutal struggle. After all that grinding training, he still can only pull off 16 projectiles, but hey, he's finally gotten control of about 5 or 6 trajectories, and Alto decides that's enough for now. Then he glances at the clock and realizes the Quest Intro Guild is about to open. Alto storms into the Quest Introduction Guild, ready to kick off the next mission. Then the staff member leans in and explains it's solo beer, and quests have 3 options available right now. One of the missions drops you into a dungeon that's been cleared before, but it's still crawling with monsters, so Alto calls it an extermination job, and he asks to run it straight through the mine. The blonde guild receptionist clocks his request, says the job's huge, and then right then and there stamps him a 2-day extermination permit. And now he's free to grab any spoils of war he wants. Alto. Thanks, sir. He storms out of the guild, and Alto's mind goes into overdrive because back then, no matter how much he snagged with auto magic, he still had to hand everything out to the entire party. Now that he can steamroll a B-rank boss solo with zero sweat, he's set to grab every item for himself. Meanwhile, Lily barrels out of the guild entrance, waving like crazy and yelling for good luck, begging fortune to smile on him, while Alto declares he's heading out. An hour later, Alto finally reaches the Achille mine, right where a giant cave mouth yawns in the hillside, swallowed by thick green vegetation. Alto steps into the pitch-black tunnel, magic light faintly glowing off his skin, and the cold hits harder than he expected. Thank God he grabbed that jacket. Deep in the Achilles mine, Alto tightens his search plan because this is a mine, so it's all about magic stones, and nothing huge or heavy can be hauled out, so his target has to be the rare stuff they can actually find underground. Alto remembers how, back in the day, he stumbled across a book that talked about a super rare kind of magic stone. As he plunges deeper into the freezing tunnel, right when he turns the corner, a massive troll slams into view, its grotesque mug filling the whole hallway. These B-rank monsters are dumb as rocks, but their endurance and raw power are straight up terrifying. Most regular adventurers get wiped out in seconds, and with their brutal aggression, you'd better believe they're dangerous as hell. But Alto doesn't stall. He slams on Fireball ×8 and rockets forward with a ferocious launch. He hurls a brutal barrage straight at the troll. Magic projectiles scream through the air, and he collided with the creature, unleashing explosive force that slammed everything into chaos. The troll ate the full force of that simultaneous assault, each impact blasting glowing light through the dark mine tunnel. Alto nods without hesitation, grabs the troll stone off the defeated monster, and right then, boom, a system alert flashes. He's uncovered a magic gemstone. Alto whips his head around the area, hunting for it like his life depends on it. Then, just after a brief hunt, he spots a glinting sparkle wedged in a hole in the mine wall. Alto digs for the glowing mono-shining gem, staring hard at its rare shine and guessing what it could fetch because he does the sorting himself. But the suits handle the payouts, so he never actually sees the true price. And just when he thought it was over, another system notification slammed onto his screen this time, for a dragon eye stone he'd just uncovered. As Alto pushes deeper into the dungeon, alerts keep bursting onto his screen, one step, one notification, non-stop. And the moment he realizes this B-rank dungeon is way more fun than he ever expected, he can't stop grinning. Later, Alto storms back to the Quest Introduction Guild. The female receptionist snaps, welcoming him back like she can't believe her eyes, because he's back way too soon. She points out his hunting permit was only good for 2 days, then asks, "What happened?" Alto admits he was itching to pocket today's haul first because he somehow racked up way more items than he ever expected, and when he offers to split everything with Lily, she freezes. "Wait, you mean half of your entire haul?" But she forces a calm smile, saying she's just happy he's doing so well. Then Lily actually digs through what Alto hauled back, and it hits her like a truck. She spots a magic chimmerstone and a dragon stone in the pile, panicking as her shock spills out, because every single thing there is top-tier high value. And that bag is stuffed to the brim with rare gemstones. Lily just stares at Alto in pure disbelief, asking if he really got all of it by himself. Alto casually drops the bombshell that he's always been a natural when it comes to scouting. Lily's dead serious. Alto needs to join a gathering guild right now, but first, she has to appraise every last one of them, detail by detail. Once the appraisal's finished, Lily beams and shows Alto the payout 10 gold coins. Alto's jaw hits the floor, completely stunned by how much he raked in from just one dungeon run. Lily stares at what Alto dragged back, and she can barely process it. Pulling this much out of a beer-ank dungeon is wildly unreal. And the wall map even labels shadow monsters, monsters so brutal that normally you need a full team of 10 just to survive them. Meanwhile, Alto locks onto the 10 gold coins, frozen as his brain tries to catch up with the sheer amount. Lily presses him on just how strong he really is, and Alto can only stare because he admits the results shocked even him. Later on, Alto and Lily step outside to talk about his future, and right away, Alto brings up the terrifying snag, the Knight Academy's entrance fee. Lily shoots back that it's heartbreaking how many talented people find themselves swallowed by defeat, because they can't scrape together the tuition. Alto figures, as long as he can chow down, anything's fine. Those windows are just dead space anyway. He's never chased more than he needs or worked for much, but things are totally different now. Then the warehouse supervisor makes it painfully obvious he doesn't have the cash to cover Alto's tuition, and Alto just sits there, wrestling with the fact that he'd been trying to grind it out over time through collection quests. The Knight Academy crowd is mostly nobility titles, bloodlines, the whole deal, while guys like Alto are the rare exception, since a whopping 80 of the students come from noble families. With that fresh dungeon haul in the bag, Alto suddenly realizes he could rack up his tuition in next to no time. The very next day Alto's back in full power, all fired up and ready to kick off his next run. He shoves his backpack full all over again, then decides, "All right, I'm heading back for now." Striding through the mine, Alto spots his. His XP gain efficiency skyrocketed compared to before, and now he can't stop wondering what quest is he going to grind tomorrow. Suddenly, a gut-wrenching crash rips through the mine, and the whole place echoes with it. Someone yells, "Go check it out," and Alto snaps into shock, blurting, "What was that?" And then someone fires back. It wasn't a normal scream. Then Alto explodes into a sprint, racing straight toward the source of the noise. Alto barrels through the mine, shouting that the noise has to be right around here. Then he spots one massive dragon, crouched right in the passage, blocking the way forward. Alto spots someone pinned under the dragon and instantly realizes they're about to die. He triggers physical buff time 16 the second the moment hits, no second thoughts. He charges full throttle and smashes into the dragon, powered up with unstoppable strength. The creature shrieks the second the blow lands. Alto claws his way forward, fighting that dragon with everything he has, all the way until, suddenly, someone in the back of the mine screams, "What the hell is a dragon doing in a place like this?" The massive creature crushes the passage, its scaled body swallows the tunnel whole, while Alto keeps hammering it with relentless attacks. A blonde woman with a ribbon tangled in her hair drops to her knees beside the injured man, tears blazing down her cheeks as she begs, "Are you alive?" Alto finally shows up and asks if they're okay while the woman stammers non-stop, visibly rattled by everything that just exploded around them. Alto leans in, checks the unconscious man, and snaps, "It's Mike." Then he tells the woman, "If you're going to run off with Mike, do it right now." Right then, someone shouts Mike's name, alarm bells hit. Meanwhile, Alto fires back that he'll try to do something about the dragon. Alto decides to steal the dragon's focus, drawing its wrath while someone shouts at it to chase them instead of the two civilians. Then Alto rockets toward the creature, screaming insults and calling it a huge oaf, and he proudly announces himself as the dragon's opponent. Then the dragon starts cooking up something truly devastating. Alto snaps to what it is. Dragon breath and fear flashes across his face. He realizes they're still nowhere near safety. The dragon slams its attack down. Boom! A furious burst of energy detonates through the mine passage and fills the whole tunnel. The dragon's fire slams into the mine like a wrecking ball, and Alto instantly realizes it's not just the force, it's the brutal heat blast that surges on contact. The blast roars outward from the impact, blasting people and debris in every direction. Someone realizes if this keeps going, the people from before are about to get wiped out. Alto slams the physical buff timer to times 16 all over again, stacking every enhancement in his favor as he rockets himself through, blazing through the air at a speed that felt unreal. Then the attack followed by the dragon's brutal counterslams, Alto to the ground hard. Alto refuses to fold, ripping back at the dragon, shouting for it to chase him. The dragon's breath detonates through the mine tunnel with terrifying force, tearing through everything as he dares it to come. But Alto suddenly clicks staying in the air could actually scatter that heat wave, because he's only getting hit while he's airborne, and if the blast rains down on everyone down on the ground, the death toll would be brutal. Lifting it into the air is way better than letting it crawl along the ground where everyone else can get hit. Then Alto snaps into action and unleashes his counterattack. He fires Ice Needle times 16 in non-stop continuous mode. Then bam, an insane storm of ice projectiles erupts, hammering straight at the dragon and turning the whole sky into a hail of frozen spears. Ice needles slam into the dragon's breath and detonate into a thunderous explosion. Down below, someone clocks the blast. Then the blonde woman screams in alarm as the impact hits. The impact slams the air, blasting out a brutal shockwave as icy shards explode outward, carving a perfect circle in the world. Alto erupts in triumphant shouts. He actually pulled it off and wiped out the dragon's breath attack. He fires off an order at the dragon, "Go on, make your next move," and demands it right there. Then he slams down ice walls one after another right on cue, times 16, in rapid succession. Huge walls of ice slam up between him and the dragon, sealing a protective barrier as the beast stays buried in smoke and debris. Someone glances up and bam, an entire wall of ice has spawned out of nowhere. Meanwhile, the blonde woman keeps shielding unconscious Mike and suddenly gets it. She wonders if this magic is really his doing, but then the truth hits. The dragon's breath isn't burning the air with that heat wave anymore. An icy wall shoots up inside the mine, towering like a fortress and blocking them from where the dragon is lurking. Alto can't stop replaying it. Having a dragon loitering around these borderlands is seriously weird, and he knows it. Dragons sprawled across the ground, totally wrecked by Alto's assaults, ice spears jutting out, and rubble strewn everywhere, while someone nearby just stares and thinks, "Wait, did they really pull off the win?" Meanwhile, Alto stands amid the wreckage of the mine, mind racing over what just happened, and the fact that a dragon showed up just an hour from town without warning feels totally impossible. He can't believe it. An S-rank monster is almost unheard of, even when it's the dungeon boss. And he only pulled it off because he could tap into ice and water magic at the perfect moment. Then it finally clicks. Those same people from earlier are right in front of him. And he whips around to make sure they're okay. Alto barrels over to the male guard and the blonde woman, who are tending to Mike. While he's still crumpled on the ground, the guard fires off, asking if Alto's all right, and the blonde woman yells out to him. Alto yanks out a potion in a blink and tells them it's ready, because as a lone adventurer, he can't stand the thought of getting sick. Then he shoves it into their hands. Mike throws out an apology, admitting that the paralysis is still messing with him. The whole group exhales in pure relief as they're finally rescued, and the blonde woman flashes a warm, comforting smile at Out. Alto's practically begging him with gratitude, and she admits that for a heartbeat she honestly had no idea what would happen next. Alto blushes hard, awkwardly brushing off her gratitude like it caught him completely off guard. The male guard drops his head, swears up and down in panic, and apologizes like crazy for blowing his job as their guard. Then the blonde woman snaps, "Lift your head," and shuts him down completely as he keeps trying to argue and protest. Then the woman snaps the truth into the air. There's no way anyone could have guessed they'd stumble on a dragon here, and even worse, that it would turn on them and betray them like a traitor from their own ranks. She cranes her neck toward Alto in the distance, and relief hits because the truth is, this guy really did come in clutch and save them. The blonde woman whips around to Alto, calls him her savior, and pours out a heartfelt thanks for pulling them back from death. Alto freezes up, all jittery and painfully awkward. He introduces himself as Alto, keeping it simple. Then she smiles and says her name's Charlotte, hoping they really get to know each other, and right then, Alto gets totally derailed by how elegant every single move is, like she's a living doll. Charlotte asks if she can thank him later and blurts out which guild he belongs to. Then just as Alto starts to answer, Charlotte shoots back an apology and insists they've got to sprint back to town right now. Charlotte pushes Alto to finally tell her the guild he usually runs with, and Alto squirms like, "No, you don't have to thank me. I'm just some lowly freelance adventurer." But then he drops the truth. This quest is actually a referral gig through a guild called the White Lancers. The male guard locks eyes with him, admits he knows that spot, and then pushes, "We're out of here right now." The whole group gets ready to launch, and the guard hustles in to apologize for every bit of trouble, then slips away. Right after that, Charlotte locks eyes with Alto, swears she'll make him whole for this, and thanks him again with that warm, glowing smile. Alto just stands there, staring as they vanish, left totally baffled like, what the hell was that supposed to mean? A few days later, at the White Lancers Guild, the warehouse supervisor slams Alto hard and screams at him to move it, and Alto nearly trips over from the sheer force. The supervisor erupts in a full-blown rant, blaming whoever he can, all while insisting that it's their fault he's stuck organizing the warehouse he swears. When Alto finally left, the sudden labor shortage hit them like a wall. Everything he used to handle crashed down on them all at once. The supervisor keeps screaming that just seeing Alto makes his blood boil. Meanwhile, back at the White Lancers Guild, Erasolito strides up and asks what brutal quest is hitting hardest right now, and the staff throws out an idea: go clear a beer-ranked dungeon. But Erasolito slams it shut on the spot, snaps that it's not good enough, and demands a major win like right now. He demands to know if any A-rank quests are up for grabs because Erasolito's party has been getting crushed lately, failing quest after quest for days, and the guildmaster's faith in them has hit rock bottom. The guild staff tells him there's not a single A-ranked quest right now, and Erasolito's rage spikes through the roof. He snaps at them, calls them worthless, and threatens to hunt for work somewhere else. Right then, a sharp-looking royal official in glasses and full formal attire strides into the guild right behind him, a whole group of people. Someone remarks that he's got some serious nerve, right after all those recent failures. The guild receptionist grins and ushers them inside. The official declares that he's here to beg for a mission from that specific man. Then Alto spots the emblem on the guy's chest, and it hits him hard. This isn't some random man, it's a royal official. The official says it's a nomination request, then they point at him and task him with a brutal, high-difficulty quest to see if the nominee's truly exam-ready. Alto is hit with pure shock, and Erasolito is staring around like he's seen the impossible. The official keeps talking, saying that, normally, only students from the Royal Knight Academy can take the Knight Selection exam, but this time they make an exception. Outsiders can join if the royal court backs them with a recommendation. The court hands out these brutal, high-difficulty quests only to people with real potential, like a test to see who's actually worthy. Alto's mind keeps replaying what he'd heard in rumors, yet he never expected it to be real. And the moment he sees the chance, jealousy hits him hard. Then the official steps forward and introduces himself as Lido. Suddenly, Erasolito erupts with excitement, convinced his exploits have finally blown all the way to the royal court. This is it, his once-in-a-lifetime shot to claw back his honor. Lily and Erasolito stood frozen with wide-eyed tension, holding their breath as they waited to find out who the nomination was for. Then Lido squares up to Alto and flat-out confirms it. He's the real Alto, no question, and he can't believe the coincidence. Alto looks exactly like they said he would. Alto blurts out a confused, "Wait, what?" Erasolito totally snaps, yelling at Lito to wait a minute, and he can't wrap his head around it, demanding answers. So what? This guy is Alto. He screams that Alto is a useless, no-good loser, then slams Lito with one question. "Do you know Eraso?" Lito fires back that Eraso is the guy everyone says is closest to becoming a royal knight right now. Lito shoots back, deadpan, "I've never heard of Eraso." And that single answer shatters Eraso to pieces. Meanwhile, Leto tells Alto that the princess wants him to become a knight, then presses him will he accept Alto, pauses, asking if Leto means the real princess. Leto nods and fires the question again, so will Alto accept? Alto leaned in and asked if finishing that quest would finally open the door for him to join the Knight Selection exam. Leto admits it's insanely hard, but if Alto pulls it off, he'll earn the chance to challenge the exam right alongside the third years from the Knight Academy to pick the Royal Guards. Then Erasolito freezes in total shock right as Lily shoots her hand up and begs for the quest, pleading with Lido to let her take it. The whole room erupts in chaos. When multiple people start shouting objections, someone even slams the idea down, insisting there's no way it's true, because Alto is a certified no-skill, and he can't possibly become a knight. Erasolito swings for one last desperate play, vowing with all his might, pointing to his past and the S-rank party he led, and declaring that he has to be the one they pick. But Leto coldly slams the question, does Erasolito really understand what happens when he dares to argue with the princess? Leto lays everything out with a cool, steady calm like he's controlling the whole storm. It's never happened before, some random nobody getting court approval, and the princess can already feel the backlash coming, so to shut it down, she'll have Lord Alto prove himself with either an exam or a duel in front of the whole audience, and that's why someone brings up the twist. If that duel can recognize power, then a spot on the selection exam might be within reach. Alto thinks to himself that this plan would make it way tougher for anyone to raise objections, and once they see the results, most people will buy in for sure. Leto checks if this plan works for Lord Alto, and Alto nods right away. Yeah, this sounds solid to me. Erasolito pounces on the moment, blurting out that he's seriously thankful for this setup, and promising that Eraso's about to bring everything he's got into this duel. Then Leto slams the news down tomorrow. The two of them will square off in a duel at the Royal Palace Arena. Alto's mind is racing as everything hits at once too fast to even catch, but he snaps into focus because this is his one chance. No matter the conditions, he's determined to clear them. Leto nods with full-on excitement, but Leto quickly adds, and the princess is coming too, so don't you dare be late. Meanwhile, in the Night Order headquarters, security is cranked up lock slam, guards double down, and preparations go into overdrive. It all kicked off for the public duel, no warning, just lightning-fast decisions. A female knight snaps into action, briefing the officers gathered before her. Then the knight selection exam ignites the whole capital, and rumors of some mystery adventurer start sprinting through every corner. The officials huddled, worried about security because the bigger the crowd got, the easier it was for dangerous people to slip right in. The braided hair female knight leans in and demands they plan for every single twist in the road because nothing, absolutely nothing, can be less than perfect. The briefing keeps rolling as someone drills the squad leaders to lock in their positioning and to hammer out any questions by day's end, because this mission is make or break, protect the citizens and the princess at the same time, no exceptions. Then the male knight steps up before the whole army and barks that this is no ordinary moment, it's an emergency, and everyone has to go all in. He sends them off to their duties. The knights shoot back with sharp, disciplined respect. At the same time, someone's digging through a document about Alto, scrutinizing every line. And the princess strides down the palace hallway, her footsteps pounding through the corridor like a warning. The princess studies the document about Alto, her eyes widening with amazement at every achievement, and she can't help but think, Alto is truly incredible. But that hit her hard. She thought she'd already crossed the start line, yet right now she's nowhere near strong enough to bring down an A-rank monster on her own. She stares at the document with fire in her eyes, swearing she'll get stronger too so she can finally stand shoulder to shoulder with him. The Royal Palace Arena is jam-packed, every single seat swallowed by roaring fans, and the whole place shakes with anticipation. Then the announcer steps in, voice booming, thanking every single person for their patience after the wait. And then he bursts out that the real show is finally starting. He swings the focus to the main event, announcing the night selection exam nominees and the opponents they'll face. The announcer kicks off the update, starting by spotlighting the recommended participant Alto. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Alto slumps on a bench while Leto stands right there, looming beside him. Leto grins at Alto and says he can't wait to show off his real strength right here today. But Alto can't hide it. Nervousness floods his face as clear as day. Alto's heart is pounding as the pressure cranks up because he knows this duel's outcome is about to flip his whole life upside down. He reminds himself this isn't like a normal fight. He can just prove everything he learned and show the results. But the tension keeps snapping tighter as Alto starts to crack, nerves creeping in. But then his determination locks in like steel. He's 100 sure he can't afford to lose. On the steps to the arena, Erasolito spots Alto and starts needling him, sneering that he figured Alto would bolt in pure fear. Yet here he is, showing up anyway. Then he talks down to him, smugly praising the courage it took to come. The guildmaster and the rest of the party are right there, close by. Someone blurts out that if Alto can beat Alto, he'll finally earn the right to take the quest needed for the knight selection exam. Alto struts up to the guildmaster, swears he'll become a knight and raise their guild's honor to new heights. Then the guildmaster nods, saying he's got every bit of faith riding on Alto. Then one of Alto's crew spots Alto in a flash. He clocked who it was, the no-skill guy they kicked out of the guild, and one teammate scoffed, saying it feels way too simple since all they've got to do is beat this guy. Alto's party member fires off an instant kill declaration, and Alto nods like it's guaranteed, grinning with pure confidence. The guildmaster and Alto burst into laughter, already celebrating an easy win over Alto. Leto turns to Alto and Alto and says, "All right, now I'm laying out the rules." He lays down the rules with zero room to argue win by shattering your opponent's barrier or landing even the tiniest hit, and the second it happens, no more attacks are allowed. Knights are on standby inside the arena, so if anyone gets nicked, healing magic is ready on the spot. Alto leans in, eyes locked as he absorbs every rule like it's a mission briefing, fully understanding what he has to do. Then Alto drops the final word. "Go ahead. I don't mind if you unleash your full strength. That's all." Yeah. Alto shoots back that as long as they stay inside the rules, there's zero reason to hold back. The crew huddles up, gear clicks into place, and they're about to charge for the arena right now. And Leto snaps, announcing it's time to go. Alto strides forward with steely determination beside Alto and the officials. He bolted toward the arena entrance, adrenaline roaring as he closed in. While the announcer rips into the mic, he thanks the crowd for their patience and shouts that the duelists are finally stepping out. Then Alto and Alto stride into the arena as the whole place erupts. The announcer clears his throat and declares, "All right, this is it. We're starting the public duel over the court's pick for the knight selection exam and the formal objection to it." Two rivals square up in the middle of this gigantic arena, and right between them stands the referee Butts, the knight announcing himself and asking, "You get the rules." Alto and Alto both lock eyes and confirm, clear as day, that they get it. Alto flashes a confident grin, vows to drop Alto with one clean hit, and blasts out that he's starting right now. Boots fires the signal and shouts that the duel is officially underway. Alto lunges forward like a cannonball. Straight for a high-level skill, he hurls Dragon Breath and blasts the air with a massive magical explosion. Alto clocks the technique instantly, but he can't ignore it. He just lived through a real dragon's breath in that mine a moment ago. With Alto's spell screaming toward him, Alto snaps into action and hurls a blazing fireball to counter it. Alto taunts him for using something so low-grade, cackling that there's no way Alto can top him with moves like that. Then the spells slam together in the middle of the arena. And the crowd goes silent in pure shock the moment Alto unleashes a fireball so huge, it's almost unbelievable. How in the world could a simple spell possibly grow that huge? Two spell-charged attacks slam into each other with earth-shaking force. Alto thrusts his fireball straight ahead, launching it forward like a punch. He rips straight through Alto's Dragon Breath. A brutal collision ripped through everything, blasting out massive energy waves that before the moment could even settle, rippled across the entire arena floor. Then the collision sparks a brutal explosion that rattles the entire arena like it's about to tear apart. Shockwaves slam outward from the blast point as the explosion devours the center with brutal force. And while it keeps roaring on, someone in the crowd freezes in total disbelief at what they're watching unfold right in front of them. Alto howls that it can't be done, but Alto's fireball slams right through his Dragon Breath. A massive explosion detonates across the whole arena flames and smoke swallow Alto, while Alto just stands there on the far side, totally unscathed. Out of nowhere, someone in the crowd yells in pure shock at what just happened. The dust finally clears, and Alto is sprawled on the ground, totally crushed and defeated. The crowd explodes into pure shock, staring like they can't possibly be seeing this because it feels unreal. The referee shoots his hand up and declares that Alto is the winner. Spectators can barely breathe as Alto stands victorious in the middle of the arena, like he just rewrote the rules. Irresolito sits there, numb with stunned defeat, replaying the loss like a nightmare. How did he possibly drop to that totally useless, no-skill bastard? Then an official strides up to Alto and declares, right to his face, that his power is exactly like the rumors proof he's truly fit to become a knight, and Alto can only thank him for saying it. Meanwhile, below, Charlotte snaps to attention and suddenly realizes Alto's. It's like I'm that voice from the day he saved her. And then she whispers his name so softly it barely reaches the air. Princess Charlotte strides up to Alto, eyes shining with gratitude, and pours out her heartfelt thanks for what he did the other day. Alto freezes in total disbelief, stammering, What, she's a princess? Charlotte races to apologize for the delay, then drops the bombshell she's Princess Charlotte of the Kingdom of Lawrence. She tells him straight, if it wasn't for him, she'd be dead right now, and she offers him her deepest, heartfelt gratitude. The guildmaster snaps, yelling, What is this supposed to mean? And the person next to him quickly blurts, I don't have a clue either. Charlotte leans in and tells Alto, I've seen it again, your power isn't a fluke. Then she looks at him like a knight's strength is finally undeniable. Then the male royal steps forward and declares, loud and clear, that their whole royal family is all in Alto is exactly who they want to recommend for the audition exam at the Royal Knight Academy. Charlotte keeps going, but here's the twist, Alto has to earn that recommendation the hard way, because even the royal family can't just hand one out to anyone. First, he'll have to finish a quest. Charlotte asks him straight up, will he agree to slip in that he'll get paid a reward too for finishing the quest? Alto blurts out right away that it would be an honor. Charlotte leans in and tells Alto she'll reach out again later on the proper channel, and she makes it crystal clear she genuinely wants him to earn that knight's title. They meet and lock hands. Charlotte leans in and tells Alto she's got sky-high expectations for him, and Alto shoots back a heartfelt thank you, his face blazing with real appreciation and grit. But the guildmaster is exploding with rage, screaming at Irresolito that it's all his fault for losing to that pathetic loser, and then he rants that he got humiliated too. Rage kept climbing as he tore into Irresolito for botching a B-rank dungeon, crashing their guild's pride to rock bottom, and earning the royal family's cold wrath, so all Irresolito could do was beg and apologize until his voice cracked. The guildmaster's voice turns ice cold as he says that, normally, he'd fire Irresolito this very instant. Irresolito panics and pleads for anything at all, anything before the firing hammer drops. The guildmaster snaps, telling Irresolito this is his final shot, one last chance before everything changes, saying their guild's survival is hanging by a thread, and he refuses to let it crash, while Irresolito keeps drifting so fast that soon he'll forget his entire adventurer life. Irresolito panics and demands to know what kind of shot he's being handed, and then the guildmaster's game clicks. He orders Irresolito to rig everything so that the useless fool, Alto, stumbles into a blunder. He figures the princess can say whatever she wants about Alto's abilities, but there's no way a no-skill could pull off a move like defeating Irresolito in a duel. The guildmaster shrugs off doubt and points to one thing: foul play has to be happening, and if they can finally prove Alto's truly incompetent, it'll slam shut the case and prove they were right from the start. Irresolito can't contain his excitement, practically bragging that it's exactly what a guildmaster should do. Then the guildmaster snaps a warning: failure won't be allowed again, not ever, and Irresolito grins, promising he'll rip that imposter's disguise clean off. The very next day, Irresolito and his squad crash up to a cave mouth. Then one of them blurts out, shaking, "Is this where that infamous S-rank monster is sealed?" Irresolito pushes for calm, telling them they don't have to go swinging at any monsters because with an S-rank party like theirs, they might end up facing the boss that's sealed in here themselves. But for right now, they're slipping out on a full-on scouting mission. The whole party huddles up side by side, eyes locked on the grim cave mouth like it's about to swallow them. Then the mask comes off. Irresolito pours out a fortune to bribe a court official and pin down exactly what quest Alto's being sent on, all because he's convinced that even if Alto's pulling every dirty trick in the book, he still won't beat an S-rank boss, and if everything goes his way, he might finally get rid of Alto for good. Arisolito flashes a wicked grin, dead set on wrecking Alto's chances no matter what it takes. Arisolito shouts for everyone to fall in line as the party charges into the cave system. After hours of grinding through the dungeon, they finally burst into the sealed chamber deep in the dark. As Arisolito stands before the seal, a nasty, unsettling feeling hits him like a warning. Every inch of him jitters as that sealed boss's sinister aura crawls out and coats his skin. One party member starts ranting that they have zero idea how many high-grade potions they chugged just to reach this point, rattling off S-grade potions and high-grade health potions one after another. Then their voice cracks as they get hit with full-on cold feet. Arisolito barks orders smash the seal and snatch the talisman. A female party member snaps, claiming this is an S-rank boss seal and insisting they were only sent out to scout. But Arisolito snaps at them to shut up and move, swearing that once they grab the talisman and bolt right now, everything will be fine. Then he snarls that if they don't act immediately, they're all getting fired. The female party member snaps, yelling at them to grab the talisman right now. Arisolito blares out a triumphant shout, "I did it!" Suddenly, the seal bursts apart in a colossal explosion of raw, blazing energy. The party stands below as the talisman finally cracks apart right before their eyes. The seal tears wide open in an instant, blasting out with unstoppable, crushing force. Then the party members scatter in full-blown panic as a wave of massive energy erupts. Arisolito shrieks in pure terror, and they all bolt the moment the seal starts to shatter. Right as chaos erupts, a voice booms through the chamber, announcing itself as the rank S boss. The female party member bangs out frantic shouts to run, while she throws physical buffs to keep everyone standing and racing toward escape. Arisolito's grin turns wicked the moment he clocks it. This is it. Alto's finished. The whole party charges through the dungeon hallways, and one member yells, "Stop! Wait for the captain!" A few days later, Alto gets hit with his quest briefing, and the knights step forward to explain everything. These are the two knights who will ride with him and judge his performance. The royal family hands you a mine-type dungeon mission, and it's brutally high difficulty. The road is packed with almost all beer ank or higher monsters, and the boss sitting at the end is an S-class nightmare. But there's more to this dungeon than meets the eye. Back when adventurers tried to take down its boss, the monster's insane vitality turned the battle into a brutal, never-ending grind. Since nobody had actually landed a real hit, they threw in the towel, sealed the boss away, and it stayed locked up for years. The knights tell Alto straight up this isn't some boss-bashing showdown. The real goal is to grab the treasure chest sitting in the boss's room. Two knights will ride along with him, and since the boss is sealed tight, Alto won't even run into it. Alto hunches over the quest documentation and devours every detail like it's the key to winning. He double-checked his prep and made sure his auto-magic settings were ready to go, and his potions are piled up and ready for battle. Now Alto stands right at the dungeon entrance, staring down a notorious boss as his knight selection exam kicks off with a brutal high-difficulty quest. He's fired up to the max and swears he'll crush this quest no matter what. Then Alto strides straight into the ominous dungeon entrance, itching to prove himself. Alto tears through the dungeon depths, carving up monsters with razor-sharp strikes. The moment he shoves deeper into the dark, these creatures come crashing down in his wake. Then, out of nowhere, a whole pack of glowing eyes flares to life ahead, lurking in the shadows, staring straight at them. Alto thrusts an ornate treasure item into the air, grinning like he just won the whole world. They locked in the quest objective mission secured. That female knight downright praises his detection skills, and she even admits she truly believed it was all over the second that S-rank alert screamed. Meanwhile, the male knight admits he never thought they'd clear the dungeon that smoothly, and he's not done yet. There's still work to do, so he gratefully thanks Alto for pushing them through. The whole group locks in and turns back, and they pull off the brutally hard quest with flying colors. They burst back into town, stepping out through the dungeon entrance like it was a trap door to freedom. Alto drops onto the steps, finally exhaling no problems at all, especially since this quest was handed down by the royal family themselves. One of the knights finally snaps and admits he's utterly worn out. As the two knights stretch out and laugh together, they call out Alto's crushing power and gush that they just cleared the quest together. Alto's mind drifts straight to his childhood friend Lily, and she's already slipping onto the starting line a step ahead of him. Already the top of her class at Royal Knights Academy, she must have sharpened every move there, sparring against the toughest fighters around. And she even scored the right to challenge the Academy's selection exam. Meanwhile, Alto has been grinding experience points for 3 non-stop years after they branded him with no skills and 0 magic aptitude because he straight up keeps leveling even while he's asleep. Alto realizes this could be his one shot. If he crushes the selection exam, he might finally reel Lily in. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, he ruminates on one brutal truth. They hate him for being useless, yet he'll still claw his way into becoming a knight. Alto braces himself, launches his auto magic, and vows to grind even harder for the exams, then decides to grab some food first. Then he strolls into town, and bam, an enormous crowd erupts out of nowhere, smashing into place and turning the whole street into chaos around him. Alto freezes in place as chaos detonates all around him. A stranger in the crowd screams for everyone to bolt, and right in the middle, that spiky blonde guy yells that the boss just climbed down from the mine. Alto can barely breathe as he stares at what's happening. Panic erupts, people blurt out, "Are you serious? Do we have to rush?" Then one voice cuts in. "This is the thing even a squad of A-rank adventurers couldn't take down." The blonde guy jabs his finger and growls that the boss is that way. Alto's eyes widen as he realizes everything has gone completely off the rails. People bolt every which way as Alto charges off in the exact opposite direction, thinking, that mine-type dungeon, it's straight down this way. Near the town, they've got to face their boss fast, like right now, while staying as far from the city as they possibly can. But then Alto suddenly squares up with the threat staring him in the face. A gigantic dragon zombie bursts out of the darkness, towering right in front of him. Its undead body loomed overhead, massive and terrifying. The dragon zombie keeps regrowing itself over and over, no matter how relentless the attacks slam into it. Someone screams instructions, and another adventurer finally clocks it no matter how hard he swings. The thing won't stay hurt, it just keeps stitching itself back together, leaving not a single dent. The whole situation unravels the moment someone realizes it's crawling forward, inch by inch, refusing to stop. The blonde adventurer clicks into the truth. No matter how many top-tier adventurers show up here, it still isn't nearly enough. At this pace, that dragon zombie is about to crash straight into the city. Alto sprints across the elevated structure, mind blazing, as he counts the people still trapped in the city. Then he unleashes a fireball, X16X. The massive spell slammed into the dragon zombie, and the blast wrecked it so hard the air practically screamed. A force so brutal it wiped its head clean out of existence. Alto stares at the outcome and instantly swears he blew its head clean off, so yeah, this has to be the end. But then boom, someone shouts that the creature is regenerating way too fast to even breathe. Meanwhile, the Knight Commander of Security storms onto the scene. A goateed knight-sized disaster detector, he stares at it for a beat and instantly knows this whole thing is doomed, no questions asked. He leans in and demands, "What's going on?" and spots Alto, because he clocks him instantly as the big shot the guards were talking about earlier. A knight shouts at Alto that their attacks are straight up useless, and another fighter steps in to explain that regeneration is the dragon zombie's specialty, why it's sitting at the dreaded S-class. Scholars say it has 7 cores buried in its torso, and you've got to wipe every single one out at the exact same moment. Then the real trouble snaps into focus with 4 circuits. You can hold up one barrier and still fire off 3 attacks at the exact same time, and those magic circuit diagrams spell out the limit. The blonde knight realizes with a jolt that it's impossible. Alto can't pretend anymore. He knows this is going to be brutal. The blonde knight figures that the more skilled you are with your magic circuit, the higher your standard climbs. Then someone blurts out they wish they had Lily on their side, because she's got 7 circuits. But the chanting and speed won't match up from person to person, and on top of that, they've got to slam 7 cores inside the body at the exact same time, so it takes a whole crew, perfectly synced. Alto realizes there's no way to smash those cores at the exact same instant. The blonde knight screams that they're out of options and demands everyone pitch in. Then he orders them to shout exactly how many magic circuits they've got. Alto blurts out that out of everyone here, he's got the most, and the blonde knight snaps back that they'll smash the cores at the same time then. Smugly, Alto reveals he's already pinpointed them with his appraisal skill. The dragon's body shows off 7 key spots: left wing, left shoulder, right shoulder, the solar plexus, and then the neck and head. The blonde knight claims he's got 5 magic circuits, so he's going to hit 5 locations, but Alto has to land strikes on just 2 the right shoulder and the base of the right wing, and Alto snaps back that he gets it. Then the blonde knight screams, "Here he comes!" And before anyone can blink, Alto shouts, "Fire Lance!" and they slam their perfectly synced attack into the enemy. As the combined attacks crash in from every angle, Fire Lance rips through the dragon zombie's body, detonating explosive hits straight into its weakest core. Alto can't help but wonder if it actually worked, because it sure looked perfectly synchronized from his side. Meanwhile, onlookers are blown away by how perfectly they move together like a knight and a top-tier adventurer who were born to sync up on the spot. But then the blonde knight shouts that it's no use, he couldn't quite smash the core after all. Alto freezes in total shock. The blonde knight lays it out meat and hide have totally different thicknesses, so you can't just smash them together and expect the strike to land. Alto screams that they've got to rip the matter apart and lay bare the core. But then someone shouts, "Even if you expose it, it'll just snap back and regenerate in an instant." And another voice slams in, "You've got to hit it with 7 attacks all at once. Only then can you even reveal the core." After the blonde knight sees how insane the plan is, someone snaps that they'll have to land another 7 attacks at the same time to make it work. Then out of nowhere, the blonde knight erupts into a shout, "We have to do it!" And he calls everyone in, begging for help. Alto and the others waste no time, confirming they're in. The blonde knight strides up and declares he can spot all 7 cores. Then someone shouts at the whole squad to knock them out in one single go. Alto and the crew smash in together, shouting "Fire Lance," as strike after strike crashes into the dragon zombie. Someone yells that they've obliterated the core, but right away, another voice snaps back, shooting it down. The blonde knight snaps, "There's no point, this won't work." Alto figures out something brutal: the more people they bring, the harder the timing gets. Alto swears he'll push forward as many times as it takes, and the blonde knight shoots back, "Count me in." Exhausted fighters near the city entrance are hanging on by a thread. Alto clocks the truth: everyone's been burning through those top-tier skills non-stop, and now the mana's running dry, so their accuracy starts tumbling fast. The blonde knight blurts out, "So what are we doing next?" But then Alto snaps, calls out to him, and begs for permission to do it himself. The blonde knight whips around and fires a question at Alto. "Do you've got a ton of magic circuits?" Alto swallows and admits it, just only one magic circuit. The blonde knight snaps back. "Then we've got nothing left to talk about." But Alto refuses to back down. He swears he can fire off 7 skills at once and begs for just 1 shot to prove it. The blonde knight stares at Alto, frowning hard, convinced that a kid with 0 skill and just 1 magic circuit can't possibly matter. Meanwhile, the blonde knight tells Alto, "Let's try it," and the moment the words leave his mouth, you can tell he's convinced he's out of options either way. Alto beams with pure excitement and thanks him, then swears he's about to prove himself. Someone tells Alto, "We'll rip the dragon zombie open and lay bare the cores." Then they slap down the command he has to smash all 7 cores at the exact same time. Alto nods and confirms, "Got it." The blonde knight rockets forward, shouting, "I'm going in," and unleashes a fire lance right as the coordinated assault erupts. Multiple fighters surged in, slamming attacks from every angle like they'd rehearsed it. The dragon zombie gets pounded by wave after wave of strikes. Alto's right there, driving every hit home. The blonde knight and their team unleash perfectly synced assaults, massive explosions, rip across the battlefield as their attacks slam together on the towering undead monster. Then boom, someone yells that all 7 cores are out, and another voice panics and begs their auto magic to finally kick in. Alto snapped his skill on and unleashed Fireball X7 like a weapon from the heavens. The blonde knight freezes in shock, and it hits him. Alto truly blasted 7 shots at once. Someone else blurts out, totally stunned, reacting to what they're seeing. Alto bared his focus and pressed every move forward, determined to land all his attacks at the exact same second. Altos can't stop his thoughts from racing. He's locked in and ready to fire 7 fireballs at the dragon, but the beast keeps slipping out of his aim, and this is his chance to prove that all those days of non-stop orbital control practice weren't for nothing. And for him, there's no such thing as failing, only winning. Then a command snaps down on him, telling him to go. Malto closes the distance in an instant, locking straight onto the dragon zombie, and the thing lets out a violent roar as it scrambles to strike back. But Alto snaps back, swearing it won't slow him a bit, and then he barrels forward, pressing the attack harder than ever. Meanwhile, the blonde knight commander watches Alto in the middle of the chaos thinking, this is the guy who should have been smashed already, but he hasn't even flinched. He can't help but notice Alto's razor focus as Alto barrels forward and smashes the dragon zombie head-on with crushing, devastating force. 7 fireballs slammed into place at the exact same moment. All 7 cores detonated in one brutal burst, blasting shockwaves straight through the dragon zombie's towering body. The creature detonates in brutal bursts, and each time a core gets obliterated, it explodes harder. Down below, the observers lean in, then watch the coordinated assault land perfectly and win. A brutal flash explodes over the battlefield as the dragon zombie finally collapses, dead to the world. When the dust finally clears, the watchers jerk in shock, hit with emotion, and see the creatures sprawled across the ground while Alto stands amid the wreckage, calm as a blade, quietly proving to everyone that he really did it. Onlookers freeze in shock as someone blurts out that Alto straight up took down a dragon zombie while the blonde knight demands, "Are you serious?" Another watcher blurts that he can't believe Alto actually pulled it off. Then someone chimes in, "We've never seen anyone use 7 skills at once," and adds that Alto's trajectory was shockingly precise too. The blonde knight closes in on Alto, admits they never could have done it without him, and fires off a grateful thank you, then asks Alto's name, like it's not already past the nice to meet you stage, and Alto just answers, "It's Alto." Meanwhile, the guy nearby blurts that he's the winner of that duel from the other day, crushed it in a blink. The blonde knight's eyes narrow like the name hits a nerve, and Alto nods in a calm, controlled voice. The blonde knight doesn't dodge the truth. He admits he'd heard the rumors, then watches Alto wreck the field with pure skill, and it hits him. Alto really is knight-worthy. Still, he points out the brutal limit: no knight can juggle 7 spells at once. Alto shoots him a thanks, but inside he's like, I can actually fire 16 at once, and he keeps that secret locked down. The crowd swarms around Alto and the knight, roaring over their victory, declaring a new hero for the city is born, praising how they lived because of Alto, and raining blessings down on him like the heavens themselves opened. Back at the palace, Princess Charlotte marched up to a royal official and told him that Lord Alto's mission was a total win. Then the official stared, admitting the truth. Alto actually beat the S-rank boss that had been sealed away. And yeah, that's seriously unbelievable. Charlotte presents the report about the knight because she was the one who stayed close while Alto went on that mission. The knight's verdict came in glowing. Alto's skill, courage, focus, and teamwork were all top tier, and the knight even said he'd genuinely want to ride alongside him as a fellow knight. Princess Charlotte calls the results seriously impressive, then demands they get Alto made a knight no matter what, and the male official nods along instantly, zero hesitation. Then someone drops the bombshell: the boss they just took down originally had a permanent seal put on it, except the real twist is the traces they found proving that seal got undone by someone, and that's way too suspicious to ignore. Meanwhile, Princess Charlotte and the male official argue in the palace hallway, and the official snaps that the accompanying knight swears they smashed right into the sealed boss room. Then someone points out that Alto actually tore through the barrier himself. The official leans in and tells Charlotte the real culprit, and the proof will surface soon enough. The male official snaps that the culprit was Eroso, the man who dueled Lord Alto, and he confirms what Princess Charlotte already feared. Eroso gets arrested on the spot. Princess Charlotte stares into the silence, digging up the ugly grudge that started it all. Then the male official smirks at Princess Charlotte, says he knew it would come to this, already calls in the military police, and slams Eroso with a 20-year sentence of mind labor. Meanwhile, Erosolito sits at the table, chuckling to himself like he's already ahead of everyone about how. His plan unfolds flawlessly, and the boss is absolutely thrilled. He's already thinking, too, if that guy botches his quest, Erosolito steps in and gets made a knight. Then out of nowhere, military police stormed into the room. Somebody screams that the military police are here, and they bark at everyone to freeze in place. Erosolito stares in total disbelief as officers swarm him, and the military police slam the news down. He's under arrest for unsealing an S-rank boss and putting the whole city in danger. Erosolito rips into a desperate protest, yelling that there's no way this arrest is real, and begging them to admit it's a mistake while the officer tries to stall him, asking what proof they've got, and Erosolito fires back that he's got nothing to do with any of it. But the officers snap, telling him to stop fighting and to look, everything they need is right here in the evidence. Erosolito keeps shrieking that it's all a mistake as they haul him away. Back at the palace, the officials start trading furious updates. Turns out they didn't just arrest the guildmaster. Belong, two of Eroso, both men now face extra charges like bribery and power harassment, so the punishment is going to hit even harder. Someone blurts that it's a total relief they took him out before he could ever threaten Master Alto, and the male official nods along with zero hesitation. Then a knight bursts in and shouts that Master Alto is here. Princess Charlotte immediately orders them to let him in. Alto steps in, and Princess Charlotte welcomes him with a bright, "Long time no see." Then she thanks him for protecting the city from that rampaging boss. Then Princess Charlotte leans in and tells Alto she heard he wiped out an opponent even the knights couldn't fell with one strike, and she makes it clear his skills already blow past any knight. But Alto quickly brushes it off, saying they only won because he teamed up with everyone. The officials step up to hand Alto his reward, and Princess Charlotte declares that his victory in finishing the quest and saving the city earns him more than just praise. He's officially been rewarded. He's officially been cleared to take the knight selection exam, no turning back. Alto throws his whole heart into it, thanking them again and again like he might never stop. Princess Charlotte leans in and tells Alto she just knows he'll be fine. Then she throws him a new dream once he's a knight. She wants him to lend his power to her unit, hoping he'll pass with flying colors. Alto practically beams and says he's genuinely honored, then promises he'll give it everything to meet her expectations. Princess Charlotte leans in and tells him, "Good luck out there." A few days later, Alto finally shows up at the Royal Knight Academy, and right in front of him, that massive place looms with towering spires and sharp turrets. Students drift around the grounds while he cranes his neck, soaking in the whole place from above. Then the academy system gets laid out for him during the month-long knight selection exam. Alto will get treated just like a Knight Academy student, and the class line is split in two regular academy students on one side and recommended commoners on the other. Between every exam, the students grind through classes that teach them the real skills they'll need, because this isn't just about practice, it's about what comes after. Alto strides across the academy grounds, noble students eyeing him like he's a headline, and he can't stop wondering what dorm life is going to feel like once exam period hits. Meanwhile, elites from every corner of the country are here grinding their skills, and it smacks him right in the chest he won't become a knight unless he beats every single one of them. But Alto shrugs it off and does what he always does quietly, sharply, then whips his eyes around like, "Wait, where the heck even is the orientation?" Suddenly, a staff member strides in and tells Alto and the other students waiting, "The briefing officer's almost here, hold on a little longer." Alto stands in the hallway, wearing that deadly serious look, And the moment someone walks into the Royal Knight Academy, it hits hard. Just because you're here doesn't mean you'll become a knight. This place is packed with rivals. And here's the killer detail: the knight selection exam only happens one time, right smack in the middle of their third year. Alto's heard graduates won't sweat over finding work once they've got academy on their name, but if they flop, that failure will haunt them forever, because they won't just miss their chance to become a knight, they'll live with it for the rest of their lives. Alto strides forward alone, replaying the moment becoming a knight felt flat out impossible, like it would never happen. His thoughts snag on Lily, the transfer student who showed up mid-semester, and he can't stop thinking if she'd just followed the normal track, she'd be a full-on knight by now, right? Then someone yells, "Alto!" And he snaps his head around, stunned to realize he somehow ended up taking the exact same exam as Lily just 1 year later. The thought hits him hard: if you don't quit on your dreams, fate really can bring you back around. Meanwhile, the background students are whispering and giggling, spilling gossip about that nepotism brat everyone's been talking nonstop about. A smug blonde noble storms up to Alto, wearing that cocky grin like armor, then introduces himself as Bon Bon Ere right to the House of Bones doorstep, and straight as a current student at the Royal Knight Academy. Alto just pops in and introduces himself simple, quick, and to the point. But then Bon Bon leans in and Alto's like, "So what dirty tricks did you pull back then to get this recommendation?" Alto can't believe he has to deal with guys like this. It's draining him fast, so he decides to shut it down and brush him off. And the survival skills he sharpened in the Black Guild kick in right when he needs them. Bon Bon tells Alto, "Let me see what you've got. Use your appraisal skill and show me your magic aptitude." Alto realizes he can peek at someone else's true aptitude using higher-tier appraisal magic, but it feels like a massive etiquette violation. Then Bon grins and uses his appraisal skill on Alto. His eyes snap wide with shock when he realizes there's just one lonely magic circuit, and Bond mutters, sounding disgusted at the pathetic result. Students all around them start blaring gossip, and someone shouts, "With just one barrier, what is Alto even supposed to do?" While others burst into laughter, sneering that even a commoner's got more circuits than him. Then Bon Bon screams at Alto that knights are the kind of superior legends like him, and he dares everyone to watch. He hurled a fireball magic blast with pure showmanship, lighting up the scene like a spark from the heavens. And right then, the students around them explode into praise, calling him Lord Bond's next masterpiece, mastering 5 magic circuits at once with jaw-dropping precision, just like they knew he would. Bond declares that this is the power of a man who's clearly destined to wear a knight's armor. He jeers at Alto, sneering that someone like him who can barely hold up even one barrier could never dream of becoming a knight. Bond smirks hard and goes, "Looks like Alto's just staring in awe at the sheer greatness of my magic, huh?" Alto just smirks and asks straight up if Bond's really bragging about landing a measly 5 fireballs, and as he does, doubt flickers in his mind. He figured the princess was only flattering him, but what if he can actually stand his ground with his current power? The nobles snap with confusion and fury at Alto's cocky smile, demanding to know why he looks so thrilled, and if he's really saying he's got no connection to the higher-ups, they tell him he'd better prove it. Someone asks how many shots Alto has to land, then dares him to prove it like right now if he truly thinks he can. Alto grins and goes, "Fireball time number 16. And just like that, he snaps his spell, bam, 16 blazing fireballs explode out at once, scorching the training targets. A brutal storm of fireballs crashes down on the targets with terrifying pinpoint precision. Meanwhile, the nobles just stand there, stone-faced and shaking with shock, while Bon and the others flip out, yelling, "No way, 5, no, 16 at once. There's no way that's even possible." Tuh. Then someone fires a question. What kind of trick did Alto pull? And the whole room freezes. Bond just blurts at him to drop the garbage, because there's no way he could pull that off without cheating. Alto stays totally calm and shuts it down. He didn't cheat, not even once. Alto says if he had to break it down, he thinks his whole unique skill is basically his cheat code. Someone yells that he's got just one magic circuit, and the words die in their throat, as disbelief hits hard, while someone else grumbles that things have gotten way too loud. "Yeah, what the hell is going on here?" Suddenly, a stern-looking man strides forward and declares, "I'm Arthur, the examiner for this term selection process." The second the students spot him, they snap to attention and start peppering him with, "Wait, are you really Captain Arthur, the prodigy who stormed the ranks and became the youngest captain in history?" Arthur leans in and says he'll skip the small talk about the exam. 3 rounds are coming: individual fights, dungeon battles, and then team clashes, and he'll hand out an emblem only to the ones he decides have truly hit the mark. Alto clocks that Arthur's walking around like a straight-up celebrity. Everyone's clearly recognizing him. Arthur keeps tearing the exam apart. For everyone, turns out there are 3 emblems: total effort, adaptability, and teamwork. Grab all 3, and you earn the right to become a knight and clear the exam. He breaks it down like this: you're supposed to snag 1 emblem in each of the 3 exams, and the diagram lays it out: dungeon battle, team battle, then individual battle, all funneling toward Alto as the endpoint. But if your abilities really light up, the examiners can hand out multiple emblems in a single exam too. That's the system, at least. That's what it says on paper. Arthur doesn't slow down. He drops one hard truth every single year. People try to skate by until the final exam and snatch all 3 emblems in one go, but those emblems don't belong to anyone whose head's still in naive fantasy mode. He adds that if someone can't bring their absolute best in the first test, they're basically done because there's almost no way they'll step up in the next one. He says this comes from some hotshot who's apparently elite even among the knights, and Alto just thinks, yeah, recognition isn't handed out, it's earned, because this exam is about to be brutal. While the noble students huddle together and listen, Arthur finishes the briefing, telling them the exams hit in 1 week. And then it's straight into individual one-on-one battles where everyone has to face everyone. Matchups won't be revealed until the exam day, so for now, he shuts the whole thing down and dismisses them. A week later, the Royal Palace Arena is packed to the brim, and the stands are roaring with spectators. Alto looks back on the past week and grins now that he's had unlimited access to the training grounds in his free time. He's been smashing real, hands-on drills instead of being stuck cooped up in the forest. And he kept up the steady auto-magic training until today. On top of that, the classes let him fire questions at the pros, so his progress has been way more efficient than when he was stuck doing everything solo. So yeah, he's showing up in perfect shape, and his fire magic just leveled up for real, proving it's been stronger than it has in a while. Then out of nowhere, someone yells Alto's name. Lily barrels toward him at full speed, and Alto spots her instantly. Lily practically bursts with joy, shouting that it's been forever since she last saw him. They all link up in the arena waiting room, packed with other students milling around, all of them waiting for the match to start. Alto beams at Lily and blurts out that she really did it, she became a knight. And Lily throws him a grateful nod, saying he finally made it this far too. Lily leans in and tells Alto, good luck out there, cheering on her junior for whatever comes next. Alto can't believe it either. Her skill is insane, right? He tells her, so much went down, but I still pulled it off. I got a recommendation from the princess. Yeah. Alto leans in and promises her, I'll give it my all just like your senior should. Then another noble student strides up and blurts out that he had no idea Alto was acquainted with a knight. Alto just answers with a calm greeting. Meanwhile, a noble student spots Alto in the arena hallway and rushes over, telling him they've got each other lined up for today's game. Suddenly, another noble student snaps at Alto and declares, I'm going to prove once and for all you're not a cheater, so give it everything you've got today. Bonbone, the heir to the House of Bones, stands shoulder to shoulder with the other nobles, and one of them laughs, saying, there isn't even a 1 in a million chance they'll lose. Bonbone flashes total confidence, backing it up as the heir of his house. But Alto just can't shake the question, where in the world does that kind of confidence even come from? A silent witness watches the whole scene unfold, saying nothing. A massive older man dressed to the nines suddenly steps into view, and Bonbone barrels toward him, grinning, and blurts out whether Duke Wilo might have stopped by to see him. The man flashes a calm, Bonbon, and the caption snaps and he's Duke Waylo, a minister in the royal court. Bonbon blurts out his thanks over and over, but Duke Waylo shuts him down, telling him, "Don't you dare disappoint me," because he set his sights on Bonbon and expects him to be his son. He tells Bonbon to brush it off, like it's no big deal, because this guy is the boss of Bonbon's father, and that father is the kind of exceptional you only hear about, not forget, while Alto just stands there, frozen, replaying the whole exchange in his head. The group stares as Duke Waylo turns and strides down the hallway, vanishing from sight. Then Bonbon whips around and snaps toward Alto with pure aggression. He huffs, asking if he even realizes what he's bragging about his family, the House of Bone, has the court's trust, and then another student jumps in like, "Trust is everything to a knight." Suddenly, a bald man shoots to his knees right in the middle of the arena, and Bonbon announces that he's here with the Duke's expectations, so he's got to be a real knight, way more than Alto ever will be, until a voice cuts in and orders them to pardon this intrusion. An older man draped in lavish royal robes steps into the hallway, and the noble students freeze in pure shock before the caption reveals it's King Lawrence, Queen Charlotte's father. He remarks that it looks like a bunch of students are coming back to take the exam again this year. Right before the exam, he gets up and blurts out an apology for barging in, then tells everyone, "Don't worry about me, just carry on like I'm not here." Alto just froze, staring around, stunned that the king would dare come to a place like this, so what on earth was he here for? While Bonbon is absolutely stunned, she can barely process the fact that it's the king himself. Bonbon barrels forward out of nowhere, shouting that it's an honor to meet his majesty for the very first time. He tells you the House of Bone has protected the royal family for generations, and even his own father is held in massive respect by the minister. But the king cuts straight to Alto, grabs his attention and says, "I've heard tons about you from my daughter," then adds he's been counting down to finally see Alto in action. Alto jolts with pure surprise. A tiny panel flickers in his mind, Charlotte standing right there beside the king, like fate just struck a match. Charlotte shoots Alto a wave and sends him luck. Then the king blurts out an apology right as the exam is about to begin. But Alto grins and shouts that he'll give it everything he's got. The royal party starts to head out, and the students crowd the hallway and arena floor, staring in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Bonbon is totally frozen in place, his face twisted into pure shock and rage, while behind him, the students murmur like they're clueless, wondering why the king and princess are chatting with some magic circuit like one cheater's rigging the whole game. Right then, someone blurts out, "Are we all here yet?" An official steps up and blurts that he's hauling them to the arena now, then snaps, "Follow me." The group slips into the hallway, and the noble students hiss and mutter as one of them snaps, "So what? Alto's taking the knight selection exam on a royal recommendation." And suddenly, it's clear they're not all being treated the same. With noble pride burning in his chest, he vows he'll make sure Alto gets taught a proper lesson right as the scene shifts to A. A noble student snaps back that if the king is being so nice to Alto, then he definitely pulled some dirty trick to make it happen. Then in the arena, Arthur stands on the official podium and blasts out to the crowd that the selection exam is finally kicking off. First fighter to land a hit on their opponent wins it all. The announcer blasts out the first matchup, Alto versus Bond. Then a noble student barks, "Step forward," and Alto and Bonbon stride right onto the arena floor. Bonbon and Alto snap into their battle stances in the arena, Arthur standing right between them, calling the duel as referee. Meanwhile, up in the stands, one student smirks and says Alto might have pulled the wool over everyone last time, but not in a real fight right then. A big noble student leans in with total confidence and vows he'll end Alto in 2 seconds flat. Suddenly, the announcer's voice blasts across the arena, snapping everyone into action and ordering them to start the match. The moment the match kicks off, Bonbon explodes forward, shouting for his blizzard launcher spell, trying to wipe Alto out before he even gets a breath. He mocks Alto as a total fool, swearing that no mid-tier skill could ever touch his high-tier power. But Alto slams the switch and activates Fire Lance X16. The two magical attacks slam together dead center of the arena, and Alto's fire lances instantly smash through Bonbone's ice, forcing the blizzard to crumble as a brutal rain of flaming spears carve straight forward, while Alto just strides through the wreckage like it's nothing, and the noble students in the stands can only stare, completely dumbfounded by his overwhelming power. While Bonbon reels in total shock, he can barely get words out. He blurts that it's Fire Lance Rain, a top-tier skill. Then the attack crashes into him. He shrieks as the flames slam into him, then boom! Bonbon gets knocked flat, and it's all over for him. He sprawls on the arena floor, realizing too late that he mistook Alto's multiplied mid-tier spell for some unstoppable top-tier technique. And just like that, the match ends in a blink. Alto's Fire Lance barrage rips through the arena with brutal, unstoppable power. The magical blade screamed through the rocks and wreckage, carving up the whole battlefield like a raging storm of destruction. Bonbone gets slammed so hard by the sheer onslaught that he's completely overwhelmed. He slammed him to the ground and wiped him out in seconds. Meanwhile, the noble students up in the stands go totally silent, pure shock on every face. One stutters, unable to believe that Lord Bone, their top student, got taken out instantly, and another noble just can't even wrap their head around what they've witnessed. Bonbon sprawls on the ground, shaking with disbelief, snarling that he got beaten by a cheating bastard just like Alto. Right away, a noble student snaps, accusing Alto of cheating again and labeling him a coward to his face. Then the dark-haired noble student slices right through the chaos with a chilling statement saying that even if it was cheating, the battlefield only crowns the living as the winners. The arena erupts as the announcer's voice blasts through the halls. Alto wins. Duke Willow can't even process what he just saw, and yet another noble student is left completely stunned. The Bone family's heir got wiped out in the blink of an eye. Then an official strides forward and hands Alto the emblem. The emblem of effort earned for crushing it in the first round. Arthur strides up and calls out the next match. Gregory Burns and Mia Knightley step forward, lock into position in the arena, and brace for their duel. Meanwhile, up in the stands, a student squints and swears it looks like a scrappy little animal is going toe-to-toe with a wild beast. Arthur roars for the match to start, then Gregory explodes forward on the attack, shouting "Sand shot" as he strikes. Mia fires back instantly, slamming down an ice wall right as the icy barrier snaps into place to shield her. As she channels her spell, and a glowing magic circle bursts into existence right in front of her. Gregory wastes no time and follows up by going straight to Stone Hammer, unleashing a crushing magical blast right at her. Mia slips out of the way and snaps back with a brutal counter. Then Gregory hurls sand again, blasting her with a relentless storm of projectiles. Mia gasps as the impact slams into her, and she struggles to break free of his non-stop assault. The announcement slams down the verdict. Gregory Burns is the winner. Turns out his opponent was leagues ahead, blasting magic with lightning speed and surgical precision. From the stands, the students snicker that he's a total slowpoke, and one noble even chuckles, saying he wished he'd been the one to fight him, while Gregory Burns stands there, victorious, and while Mia is sprawled in defeat on the ground between him and the other student. Alto glances from the side as Mia sinks into dejection, staring down like her world just collapsed. Meanwhile, Arthur sends everyone home with a sharp, "Good work," then drops the news the second exam hits and 2 weeks' details will come later. Students burst into a heated debate, shocked that fewer than a third of the whole group actually pulled off getting an emblem. As the crowd spills away, Alto shoots a quick look at everything that's happening because the second exam isn't a test anymore, it's a full-on dungeon crawl. He's got to be more seasoned than the Knight Academy kids, but dungeons never play fair, and the unexpected always strikes first. He realizes that if it keeps going like this every single time, then almost nobody will ever make it as a knight. Then Alto charges straight for the training grounds, dead set on being completely ready for anything. Alto bursts into the training area right after the exam. Just like everyone expected, the place is completely empty. Suddenly, his eyes catch something, and he spots Mia in the distance, flanked by 2 guys. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, 2 male students corner Mia. One scoffs that she's still practicing after failing, and the other sneers that even after ranking last, she keeps training, calling it a total waste. A male student snarls at Mia, telling her she better know her place and demands to know if she feels any shame. The other guy shrugs and basically says she's too stupid to even notice where she's standing. Alto cuts him off mid-sentence and demands to know who, exactly, should be the one truly embarrassed. The male students snapped their heads toward him, totally baffled, and demanded, "What's your problem?" Alto snaps that even right after the exam, Mia was the first to hit the training floor, and then he turns the question on them, who's really got something to be ashamed of. He calls them out for sneering at someone grinding their hardest, basically saying they're straight up breaking the code of chivalry. Meanwhile, Alto rakes through the last 3 years since the aptitude rite, replaying everything he's lived because even after he'd heard endless talk like that, he kept training and refused to slow down. He knows better than anyone just how brutal the struggle feels and how mind-blowing it is to keep pushing instead of quitting. The moment the students spot Alto, everything clicks. Someone blurts that he's from the outside exam, and another swears they've never even seen his face, yet here he is, talking like he owns the place. But then it clicks. He's the guy who dropped Bonbone in one clean hit. Alto can't stop thinking about the school clocking him, and yeah, he expected a swarm of nobles, but this still freaks him out. Mia strides up to Alto, blurts out a heartfelt thank you, then introduces herself as Mia Knightley, student of the Knight Academy. Alto tells her it's nothing, no need to thank him. Mia tells Alto, "I saw your match today, your magic was insanely refined." And then she leans in like, "So how do I get as strong as you?" Alto fires off a question to Mia, what magic can she actually nail? Because until he sees her ability in action, he can't say a thing. Mia smiles and tells him the truth. The highest level she's got is a one-of-a-kind, unique skill. Alto's face lights up, and she blurts out, "Can I show you?" But Mia leans in and asks if Alto can make some flames hover in the air. Alto nods once, then blasts a fireball straight out of his hands. Then Mia snaps back instantly with a dispel shot, and Alto watches in stunned horror as his magic disappears gone without a trace. Alto can't even process what just happened. He's devoured books on rare skills, but this, he's never seen anything like it. Mia explains it's called Magic Resolve. That tiny bullet slips through the skill's magic core and wipes it out. Right then, Alto finally realizes just how insane her power really is. Mia finally admits she can't control it worth a damn because that last shot, that was pure luck, no skill behind it. When their mono wave skills collide, they tangle the trajectory and throw everything off so on those brutal days, even 100 shots won't land a single hit. Alto gets it sure, someone can boost your skills, but actually handling them the right way is a whole different beast. He tells Mia she can use him to train and get better, and Mia's eyes widen at the offer, while her heart twists. Did she really hit Alto, or did she miss? Alto reassures her, telling her he once struggled because he couldn't juggle multiple skills at the same time, and he swears it only gets real when magic truly clashes with magic, and you learn that exact feel. Then he finally cracks and admits he botches it as soon as he starts near the guest area. But his one-of-a-kind skill lets him keep it running on autopilot, blasting the exact same shot, same path, same power over and over, just like those rock-solid second shots proved. Alto grins and says it's perfect for training. Every single shot is totally chantless and exactly the same. Mia beams at him, thanking him over and over, and tells him she's finally starting to click with all of this. Alto beams back a yes. Mia jumps in with pure excitement, and Alto snaps that it's time to kick off the training, and they get moving right now. The training session keeps rolling as Alto pushes harder. Alto stands on the training field, and a storm of fireball projectiles swirls around him, hanging in the air like a blazing countdown. Mia blasts out a spell shot, and she blasts one of them with a magic nullifying bullet, instantly cutting it down. The shot screeches past by a hair, nearly slamming into one of Alto's magic spheres. 30 minutes later, Mia crumples to the ground completely drained, her mana reserves wiped clean, and Alto rushes over, pounding out an apology for making her stay there so long. But it also makes it clear this whole thing is training for him too. Mia shoots Alto a question. How's he got such a bigger mana pool if he's tossing out way more skills than she ever does? Alto finally admits the truth at the start. He was even worse than everyone else at magic. Then he breaks it down and says Mia must have grinded hard, because your mana capacity doesn't actually decide how good you'll be at magic. Mia drops into a deep bow in front of Alto and blurts out that she wants him to take her on as his apprentice. Alto is totally blindsided by the request. Mia lifts her gaze with pure grit and declares, "I'm going to be strong just like him." Mia stewed in her own misery, stuck at the bottom again, and yep, she bombed this exam too. The same kids kept telling her she was so weak she wasn't even worth using for practice, and once more she finished dead last. Still, Mia slams her feelings out loud. She's craving the kind of confidence that comes from believing in her own strength, and even if she's weak right now, she'll grind just as hard as Alto. Alto understands Mia's fight like it's his own, because her situation mirrors the exact nightmare he survived. He's not sure he can really teach her a thing, but Alto still nods and accepts her request, promising her, "I'm counting on you." Mia gushes her gratitude, then offers to return the favors she'll show people around the school and handle the daily chores, doing her best even if she can't repay him in a big way. Alto blurts out that he's basically lost on campus, and honestly Mia's grin turns into pure excitement as she nods. Yep, that helps a ton. 2 weeks later, the second exam kicks off at a dungeon site, and for the next few days, 5 challengers per day rush in, trying to break through and clear the dungeon. Mia stares as the participants come together, and she can't stop worrying will Alto be okay. Meanwhile, one of the examiners smirks like he already knows, silently asking how long it'll take before Alto cracks and drops out. Inside the dungeon, someone laughs that it's been ages since they've been in here, and they're loving every second. Then they point out that the exam spot shifts from day to day, so students can't just sketch maps and cheat, because the dungeon won't stay put before the... As the second exam kicks off, the examiner roars that the knights run all kinds of missions, escort jobs, dungeon raids, and more. Then he slams down the big news this time. The students aren't just training, they're storming a dungeon. Alto hammers through the memories, then he feels it, his body drags like a weight, and his skills come up weaker than ever. He realizes the dungeon isn't just a place, it's hitched with a debuff, and this run is all about testing how well they can adapt. Even the organizers didn't want to gamble with high-ranked monsters in the test dungeon, so that debuff is there for a reason, to see if students can still push through when everything's stacked against them. Alto drops into the dungeon entrance, grinning because things are finally going smooth, yet he never stops scanning for traps and enemies, using his auto magic like a non-stop radar. Alto pushes deeper through the dungeon floors, locking in his search for the rarest prize around, because that final floor treasure is probably the most valuable of them all. He rushes to the stairs and spots them. Those steps are almost already down to the 10th floor. Then Alto fires up his detection tool, and it instantly screams back with a reaction. He pops up a map and pins the exact target location in your face. He can't help but think, man, we're clearing this way faster than I expected. Alto rips through the dungeon, clears the whole quest, and sprints back safely to report the victory. Even the examiners can't miss it. His stamina is already more than enough. One examiner peers through a farsight crystal, and boom, Alto's route is locked and perfect. His choices and pacing are perfectly balanced. Alto gets tagged as passed, like the story just labeled him and moved on. He thanks them for their evaluation. Then out of nowhere, someone screams, "Yeah!" blasting Alto for straight-up cheating. The accuser goes full panic mode, saying there's no way a nobody like Alto could clear this dungeon, so he screams that Alto must have cheated. Alto calmly shoots back, "I didn't do anything like that." Meanwhile, Duke Wilo blows up in rage, hurling accusations and roaring that the results only make the princess faction stronger. His subordinates panicked and poured out non-stop apologies, terrified of upsetting His Highness too. Duke Wilo leans in and tells them, loud and clear, that he's betting everything on them and they better not fail. He pledges that his son will be the first to step up, so the prince's faction can climb higher in prestige, and he promises, without a doubt, that in the next exam he'll crush Alto. Someone throws out the theory that Duke Wilo cursed Alto with a debuff just to ruin him, especially since Alto's father personally hired professionals from the underworld. Then another voice snaps back that Alto must have had outside help pumping him up, and they brand him a coward for it too, because there's just no way he could have cleared a high-difficulty dungeon while a stamina-draining debuff was eating him alive. Then an official strides in and says he's been watching Alto through a remote crystal the entire exam, and nothing looks shady. He turns to ask what, exactly, makes Alto's performance unfair. And the nobleman just stands there, stammering, with no reply coming. The older noble leans in and grills Bond Bone. Does he really have any reason to think Alto can't be won over? Bond's eyes burn like he's annoyed, but he refuses to answer outright. The official slams his decision down. We're continuing the test, then calls out the next name Mia Knightley, and someone stammers, shaking, that they'll go through with it. Bond Bone struts off like he owns the place, while his buddies huddle around him, freaking out. Are we good? Did anyone find out about the cheating? Right before the next test kicks in, Alto grins at Mia for passing, then leans in and tells her to go all out. Mia swears she'll pour every ounce of herself into it. Later in the training area, Mia tells Alto she's been grinding for 2 straight weeks, so she's more than ready, and Alto nods along, agreeing with her. Even so, that gut-churning worry won't let go as he watches her march into the dungeon alone. A few hours crawl by, and then Alto finally realizes Mia has been gone for way too long. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, Mia is going all out, throwing every ounce of strength into the fight. Then bam, an armored examiner shows up in front of her and bluntly calls her unqualified, saying she doesn't have the skill, and if the dungeon decides you can't clear it, you get instantly booted back to the entrance. Suddenly, Alto spots Mia getting thrown out of the dungeon, rockets over to her, and blurts out, "Are you okay?" Mia only mutters that it's hopeless because she's already flunked 2 of the 3 exams. And now the stakes are brutal. She has to grab 3 emblems in the final test just to scrape by. Even with everything crashing down, Mia grabs Alto's hands and promises she's not quitting yet. Then she turns and thanks him for worrying about her. She shrugs it off and insists she's fine, and Alto just watches her, completely shaken. My mind went blank, and I couldn't even find the right words. Right after the second test wraps up, the examiner steps in front of everyone and drops the big news in just a week. It's the final exam, then they'll jump into a team battle where students team up in pairs for a mock duel. The rules are brutally simple. If your barrier gets shattered, you're out, no more fighting, and if both teammates go down, your whole team gets wiped. The examiner grimly points out that loads of people have already thrown in the towel after landing with 0 emblems. Normally, anyone applying for a knight selection exam could jump in, but this time the rules have flipped hard. The examiner keeps going, announcing that everyone who showed up today is about to be split into teams for the 3rd test. Just wait on the day of the match. They'll reveal your opponents, and the day before you'll be stuck training and prepping like crazy. He shuts the whole room down and dismisses everyone like, not you either. As the students scatter, one person spots the damage way fewer people are left than before, with less than half still standing after the first test. Mia realizes most folks have nothing, no emblems at all. Mia leans in and asks, so there's still a real shot next time if we give it 3 more tries? Could it actually happen? Alto points out that a bunch of the people who didn't snag the emblem still quit even after they cleared the 1st and 2nd exams. Mia tells him, that's what my senior warned me, and then adds, there hasn't been a case like that ever. Alto says that if the odds are basically 0, it makes total sense why people would throw in the towel. Mia just stares at him for a second, then Alto tells her, even so, you should be proud you're still here. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Mia fired off a dispel shot, and the spell slices past so close it barely lands, and everyone just stares like, did you see that? A male student watches her struggle and realizes she's still nowhere near landing intermediate level skills. Sure, the spell can connect up close, but that tactic is way too risky. Mia grabbed Alto's attention and thanked him, telling him her aim has sharpened way more than it used to be. Alto yells back, saying they just learned accuracy shifts with your skill level, and someone jumps in, keep tweaking like this before the 3rd test. Right then, an older nobleman in full formal court gear strides up to them, his official badge flashing as he comes. Alto spots the court official's badge and immediately scrambles his brain who in the world just got here. The nobleman leans in and declares, I found where they're hiding. Mia jerks her head up, eyes wide, and the shock hits at her father standing there. Alto's eyes lock on him, and he realizes it's none other than Count Nitre, Mia's father. The Count tells him straight up, Mia bombed the night exam both times, then Mia quietly admits it. The Count keeps going, claiming everyone at court is buzzing about it, prying, panicking, and asking whether she's still determined to keep pushing forward. He says they're trashing her as a fool, insisting the daughter of Count Nitre has zero talent for becoming a knight. Alto strides up and demands the Count hold on for a second, while Mia blurts out an apology, insisting she's trying her absolute hardest. But when the Count demands to know who Alto really is, the pressure hits hard. He starts asking if effort alone can truly make someone a knight, then flat out says results are all that matter because this disgrace is already creeping through the whole family, and Mia can't stop staring, worried to death. Alto starts to push back, but the Count snaps, cutting him off, saying nobles don't meddle, each one has their own duties and responsibilities. Then he shuts it down and tells them, don't embarrass the family name again, never again. Then the Count slams down his ultimatum mess up, and every exam gets wiped off the calendar. Mia just freezes, staring at him like she can't breathe from shock. Once Count Nitre storms out, Alto drops onto the steps, just soaking in the quiet aftermath. The Count dropped the rules, set his move in stone, and then just buckled down and belayed. Mia sinks beside him, eyes heavy and voice shaky, telling him straight up that her father is always like this. She rants that nobody ever expects anything from her because she wasn't blessed with magic talent. And even her father fought tooth and nail against her joining the Knight Academy in the first place. Even after she finally enrolled, she couldn't stop bombing exam after exam. But even after everything, she refuses to quit. She's still determined to keep pushing forward. Mia snaps back at the rumors people insist she'll never become a knight, but she's determined to prove her father wrong. Alto fully embraces her unshakable determination. Meanwhile, inside the royal court, Duke Waylo slams into Bon Bon and demands answers, telling him he had huge hopes, then points out how Bon's failed not once, but twice. Bon Bon blurts out a full-on apology, insisting he's genuinely sorry. The Duke leans in and tells him this next trial is the last one. Once he steps forward, there's no retreat. Bon Bon swears he'll finally pull it off this time. While all this chaos unfolds, the Duke fumes to himself about how Alto won't quit. What a stubborn bastard. The Duke leans in and demands the concrete plan because he's got zero patience for talk. Someone tells Alto the final exam is a team battle, and then they slap him into the ring with the weakest student first. They bring up the number one subject, the hopeless little girl everyone can't stop talking about. And yeah, they're about to dump even more poison because they've already cooked up something special, the kind only the antidote can fix and save. The Duke clocks that the poison is rare and impeccably prepared, then praises how airtight the whole plan is. Meanwhile, outside, Alto and Mia head down the hall together, and Mia can't stop thinking she never once imagined she'd be paired with Alto for the final exam. Alto admits he's shocked too, saying he never expected that. They'll announce the opponents tomorrow, so quit stressing, there's nothing to worry about right now. Alto grins at Mia and tells her he's thrilled to be paired with her, saying that because they both already know each other's fighting styles, coordinating will be a breeze. He urges her to give it her all with him tomorrow, and Mia fires back that she'll do her best too, so she never becomes the weight that drags him down. Alto leans in and tells Mia she'll be okay, she's trained her heart out, and every bit of that effort will stack up and help save them, and Mia desperately prays he's right. As Alto turns to walk away, he spots the sun already sinking and tells Mir, "We've got to rest, tomorrow's the final exam, because they need to be in perfect condition." But as Alto keeps walking, a mystery guy steps up out of nowhere and asks if he can steal Alto's time for a quick talk. Out of nowhere, someone in the background fires a question at Bon, and he immediately strides up to Alto, swearing he's desperate to make things right for how he's treated him. Alto is totally blindsided when that sudden apology hits him. Bon blurts out that he's sorry, because he's been stuck thinking about how tomorrow he'll finally become a knight. Then he looks back and realizes he's been acting way too immature toward Alto. He keeps saying Alto is so talented he couldn't help turning competitive, and with the way things might push them to team up as knights, it's really no big deal at all. Bond pleads with Alto, "Please let me apologize the right way." Someone spots it tomorrow's the final exam, and even Alto, the training addict, will finally crash and rest. It feels way too suspicious, doesn't it? Alto and Bond locked hands, and Bond pitched, "Let's grab a meal," then promised to foot the bill at a super popular restaurant. Alto admits he's not really feeling it, but he figures if they end up working together, old resentment could poison everything they do. Alto nods and says, "If it's only a meal, then I'm in key," and Bond lights up awesome and urges them to head out right now. They roll up to the restaurant, and Bond grins and says, "This is the place." He drops that the chef is someone he knows, so he's like, "Yeah, I'm just going to run over and say hi real quick." 1 hour later, Bond leaned in and asked if the meal finally hit the mark. Alto's expectations shattered in the best way possible because he admits the food in this place is on a whole other level. Then Alto pushes for some rest to face tomorrow, and Bond nods along, agreeing without hesitation. Alto gives a strained nod, then slips outside by himself, replaying it all in his head, certain he pulled it off and made it back. Turns out, right in the middle of eating, sickness hit him hard, and he can't help but wonder if Bond has done something to him. Alto can't tell if it's just a cold, but dizziness hits, the room spins with vertigo, and chills crawl all over him. At the exam arena, someone spots it. Alto's late. They go, "That's not like him. He's always the first to move. Why is he only showing up at the very last second?" Then Alto bursts into view in front of everyone, and Mia shouts his name, calling him over. His face looked deadly pale, and he just kept asking, "What's wrong?" like something was seriously off. Alto admits he looks like he caught a cold, but he shrugs it off, says he's fine, and swears he can still fight. Mia snaps back that she's never seen Alto this wrecked a day in her life, and she swears he's definitely not okay. She begs him to report to Captain Arthur and ask him to dial his shift down so he can finally get some rest. Alto hesitates, then tightens his resolve once he's a knight. He can't waste time collapsing from being sick, because this is exactly the test to prove he's worthy. Then Captain Arthur slams the moment into place and declares he's about to unveil the first-round matchups. Captain Arthur slams the mic and declares the first-round clash, Altomia Nitri versus, in the season's first half where it all starts to clash. First half of the season versus the... Someone in the crowd suddenly gets it. If this is the first match, Alto can't afford to rest yet. Another observer points it out. Alto is stepping into a brutal fight with Bond, who's already gunning for him, and Gregory, the same guy Mia couldn't take down before. Mia's jaw drops in total shock the moment the announcement hits. Alto cracks to Mia that everything's going to be okay no matter what his condition's doing to him. Mia snaps him back to the truth he's about to prove his father wrong, no matter what. She throws her head back and cheers, fully backing it with non-stop enthusiasm. Then the two teams lock eyes inside the arena, Alto hunched over like something's wrecking him, visibly sick and barely holding on. Gregory barrels in with an over-the-top, mocking sneer like he's trying to get a rise out of you. He checked in on Alto, "You good," and then faked this loud laugh like his condition didn't hit him hard. Alto clocks everything in an instant, and it hits him Gregory knew all along about whatever Bond did to him. The official blasts the signal, and the match kicks off right on cue. Right then, Bond explodes forward and hurls a fire lance. Gregory jumps in too, charging into the assault, and then the combined magical blasts hit the arena floor like a thunderclap boom, sending dust, debris, and shockwaves tearing through the whole place. Mia panics and screams for Alto to protect himself now. Alto barely had time to react before his weak. In a crippled state, he still manages to slam his power down and summon an ice wall massive and brutal shooting up from the ground just in time to smash the incoming attacks into nothing. Alto gasps for breath, still apologizing to Mia like he's totally tapped out. Mia checks on him, her voice trembling with worry as she blurts, "Are you okay?" But it cuts off right there. Gregory just smirks and laughs like he's already won, declaring this is going to be a walk in the park. Right after that, he launches fireball rain. Flaming projectiles explode from above and slam down like a raging storm across the whole arena, straight toward Alto and Mia's spot. Mia screams and hurls hail shot, unleashing a brutal storm of ice projectiles across the arena. Alto, barely holding himself together, snarls through the pain and somehow slams Fireball X-16 into motion. Then a brutal hail of flaming spheres crashes down across the battlefield, and Mia. Ice magic crashes into the arena from the other side, and when the spells slam together, explosions rip across the floor. Alto leans in and thanks Mia, fired up by her support, and she tells him, "You've always had my back," so of course she's stepping in to return the favor. But just as one of the opponents goes for it, an observer blurts out a warning from the sidelines. A fighter gets slammed across the arena with brutal force. Mia clocks the threat instantly. This is a pincer trap, and she yells at everyone that they're going to have to fight it out separately. While they're scrambling, one enemy slings sand press and brutal earth constructs start erupting all around them. Someone spots it. Alto just fired off an advanced skill, and before anyone can blink, Alto forces himself to activate Fire Advanced Lance, even as his condition screams for him to stop. In his busted, weakened condition, he fights tooth and nail just to gather his mana. His own power won't line up when he needs it most. Mia yells out Alto's name with worry, then the danger explodes, and she screams as everything turns worse, while Alto gets slammed hard by a brutal attack. Gregory screams for his spell, then unleashes it to crush every last one of them. Alto finally clocks that the technique formation is done, but with his mana choking him, he has no choice left but to fire it anyway. Then boom, a colossal explosion detonates across the whole arena. The blast detonates into a colossal crater, and Alto sits right at the center, captured in a sweeping aerial shot. Alto crumpled onto the ground, battered and bleeding, and somehow, someway he dodged a direct hit, but the damage is still brutal. A text box then clicks in and reveals that the auto magic also serves as a stand-in for a mono circuit, and the mono that shapes the skill will change based on Alto's condition. Gregory leans in, taunts Alto, asks what's wrong, then blasts him with a scorching sand shot. Alto snarls, hurls back with a blazing fireball, and scrambles out of the way with sheer panic. He realizes it's a disaster if this drags into an endurance brawl. They'll get crushed, because Alto is barely staying upright through the pain, with no idea when his body will finally give out and drop him unconscious. He's thinking 3 moves ahead, determined to dodge the worst-case scenario where Mia gets stuck fighting 2 enemies at once. Altos' resolve hardens. He swears that even if it takes his life, he's bringing Gregory down with him. While Mia keeps battling her own opponent, Alto snaps his spell to life and calls down a fiery fire lance. Gregory snaps into stunned disbelief as the incoming attack looms impossibly huge, and he realizes he can't stop it with plain moves. Only a high-level skill could counter it. With desperation burning in his chest, Gregory throws down sand press to shield himself. 2 colossal spells slam into each other with a thunderous boom, blasting shockwaves across the arena floor. A stranger in the crowd blurts out, "So the attacks canceled each other out." Then Alto slams the switch and fires up a second fire lance. Bond freezes in pure disbelief because he just spotted the second one. Gregory shrieks as that massive fire spell crashes into him, blasting him back with a furious explosion. The attack blasts Gregory across the arena like a cannonball, skidding through the dust in a blur. Bond snaps that Gregory is down and can't move. Mia reels in total disbelief at what just went down, while the crowd is left speechless because Alto still managed to crush Gregory, the top-ranked fighter, even while poisoned. Then, right from the crowd, someone whispers to themselves that Alto was exactly what they expected. Then the scene cuts to Alto crumpled on the ground, while another figure looms right beside him. An announcer blares that Alto is down right now, and the whole arena goes silent. Bond bursts into laughter and admits that for a split second, Alto had him genuinely terrified. Bond grins and taunts, yelling that this is the end for Mia because to him, she's a total loser. And without her buddy, Alto, she's totally helpless, no chance in hell she can do a damn thing. The arena goes silent as Alto lies crumpled on the ground, and Mia stands over him, shielding him like her life depends on it. And she shoots back with a harsh, dismissive grunt. Meanwhile, Bond stares into the chaos and remembers the original game plan. He and Gregory were meant to drain Alto's stamina to the last drop, then crush him while he was weak, and sweep Mia out with ease right after, but reality snapped the plan in half. Bond heckles Mia, sneering that someone like her is a complete loser and that he'll shut her down solo. Then he draws his fire lance while Mia slams up an ice wall to hold the line, but she realizes the power is cranked up even higher than last time. Bond keeps taunting her, saying she hasn't landed a single emblem, and that trying now is pointless. He tells her straight up defending won't save her, she can't win that way. Mia tells herself, loud and clear, there's no way she can lose this time, because it's not just her future hanging in the balance. Alto's road to knighthood is riding on every single move too. Then Bond slams forward and unleashes his brutal assault. He starts needling Mia, bragging that her magic, mana, and skills are nowhere near enough, and then he declares it's time to show her what real class looks like. And his fire lance barrage explodes through Mia's ice defenses, tearing them apart with brutal, unstoppable force. Suddenly, it hits everyone. Bond just chained 5 intermediate skills back-to-back in one savage burst. Mia freezes in pure shock while the crowd's reactions turn into a blur behind her. She clenches her fists, and the tremor in her hands won't stop. With her level right now, there's no way she pulls out a win, and her dream is about to get cut off right here. Bond screams for her to catch you later, loser. Then another huge attack slams toward me. But then she clocks something off. Only one of the projectiles is actually lining up straight for her. The strike lands with a thud and boom. One fighter gets launched, sliding across the arena floor like a meteor. The warning hits too late. If someone grabs an intermediate skill without a safeguard, they're getting wrecked, seriously hurt at best, and probably not surviving at worst. A thunderous blast slams into everything, hurling Mia backward as someone shrieks Alto's name. The camera whips back to reveal the massive arena hall right where this whole showdown is tearing wide open. Meanwhile, Mia's mind drifts straight back to the day she stood in the crowd at the aptitude ceremony when Alto got branded a no-skill. He looked crushed, wobbling like he could drop any second, and then she blurted his name on pure instinct. But he never even turned, just staggered off like he couldn't see her. Both of them came from noble bloodlines, but their magic was painfully weak. Half a year later, that same kid was thrown out of his home, and she caught sight of him out in the forest, training alone like he was fighting for his life. Maybe she felt a spark of kinship with him after all. They were both treated like unwanted burdens, the kind people just tried to push out of the way. But even with a weaker magic aptitude and an even tougher life than her, Alto's eyes still burned with that same fierce light, like he refused to go dark. Mia, who'd spent her whole life being pitied and can't stop worrying about everyone else first. She couldn't believe it. His relentless push, steady and unshaken, hit her hard, and before she even realized it, she was already starting to admire him even. Even with low wages, he threw himself into the work and shut down every teammate who dared to insult him. Even though his stamina had to be screaming, "I'm done," he still pushed through and kept training solo. Mia's mind keeps racing. There's no way she can coast, not when she's living better than Alto, and after his push, she throws herself into training with everything she's got, desperate to finally catch up. She busted her ass on her own, and in the end, she finally earned that ticket to get into the Royal Knight Academy. For nearly 3 years after she enrolled, she kept hammering forward, even while everyone laughed at her, because that's exactly why she never once let herself rest. Then, the second she spotted him at the night selection exams briefing, her heart slammed against her ribs. When he unleashed that insane, unstoppable talent, she froze because it wasn't just skill anymore. It was proof he was from some other world, completely out of her league. When she saw everyone recognize him, a rush of joy hit her, then loneliness slammed in right behind it. She'd hauled together every ounce of courage she'd ever owned just to talk to him, her classmate, and even when she boldly grilled him with questions, even with trouble etched across his face, kindness still shone through as he pondered everything with real heart. With him at the center of her heart, she never cracked no matter what hit her. She kept her chin up and kept going. And even when it knocked her down, she still forced herself back up. That's why, this time, the tables turned and it was finally her chance to save him. Mia launches onto the ice slide, eyes blazing with pure determination as she surges forward. She's going to reach him. Then Mia's ice magic crashes into Bond's strike and detonates in a huge burst of magical energy. Bond screams at her to stay out of it, hurling half-dead bastard at Alto as the impact slams them, shocking the air. Thunderous waves roar through the arena as the two forces collide with brutal, unstoppable force. Alto finally spots the opening up close. He can nail it, but one wrong move could get him killed. Meanwhile, Mia is convinced this has to be the finish at the very least. She has to protect Alto. She hurls her spell as a blazing shot, and the magic streaks straight into Bond's dark energy sphere. Mia fires a dispel shot, and it crashes into Bond's dark energy sphere as magic detonates all around them. Bond reels in pure shock at what just went down. The observers watch the technique vanish utterly, like it never existed at all. Bond was strutting like the win was already in his pocket, convinced his magic power was even stronger until reality hit, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Bond suddenly feels it. Everything's different now. His magic flows easier than before, and power surges through him like a tidal wave. Rage explodes inside him, and he lunges at Mia, screaming that she better know her place because she should have been dead already. Unleashing another brutal attack. Fighters hurl magical projectiles back and forth across the arena, blasting each other without a second to breathe. Glowing magic spheres tore through the air between them as the fight erupted and surged higher. Then they swarm forward and crash into direct combat. Mia spots her opening, grins, and announces that from this range her dispel shot will not miss. She locks onto the dark sphere and blasts it straight on. Bond shouts as his barrier gives way, and horror hits him hard when it finally collapses completely before his eyes. An official makes it official. Mia Knightley and Alto take the win. Mia darts to Alto's side, pounding on him, desperate to wake him up. When they explain the antidote can kill the poison, Alto's offered it there and then so he can finally feel better right away. Alto fires off heartfelt thanks to everyone for their help, and once he realizes the poison's involved, he immediately rushes in with a sincere apology. Then out of nowhere, someone in the crowd screams that Mia is cheating, because how does a loser suddenly get stronger? They insist somebody pumped Mia up right after Alto went down. Meanwhile, everyone watching swore Mia's buff was real. It sharpened her magic control, but it kicked in before Alto even got knocked out, and Alto knew something was off the whole time. An observer shrugs and says it's all perfectly within the rules, then points out that after that, Alto never activates a single new skill. Meanwhile, Bond blows up with confusion, demanding to Alto's face that he never once used a strengthening skill in their fight. Then Duke Wilo's voice thunder crashes from the stands, insisting it's impossible for something like that to happen in the blink of an eye. Someone explains that even if Alto managed to land a buff, Mia still crushed Bond because all that raw power she forged through hard work was untouchable, and they add that neither Bond nor his whole team ever stood a chance against Alto or Mia. But then, boom! The accusation snaps right back and slams into the person who threw it when someone finally calls out that Bond is the real cheater. Bond stammers on the spot, outright denies it, swears he has no clue what they're even talking about, and flat out calls the cheating accusation impossible. The officials straight up said they've already nailed Bond's role in the sabotage because whoever did it was following orders from Bond and his father. Bond panics and blares. That's not true, insisting he has zero clue what they're even talking about. But the officials press on, insisting they've figured out Bond was still cashing in from Countbourne, and they finally cracked how he got the poison they used on Alto, is getting viciously restrained right there, like there's no way out. An official slams down the verdict: if a man wants to be a knight but poisons his rival, he deserves to be put to death. He orders them to take Bond away, and Bond erupts in desperate screams, pleading with them to stop. Alto stares, stunned, and wonders why Bond risked everything just to get rid of him. Then he admits he can't bring himself to feel sorry for Bond, not after everything he's done. Bond shrieks his father's name, screaming for help as hands yank him away. Then Captain Arthur steps up to Alto and throws an apology his way, admitting he knew Alto had been poisoned, yet he still chose to stand down and do nothing. He spills that this was also about one thing, testing just how far Alto's powers go, and watching how he'll take down the conspiracy. Alto takes the hit for letting poison get to him that easily, and Arthur steps back like, "Yeah, you faced it head on," totally acknowledging how Alto countered the whole situation. Then Alto digs in, boosts his teammates' power at the perfect moment, and drives them straight to victory. He slams it down and declares that Alto is fully worthy of the team strength emblem. Alto bows to him with full sincerity, like he means every word. Arthur calls my name right out loud right then. He mentions he heard her special skill is basically worthless, like it never helps in the real world, and Mia quietly admits, "Yeah, that's true." Then Arthur leans in and tells her, "You believed in yourself, you kept going, and you fought all the way here." And boom, he hands her the emblem of effort. Mia's face went wide with pure shock, and every ounce of emotion hit at once when she got that recognition. Meanwhile, Captain Arthur steps forward and tells Alto, in no uncertain terms, how much his service means, then thanks him like it's earned. He points out how Alto stared down the crisis when a trusted comrade dropped in front of him, then somehow smashed through the ordeal and flipped everything in an instant. The captain raises a gleaming emblem and hands Alto the emblem of adaptability like it's a destiny sealed. Alto was born into nobility, but he never once looked down on his commoner allies. He cared for his comrades to the very end, and when he leaned on their strength, he unleashed power that far outmatched what he should have been able to do. The authority figure tells them, straight to their face, that they've still got a long way to go, but they're betting on them to rise to the challenge. Mia raises her emblem with trembling hands. Tears in her eyes as Team Spirit hands it to her, she blurts out thanks again and again. A female observer breaks into praise, telling Mia this is the payoff for every single grueling moment she put in. But Mia whirls around and credits everything to Alto, swearing it's all because of him. Suddenly, Alto blares Mia's name and jabs his finger toward a person hiding in the crowd. Mia spots her father standing there and slips up to him, speaking softly. She declares, loud and fearless, that she's officially become a knight. Count Nitre cuts her off coldly. "So is that what you're saying?" Then snaps that it has nothing to do with the Nitre family and tells her to do whatever she wants. Alto grabs Mia's hand and tries to calm her down, telling her her father can't bring himself to say it straight, that he's counting on her. Then someone nearby chimes in, unsure and uneasy. Alto keeps going, saying he understands because his own father was the same way, and the sting of his father's eyes still haunts him after he left. Mia pauses for a beat, and the thought hits her, yeah, that sounds seriously amazing. Then she steels her resolve and promises herself, I'll grind every day so one day my father will finally look at me and mean it. 1 month after the night of the selection exam, everything changes. Alto and Mia step side by side in their brand new knight uniforms, and Mia's about to spill something. Mia blurts out that she never imagined she'd wind up in the same squad as Alto, and Alto nods, agreeing. He stared at the floor, shocked by the news, because usually the newest knights get only one assignment per unit. Someone leans in and says, yeah, this case is special. Then they drop the bombshell. It's a brand new unit, taking orders straight from the princess herself right under the 7th Royal Guard. And this captain, it's Captain Arthur. The voice keeps hammering the point. He's a genius, and he was named captain at the youngest age anyone's ever seen, so this new unit has to be built for a reason way bigger than luck. Altos is still trying to process it when right out of nowhere Lily bursts in and shouts his name. Alto spots her the second she steps in, no doubt about it. Lily's been picked for the 7th Royal Guard too. Lily practically beams and tells Alto she's thrilled to be teamed up with him. And Alto shoots back, grinning, I'm happy too. Then Alto shoves the two girls into the conversation and tells Mia, this is my childhood friend, Lily. Lily flashes a polite bow and says hello, and Alto watches Mia right as he starts to point out. Mia, Lily's junior at the academy. Mia replies a bit stiffly, but she still says, nice to meet you, and then adds that she already knows all about Lily. But Lily shoots Mia a fierce stare and admits she's been keeping tabs on her since the aptitude ceremony. Alto leans in and tells you Mia's his comrade. She sat for the exam with him and cleared it. Someone asks if that means Mia's a rookie like Alto, and Lily lights up like, I can't wait to team up with her, then reaches out with her hand for a handshake while Mia just freezes, totally stunned. Alto couldn't even process it. She'd had a childhood friend and nobody ever told her. While they're still outside chatting, a brand new voice suddenly cuts in and demands, Are you the new recruits? A gray-haired man with wavy blonde hair and a mustache strides up in a sharp formal knight uniform. Alto clocks him instantly mid-30s, an absolutely higher rank than Lily. Then Alto steps in, throws out his name, and says he's taken the new assignment, the 7th Guard, starting today. Mia steps in and tells everyone straight up, I'm Mia. And Lily proudly drops her name too. Then the older man steps forward and introduces himself as Count Frankie Guilford, the head of the Count's house and a proud member of the 7th Guard. Someone points out that it's seriously rare for a knight from an account's household to be serving up directly. Meanwhile, Lily quizzes him about the uniform, wondering if he's this year's top recruit, while Alto snaps back to himself that even the new guys still get knight uniforms. Then Count Frankie strides in, saying the knight position is the stuff legends are built on, and he asks if they want in. As a top recruit, he even tells them he gets why they're fired up. But he slams the truth working the night shift is no walk in the park. Alto's eyes go wide when Frankie drops the bomb that they're also called the Arthur Squad. Then Frankie blurts that it feels rushed, but he needs to know if they can survive the 7th Royal Guard. Frankie Count storms in and swears he'll prove their real strength because he's about to show them what a true knight can do. Somebody lets out a heavy sigh, and Alto can't help wondering why it always turns into this. The narration drops the twist. This is a mock battle, and there they stand, staring each other down across the distance. Frankie breaks it down. It's a classic duel, one clean hit is all it takes. And if Alto's barrier gets even a tiny chip from the other guy's strike, Alto is done. Alto nods at the rules then. Then Count Frankie roars that he's striking first and unleashes a deadly Dragon Breath tears through the air. Its massive attack engulfs the whole area while Alto watches, locked in shock. Frankie stunned everyone by firing off that advanced move instantly. But that's not where the Count quits. He swings in with a vicious sword strike, stacking the pressure into a brutal combo that hits like a wrecking ball. The dragon's roaring breath slams into the sword strike boom, sending shockwaves ripping through everything. Frankie's eyes go wide. His attack gets blocked out of nowhere, and he can't believe it. That should have hit faster than Alto could react, he mutters, staring, completely baffled at how it got stopped. Count Frankie realizes, if this were just a mid-tier skill like Hail Shot, my Fire Lance would have punched clean through it no problem. Meanwhile, Alto lies battered on the ground, staring in shock as they drove straight through his barrier with a blazing Fire Lance. Even with their sight blocked, the Count still can't believe what he's seeing. Alto counters flawlessly, unleashing raw power at advanced -1 level or even higher. Alto tests the auto-defense magic he built from what he learned in the last match. His code flashes that if any fire or water spell closes in and crosses a set distance, it slams on a counterspell to push the attack back, and once the auto-defense kicks in, it instantly fires a hail shot on its own. But Count Frankie strides right over, blurting out, "What are you doing, Alto?" And Alto stammers. He blurts out that he was just, when someone else chips in, asking if Frankie was trying to give the rookie a baptism, and then just blurts out whatever. Then Captain Arthur steps in, thunders, and introduces himself, claiming he'll be the captain of the 7th Royal Guard, their boss from this very day. Frankie clocks it and says, "Yep, we're already done with introductions." But Arthur cuts in and tells them, "No more drifting straight to work from here. First, you're going to meet your boss." Yeah, is it? And he strides in and orders everyone, "Come with me, follow." The whole crew strides through the royal palace's grand interior, taking in every looming hall and watchful shadow. And Alto spots the route instantly, like his feet have walked it 1,000 times before. They storm up to those fancy, over-the-top doors, and there are 2 guards posted there, watching them like hawks. The moment the doors swing wide, a figure in pure white robes steps into view as the whole crew rushes inside. Suddenly, Princess Charlotte beams and shouts at Alto, and Alto nervously blurts out that it's been way too long. And the princess lights up, congratulating him, as she reaches out telling him he's a knight starting today. Meanwhile, in the background, Lily and Mia stare in shock as Alto pulls out that same old familiar move with the princess. Alto awkwardly thanks Princess Charlotte, but she shuts that down fast, insisting it was her recommendation all along, and it never could have happened without it. She says loud and sure that Alto's talent being shut out of the knights just isn't acceptable. Lily shouts from behind, telling Alto to stop being rude to the princess, and Mia nods along with a shaky, nervous agreement. And another voice pops up to swear Alto's gratitude is absolutely, no doubt, 100 earned. Frankie cuts in with perfect manners, tells everyone to skip the small talk, and insists they get to the point because the princess is swamped. Someone jumps in and agrees they should cut straight to the main topic. Then Princess Charlotte starts spilling the truth about how the 7th Royal Guard was born freshly formed, right under her command, as the princess and Mia just nods like, "Yeah, I bet everyone's realizing that now, huh?" The princess leans in and reveals the truth trouble is already brewing in the court, simmering right under everyone's noses. Princess Charlotte doesn't sugarcoat it. This isn't just a fight, it's a battle for the throne. She tells him the crown prince, yes, the one who'll inherit the throne, hasn't been picked yet, and the only real contenders are her, Charlotte, and the king's own first child. And her younger brother Richard, she lays it all out. Alto studies the family tree. Charlotte has laid out in a diagram king at the top, the queen as the first rightful heir, the king's mistress next, and Prince Richard tagged as the second child born out of wedlock, and he can tell this whole succession mess is getting brutally complicated. Princess Charlotte drops the bombshell. Turns out the king wants her to be the crown prince. Minister Wilo, the most powerful force in court, throws her weight behind her younger brother Richard, and that instantly turns her into a political rival to the minister. Alto snaps to it. This is the very same Minister Wilo who was chatting with Bon earlier. Charlotte flat out tells everyone that Minister Wallow will burn through absolutely anything, any trick, any tactic to crush his goals. Sometimes they go after her life, so she built the unit to fight back and get protection when that danger finally comes. Princess Charlotte makes it crystal clear starting right now she's going to push harder for the throne and refuse to just stand around while Minister Wallow tries to seize control of the nation's heart. Count Frankie clocks it right away, every single person, but the newcomers already knows the 3rd Royal Guard has been picked as Her Highness's escort. It was decided that would never be enough, so they forged a more flexible unit than ever, and that's how this direct command force was born starting now. Count Frankie tells them they're about to dive into critical operations, an important mission that could decide the country's future, and they're getting right into it. He tells them, "I picked every one of you myself, and when things go down, I'm taking full responsibility for every move you make." Lily shifts with discomfort as the weight of all this presses down on her, and he quickly lays out his rules because Lily's earned her trust through skill, not politics. Alto used to be a noble, but now lives as a commoner, and Mia has zero ties to the nobility. Sure, skill matters, but the real deal is this: they're not bending to Minister Wallow's control. Mia blurts out that, as the chosen head of the Count's family, she's right in the middle of all this. Then Count Frankie cuts in and says it's decided purely by ability. Then he drops the real reason that Marrow can't stand her, and boom, someone fires back at that brutally blunt truth. Frankie keeps pushing forward, clocking how that smug grin and blunt mouth have made the minister hate her guts, while someone grumbles that he doesn't need to lay it out like that. Meanwhile, Mia slumps like all the air got punched out of her. Count Frankie bursts out that their guard mission is starting tomorrow, no delays, no excuses. Princess Charlotte lays out her whole plan. She's ditching the royal palace tomorrow to head for the eastern city of Minton, and a map is spread out showing the route running straight from the palace to Minton. Then she drops the real twist: the 7th Royal Guard is riding with them too. Alto remembers Minton's the big city where Lily went shopping right before she stepped into the Knight Academy, and he swears it's massive, so massive that once, when he hauled freight there as a porter, the whole place felt booming and thriving. Princess Charlotte lays it all out. This trip isn't just traveling for fun, it's a mission to win over Duke Minton, one of the biggest, most powerful nobles in the whole country. She warns, At this pace, I'll run out of allies completely. In the Grand Hall, someone barks an order for everyone to gear up for the mission that starts tomorrow, and the guards snap back with a crisp, unified, yes. Up in the shadows, someone spots Captain Arthur stride through the grand hallway and just stops to stare when they spot him there. Then Minister Wero strides up, drops the word that Arthur has been named captain of the princess's personal guard, and Arthur lights up saying he's honored by the praise, then turning the tables to congratulate the minister on his promotion, calling him properly Minister Wero. The captain stands there in his crisp military uniform, visibly on edge after that tense clash. Suddenly, Alto and the minister locked gazes, and they just stared each other down through an unbearable, breath-holding silence. The minister snaps, "Alto, Sir Weasley, are you all right?" and demands to know if he's spotted someone he knows. Arthur shoots back, "Nothing's wrong, minister." But Alto stays stone still, keeps his eyes averted, and won't meet his father's gaze. Alto locks eyes forward, gripping the truth he's just a stranger to the minister now. He can't deny it anymore. He saw this coming, but it still punches him in the chest. His dad has fully ditched him, and the moment hits that he doesn't even think of him as his son anymore. Right nearby, Lily and Mia stare in horror, their faces tight with worry, as they witness every painful word of the exchange unfold. Minister Wero chats with Arthur in a bright, cheerful voice, like he's got nothing but good news. He can't wait to watch him step out and pull off even bigger moves, the genius of the Night Order. Then someone snaps at Arthur to chill and not overdo it, but Arthur just shrugs and says he's fine. Meanwhile, Count Frankie lurks behind the wall, eyes locked on the minister and his group as they fade down the hallway, silently soaking in every last second of that exchange. Later, in a royal courtroom, where the air felt heavy with secrets, a long-haired woman strides in front of the conspirators and blurts that the Minton lead is solid, so she's slipping out of the capital herself before the day ends. The guy with the glasses promises he'll message the active unit right now, and someone pushes back, begging him to please do it. The minister's intel just hit sure enough. The 7th Guard showed up today, and they're confirming they'll carry out the plan right on schedule. The older man on the couch leans back and says, "Of course we'll do it." Then the bespectacled man blurts out a reminder to get ready for the celebration, and one person immediately nods along and agrees. The old man's mind races 3 days from now. He knows it'll be the princess's precious anniversary. Meanwhile, the 3rd and 7th Royal Guards flanked Princess Charlotte as they pushed through the forest, racing toward Minton. To keep everyone safe, the group decides to camp out in the forest for the night before they push on. At the campsite, Lily tells Mia she's thrilled to be on night watch with her because she finally feels safe and they need to give it their all. Mia's nerves spark as she admits she's really happy to meet Lily too. Lily admits her nerves kicked in while she guarded the princess, then points out the road merchants use so it's proof this route is safe, with no monsters expected to show up. Mia keeps stowing like nothing's wrong, and Lily shoots her a look. "Are you still uneasy?" Lily slammed home the truth Alto topped the selection exam, and that meant the most skilled among the young knights, plus even the veterans like her, was finally right. She can't shake the fear that Mia might be trembling over one terrifying question: does someone like her even have a right to be here? Mia glances inward and admits, "I haven't done a thing yet." Lily leans in and tells Mia, "Captain Arthur clocked you too, and he respects you big time." Then she adds, "And Alto says you might work even harder than him. You're a teamwork beast, and you're the type who never, ever gives up." Alto noticed one thing true hard work gets noticed, and that means she can walk tall and trust herself. Mia remembers it all and tells herself this: if Alto's really going to say those things about her, then she's got to meet it head on with confidence. She decides, right then and there, and Lily just casually drops this bombshell she and Alto went through the aptitude ceremony together, then tells Mia, "Confirm it." Mia's face twists into a full-on shock spiral as she blurts out, stammering that Lily somehow already knows this. Lily tells him not to stress, she just figured she'd peek while Alto wasn't there, and then she rushes to apologize for staying silent about the fact she already knew. Mia snaps her hand over her mouth and hisses, "We're surrounded." Lily circles the area, then spots something off in the forest, and the moment she clocks it, she knows something's seriously wrong. Even in the dead of night, deep in the forest, you can still catch faint signs something's out there, slipping through the dark. The fact that it's all missing says everything. A colossal hellhound materializes out of nowhere right beside her, dead silent. Lily realizes it slips in without a single sound, exactly what she'd expected from an A-rank hellhound. The creature looms over them, and the hellhounds roll in as a ruthless pack, sorting out a pecking order fast, with the very first one to arrive dropping in as the lowest-ranking decoy. Someone lays it out. Hellhounds can sniff out how strong you are, and they only go after targets. They're sure they can drop, so that means the bigger lodging base, packed with more people and tougher fighters, should be the safest bet. Lily tells Mia she'll forge a way through, so Mia needs to fight back, protect herself, and shout for everyone's help. Mia nods, and the pack of hellhounds bursts out of the darkness, closing in around them. Lily rips her holy sword into existence in a blinding burst of radiant light. Lily slams the hellhound with a massive light attack, unleashing pure, blinding power, and the light slices through their lines, carving out a perfect opening. But the second Lily swings her sword, the blade just won't slice through that creature. The blade bites and bites, but the hellhound's hide won't budge, so tough it's like striking solid steel. Normally, she'd cut one down with a single strike, but this hellhound isn't like the rest. Lily grins and goes for the weak spot. She lines up her strike right for the inside of its mouth. She rockets forward and drives herself into the hellhound's gaping mouth as its massive teeth clamp down on her. As the fight explodes, hellhounds swarm in from every direction, closing the net tighter and tighter. Turns out the whole pack hit with the same ruthless toughness as the decoy. Mia gasps and shouts at Lily, because the odds are terrifyingly against them. Lily snaps out Holy Barrier, and a blazing light shield hardens around her just as the hellhounds crash in. The fight rips through the forest clearing, and then someone yells for Mia, because she still can't blast ice in every direction. Mia hurls an ice wall up to shield herself from danger. But Lily's Holy Barrier locks onto herself alone, so Mia is left wide open. Hellhounds keep coming, smashing into the fight again and again. Lily charges into the hellhound's charge and swings her holy sword straight through its hide. There's a sickening impact, but the beast doesn't stop. Then Alto bursts through the forest, panting apologies for making them wait, and Lily calls his name the second he shows up. Alto blurts that the detection spell he cast on a hunch actually paid off, and Lily beams, saying she's glad he showed up because the hellhounds. His attacks never even land. Someone breaks it down for you. This thing's sealed behind a super high-density barrier skill, basically an appraisal-type spell. Alto swears he's never heard of a hellhound throwing up a barrier, and now it looks like they'll have to smash it with one huge skill just to break through, because they don't have time to set up a bunch of massive spells. Alto lays out the plan. He'll pull its focus. Mia will break through the barrier on its fur, and Lily will finish it for good. He demands they pull off a guaranteed dispel shot one at a time. Mia shoots back. "I've got it." Alto shouts for everyone to move and launches straight into the hellhound, then their coordinated strike ignites. Alto bursts in to yank the creature's attention away while Mia hurls herself into position, readying her dispel magic. The fight explodes in a blur as they slam their plan into motion. Alto fires off a dispel shot straight at the hellhound. The barrier around the creature evaporates, and Lily lunges in holy sword swinging. Now the blade slices straight through. The whole group bursts into celebration over their victory until the moment gets cut off mid. They decide to keep the plan rolling, staying perfectly coordinated as they push forward. Alto rockets through the forest, sprinting back toward camp. At the lodging base, someone spots it immediately. Looks like the blast never even reached them. Count Guilford spots Alto coming back and immediately snaps, asking if anything went wrong because it's way too early for shift change. Alto looks him dead in the eye and calls him captain. Alto lays it out flat. Someone is almost certainly sabotaging their whole journey. Count Guilford snaps the pieces together. An A-class monster that had no business showing up in the first place just appeared, and they even wrapped it in a protective barrier. He snaps into command on the spot, shouting for everyone to wake up. Then he fires off the truth: they got ambushed. They already wiped the enemy out, but trouble's not done yet. While the next wave hasn't hit yet, they need to bolt right now and make it to Minton. He snaps out an order for a full-speed advance to Minton, then the guards spring to action and start tearing the camp into motion right away. The whole crew finally rolls up to Minton Castle, and when you look down from above, those fortified towers loom hard, while the town sprawls beneath them. Duke Minton steps forward in ornate ceremonial robes stitched with crosses, greets them warmly, and thanks them for coming. One of the group members steps forward, voice brimming with gratitude, and thanks the Duke for carving out time to meet with them. Duke Minton snaps back that it's not some big honor for His Highness to grace a fated provincial lord like him, then gestures for everyone to sit down instead of just standing there chatting. Duke Minton finally admits that things have gotten messy lately. He tells them the monsters have moved into the abandoned mines and tunnels where those magic stones were ripped out, and now the whole town's getting crushed by it somehow. The adventurers had pulled it off before. But in the last few months, the monsters have surged in power, and now extermination isn't working anymore. They keep coming back empty-handed, stuck in the same dead end. He even says they begged the city's Adventurers Guild for help, but it all went nowhere. The Duke points out that if these monsters defend the way that Hellhound did yesterday, the average adventurer won't even get a fighting chance. Charlotte suggests handing her royal guards the job of hunting down and exterminating the monsters. Alto clocks it instantly. This is just another noble's deal, cause a problem, fix it, and get the other side folded into their faction until someone calls it out. Charlotte promises she'll dispatch the 7th Royal Guard under Captain Arthur, one of their sharpest, deadliest squads. But Duke Minton warns that if they do it, her precious Royal Guard won't be safe anymore. Charlotte steadied him with a calm smile this time. They had plenty of extra hands to spare. Duke Minton promises he'll pull some of his own castle soldiers to stand guard over the princess, and someone immediately thanks him for it. Another person blurts out that would still thin their escort, and Charlotte snaps. "What do you mean?" They explain it the 3rd Royal Guard is already posted here, so the numbers aren't an issue. Alto tells them, straight up, that he really values their teamwork. He tells them, "We rest tonight and recharge, then tomorrow we roll up fast and crush that monster." And Duke Minton nods, admitting they've been hauling through the night up to this point. He throws them a big, heartfelt thank you, praising every bit of effort they put in. Later that night, Alto and Charlotte sink into a cozy moment in a room, sipping tea side by side. Charlotte shot Alto a grateful look for tagging along, then leaned in and asked, "So you didn't have plans that this just ruined, did you?" Alto shuts him down, says it's nothing, just, fine, then explains he's been holed up in his room, resting up and polishing his magic for tomorrow's fight. Alto leaned in and asked if him being called here meant a top-secret emergency mission was about to hit. But Charlotte shuts that down. She's making it crystal clear this isn't a mission. She just wanted to hear what he really thought, and when Alto hears that, his face lights up with surprise. Then Charlotte presses her, asking if she's truly doing the right thing. She swore she'd given it everything so far to help the people of their country. Seated at the tea table, Charlotte lays out her whole philosophy because she's determined to steer this nation so every single citizen can live a full, satisfying life, and she's not backing down because she believes it's her duty to keep going. Charlotte can't shake the thought that she was born a princess from day one, smiling for everyone, acting worthy, living up to expectations that never stop, and every memory of people gathering around her only makes her feel more and more alone. Alto thinks she might have turned down the princess title out of sheer restraint, too. Then Charlotte leans in and presses Alto straight on it. Does he think she should take the throne? Alto realizes this question would usually be treated like a tricky test of the subject depending on how the answer lands. But the princess in front of him stalls because she isn't just royalty, she's Charlotte, a normal girl, and she's not asking anyone's command, she's waiting on his answer, as a person, not as a title. Alto straight up admits he doesn't really get the throne or the kingdom at all, at least not yet. Charlotte snaps that he's the eldest son of a prestigious family, raised and educated just like one, then demands to know does he really have nothing sharper than that. Alto basically admits, yeah, this is the kind of moment where, if I were a retainer, I'd point at her and shout that she's the one destined to be king. Alto insists he knows the right answer, the proper one, but he doesn't just guess, because he's been thrown out of his own home. He tells them straight up posts can be swapped, officials can get tossed aside, and even a king won't last if things keep moving fast. He'll be replaced in just a few years. Charlotte studies him in silence while Alto drives the point home. Because no matter what you try, nothing beats the real person showing up. Charlotte shuts her eyes and smiles, reliving the moment Alto lost the Marquis family's backing and started believing he was nothing, until her childhood friend stepped in and taught her that he wasn't worthless at all. Alto tells her that no matter whether she ends up on the throne or not, one thing stays true: Lady Charlotte's choices saved his life, and he knows the citizens feel that same way too. He tells her her feelings are downright noble, so she needs to trust herself, be proud of what she did, and lift her chin high. Charlotte thanks Alto for telling the truth, admits it's made her like him even more, and Alto promises he'll do everything he can to earn her trust. Later, Charlotte leans in and tells him she's counting on him for tomorrow's hunt. Alto shoots back that he'll make sure they pull it off. But once he's gone, Charlotte panics, realizing she completely lost control and actually told him she likes him. The next morning hits, and monsters have popped up in both tunnel locations, so the unit instantly splits into two groups to deal with the chaos. Frankie and Alto storm the southern tunnel, while Charlotte and Lily pushes through the eastern tunnel. The operation kicks off with orders demanding he moves fast, yet hits every detail perfectly. Inside the south tunnel, Frankie declares he's the new leader, and Alto better snap to attention and actually listen. He remarks that Alto somehow managed to make himself useful while Frankie was gone, but Frankie cuts in fast, telling him that from this point on, monster packs will crawl in, and even struggling adventurers can barely handle them, so it's not as easy as Alto thinks. Alto nods, locking in the message, "Got it." Frankie keeps pushing his warning, saying he's watched too many people lock up in the worst moment and never move when it counts. No matter how wildly talented they were, none of it mattered. On their very first mission, some of them didn't even make it back alive. He tells Alto to speak up immediately if he thinks this is going south, because Frankie refuses to let the mission get dragged down. Alto shoots back with rock-solid determination, promising he'll give it everything he's got. Just like that, this monster barges in out of nowhere, and it's already here, ready to wreck everything. Frankie spots its look, then his eyes widen. Turns out it's only. He's just an E-rank goblin, but confusion gnaws at him. He heard those monsters were insanely strong. So what's happening? Frankie can't shake the thought that maybe Captain Arthur wasn't the right choice after all. As the goblin closes in, Frankie spots something weird about its outfit and can't help wondering, did he just find a special model? Frankie can't believe it, those monsters were weak after all. Alto nods, but he admits it didn't feel like a normal goblin, yet it wasn't exactly strong either. Frankie starts wondering if those town adventurers failed because they couldn't even pierce the monster's clothes. Alto can't shake the feeling that this trash monster doesn't even need skills to do what it's doing, and Frankie suddenly knows something's off with the whole situation. An hour slips by after they dive into the tunnel, then a colossal spider-like monster drops in front of them. Frankie says they've already wiped out around 10 of these things, but the place keeps swallowing them deeper, and Alto leans back like, yeah, it's basically a dungeon. After Alto crushes the monster, he leans in and declares that the sheer number of encounters is completely off. Something is seriously wrong. The frequency keeps spiking the deeper they go, and Frankie nods like someone planted these monsters on purpose. Unlike a dungeon where monsters magically pop out of thin air, these threats feel like they've been carefully planted. Alto spots something scary on the map, a perfectly kept road that shouldn't be there, and the path up ahead looks like it's about to crumble. Alto snaps at Frankie. Out of nowhere, monsters are up ahead, and this time they look brutally strong. But Frankie fires back that it's perfect since they've been small fry so far. He finally gets a chance to show off. Alto leans in and says he's ready, while Frankie grins. The tougher they are, the more fun it's going to be to take them down, because this time their mission is straight up to annihilate the monsters. The two don't slow down. They shove deeper into the tunnel, one step closer to whatever's waiting in the dark. They crash into a colossal creature, and Alto clocks it instantly. This is a king lizard man, an A-rank monster, and its power and speed are on a whole different planet compared to any normal lizard man. Frankie clocks their boss-tier foes for a mid-scale dungeon, saying hellhounds hit a rank thanks to their teamwork, but these enemies, they're a rank even one-on-one. Then Alto cranes his neck ahead and spots 7 of them bunched up, waiting in the tunnel. Frankie leans in and asks Alto if he's starting to get cold feet. But Alto shoots back that he'll start fighting right this second if Frankie gives the word. Frankie shoots him a warning like, "Trust me, you're already sure Alto knows this." But he couldn't drop his guard for even a second during the fight. Alto braces himself as the king lizardmen surge toward him. Meanwhile, Frankie grins and vows to finish it in one shot, then blasts Dragon's Breath raw power straight into the fight. Frankie unleashes an attack packed with insane skill, one that's meant to smash through any barrier. Then he declares, "This is the end," as the massive blast of magic slams into the king lizardman. Frankie's jaw drops. His insane skill couldn't even scratch them. Alto stares at it and goes, "It's the same as those hellhounds we fought," then realizes every one of these monsters is wrapped in brutal, power-cloaked barriers. Frankie yells at everyone to push forward, grinning as he points out that the barrier is already cracking from his hit. The 2 of them keep hammering the attack without slowing down. They tore straight through the magical defenses and slammed into the king lizardmen in brutal hand-to-hand combat. Then Alto and Frankie slam into the king lizardmen like a hurricane, their blows landing with brutal force as they carve through the monsters. The fight rages on, and just as Frankie locks in, more enemies spill in ahead because the next wave is already coming for them. The fight rages on as wave after wave of king lizardmen keep dropping. Frankie swings into confidence like, "It's nothing, I've got this." And then his grin drops when he realizes there are still 5 more left. He starts yelling, "Alto, are you okay?" But somehow, he still thought, even if this genius to the core Alto is at the top of the class, this rookie stuff can't possibly be too much for me. Out of nowhere, the last king lizardmen lose their nerve, crumple, and collapse in a heap. Frankie's eyes snap wide with shock as Alto shoots a calm look over his shoulder and says he thinks that's every last one of them. Frankie just freezes in disbelief, staring at this guy like, "Who the hell are you?" Alto doesn't even blink at the gap in their aptitude results. Alto blares a warning that monsters are still up ahead, then he checks the map. He spots an A-rank monster planted right in their path, and now it hits there's no way they won't burst into the deepest part in record time. Frankie's all fired up and declares he'll teach Alto how to deal with a nasty fake hell if he has to. He's ready to call in an S-rank. The 2 of them dive deeper into the tunnel system, pushing onward like they can't afford to stop. Eventually, they burst out into this huge open chamber where everything just wait for it suddenly opens up. A round hole up high blasts in daylight from the world above. An enormous monster's corpse sprawls on the ground, finally crushed and defeated. And Frankie looks around, boom, they've burst out into a huge open space. But Alto freezes, staring straight ahead in pure, jaw-dropping shock. Tucked deep inside that tunnel, a monster-sized dragon roars, and it's so huge it's double the size of every dragon he's ever laid eyes on. Frankie thinks the usual explanation fits. People would assume the power keeps sipping up mana from the magic stones the mine left behind, and yeah, that's almost certainly what's happening. But it feels way more likely that someone artificially pumped it up. Suddenly, that gigantic armored dragon spots them out of nowhere and bellows like a war drum, demanding to know who the hell they think they are. The dragon spots the incoming strike and bellows again, snarling like, "Who are you, some kind of elite?" Frankie grits his teeth and hurls a fireball spell straight at the massive beast. Then the blast detonates with terrifying power, swallowing the dragon whole in roaring flames and choking smoke. The dragon slams into the attack, gets rocked for a split second, and then boom, it snaps right back up, growling like, "Our attack's coming right now." As the colossal beast rockets toward Alto and Frankie at full throttle, its massive body crashes in with earth-shaking force. Frankie blasts Dragon Breath straight at Alto. Otto unleashes the Fire Lance, and both of them dive into the fight. Fighters fire off their deadliest offensive spells at the exact same time, and a storm of magic slashes through the air, straight for the rampaging dragon. Two devastating spells slam together on the same target, then their combined magic detonates against the dragon with an earth-shaking blast. But when the smoke finally lifts, Alto sees it just like he predicted, no scratch at all on the creature, and he locks in on the insane defense that dragon has. While the dragon laughs at them and sneers that attacks like that won't scratch it, Alto snaps into action. Then he orders Frankie to shoot at a single point and lock their aim on the base of the dragon's right leg. Frankie realizes if this trick works, they'll smash the barrier and knock out one of its legs too. Alto nods and confirms, "Got it, this is the plan." The two fighters lock eyes and launch their attack together. Frankie's screaming, "Fire away," and the Alto obeys, as they both hurl razor-precise strikes into the exact same spot. Their punishing attacks hammer straight into the dragon's leg. But Frankie hurls out a frustrated shout that this thing is way too tough, and Alto snaps with curses because they haven't even cracked the barrier yet, they're still hitting it with everything they've got. Suddenly, Frankie spots the dragon gearing up for a brutal counterattack and he screams at Alto to unleash defensive magic with every last bit of power. That dragon's brutal counterstrike detonates the moment Frankie screams. Raw power slams into them so hard, the explosion swallows everything in one terrifying blast. Hexagonal barriers cracked apart on impact, each pattern exploding under the brute force like it couldn't survive a single hit. Alto gets blasted backward with a brutal shove, and Frankie snaps, yelling whether the newbie's even okay. Alto coughs off the impact, eyes narrowing like a blade, because the power he's facing isn't just strong, it's on a whole new level, and he has to bring it down fast before the barrier shatters for good. Alto gathers dark energy around himself, then unleashes a massive counterattack straight at the dragon. The fight rages on. Alto darts out of the dragon's strikes, while Frankie stands back and watches, fists clenched. While the place shakes with explosions, someone yells at the newbie, calling them out right in the chaos. Frankie snarls in pure frustration, realizing he can't reach them in time to help in the fight. More explosions rip through the air as the dragon hammers its attack, and then Frankie finally realizes the barrier's been shattered. Alto knows one more hit means death, so he blurts out his spell commands in a frenzy, ice wall snapping up, then fire lance firing right after. The fused spells crash into the dragon like a lightning strike, shattering it with brutal force. Finally, he smashed through those defenses with a barrage of explosive hits. But that dragon bellows straight at Alto, snarling for his full attention and warning him not to dare look away. Its giant eye narrows with vicious intent, and it charges in hot attacking with pure, terrifying fury. Alto snaps back ice wall up in a flash, then fires off another searing fire lance. The spells slam together on the dragon, igniting a colossal blast that tears open the sky with raw magical power. Alto rockets forward in an instant and slams straight into the dragon with jaw-dropping speed. He unleashes a non-stop wall of attacks, pounding the creature again and again. Each strike crashes into place with brutal power as Alto drives him harder, and the dragon eats every hit impact after impact, piling up damage across its body. Alto clenches his calm with everything he's got as that dragon zeroes in on him again and again. The guy finally clocks it whether the thing is driven by instinct or pure brains. It can feel he's weakened, exposed, and at its mercy. Pressure crashes down as the truth hits him one more direct strike, and he's done for. He's out of time to reshape the barrier, but Alto won't quit. There's got to be a clue some way out of this nightmare, no matter what. Right when everything hits a breaking point, a system notification flashes in front of Alto's eyes. His auto magic has leveled up, and a brand new skill is ready for him to use. Alto stared at the notification flashing auto magic hit level 30. That required experience was so insane, he basically forgot leveling even existed. Alto shouts at Frankie, asking if he can. He can hold the dragon's attention for a little while. He yanks out a scent ball, a condensed snack for monsters, and sets it burning, just to lure them in. Frankie slams in a fireball to light it up on the spot, then snaps at Alto for taking so long to hand it over. Alto blurts out an apology, but then drops the bombshell that there might be a way to smash through this mess. The dragon snaps off a dismissive roar as it surges forward, but Frankie only smirks like, finally, Alto's learned he can win by leaning on his own strength. Then the dragon unleashes a savage barrage, massive claw strikes tearing straight toward Frankie's position. Frankie charges straight at the dragon, going face to face with pure guts. Fierce determination blazing in his eyes, he leaned toward Alto and snapped that it wasn't just a little thing, he'd keep going for hours if he had to. Meanwhile, a dragon's eyes lock onto the scent ball while Frankie blurts, "Alto!" Alto locks eyes on the system notification glaring right in front of him. The simultaneous activation counter has shot up, and even better, instant scripting is unlocked now. The notification hits like a punch. Level 30 is officially reached. He cracked instant scripting and cranked his simultaneous activation up to 32. Alto realizes this ability was already way stronger than some top-tier skill, and now that it's upgraded, he might be about to unleash firepower so insane it doesn't even feel real. Then Alto shouts to Frankie, and with a quick apology, he admits he kept him waiting. He tells Frankie he's about to blow the doors off with a high-powered skill he's never tried before, warning that it might backfire since it's his first run, so he begs Frankie to watch his step. Frankie yells back, "I wasn't waiting, and you can't believe it's only been like 5 minutes." But Frankie can't stop watching, fear creeping higher by the second. He can't believe Alto just proved he can unleash that much pointless power and somehow still finds a way to crank it up even more. Alto drops into a crouch, arms stretched wide, and snaps his fire lance to life. Suddenly, from Alto's position, a colossal fire lance blasts outward, way bigger than anything he's ever pulled off, shattering the air with raw, unstoppable power. Frankie can't even blink. He's never seen a fire lance this massive in his life. The massive fire lance crashes into the dragon and detonates pure destruction in one brutal hit. The attack rips straight through the creature's defenses like they're nothing at all. Alto snaps for one more shot right away, refusing to give up for even a second. A burst of Alto's spell slams the dragon backward like a wrecking ball, sending it flying out of control. Its massive body got absolutely crushed, taking hit after hit without a shred of resistance. Alto hurls his colossal fire lance at the dragon again and crashes it in with earth-shaking power. That massive spell rips straight through the creature's defenses, and the blast shatters the air around them like thunder. The explosion blasts into the dragon's body, and that massive beast gets slammed backward, skidding hard under the sheer force of the attack. Frankie just stands there, jaw dropped, as the massive destruction right in front of him keeps exploding into view. Frankie stares at everything unfolding, and it hits him he used to envy Alto, but now this brutal, towering power is shaking him in the best way, bigger than anything he ever dared to imagine. But then Alto studies everything closely and realizes the dragon wasn't finished after all. Frankie explodes in frustration, shouting, "What the hell is going on? Because that dragon was supposed to be finished, so what's happening now? But..." Then bam, armored figures swarm in around them, and Alto rockets forward to intercept as the fight erupts. "Back up," someone screams, while another hurls a blazing fireball straight at the oncoming threats. Armored soldiers explode into panic, screaming at the top of their lungs as the whole situation slips fully out of control. One soldier screams for help while another blurts out in pure confusion, and Alto just stands there, watching the madness unfold with a worried stare. Then one of the soldiers spots Alto and yells, "What the hell are you doing here?" Never dreaming they'd reunite like this, Frankie grabs the moment and asks if the soldier knows Alto, and Alto confirms it the man's an old colleague. The soldier panics, blurting that he was only hired for the cash and that they told him to handle the monsters here. Frankie demands answers, shouting, "Who the hell are you people? So what are they and what are they here to do, really?" A soldier shouts, "I know nothing, but..." But Alto just locks eyes with him, staring him down like a threat. The soldier swears he's telling the truth and claims he knows nothing, but Alto cuts in, "Don't lie, because he knows exactly what you're hiding." Alto declares, "I'm done with you, you're finished as a soldier." Frankie coldly snaps to it and acknowledges the truth. Meanwhile, A frantic female voice screams that they're stuck here until morning, so the princess is still there. Someone brings up Minton, and the room instantly buzzes with rumors that more people were there. Then another voice shouts about mimics and confirms it's Minton, right there. Then the dragon roars and blasts yet another devastating dragon breath attack. Then it hits them. This isn't luck. It's a signal, and they snap to action, turning back toward Minton right away, with the whole crew agreeing and gearing up to leave. Frankie blurts out that he's relieved they chose the emergency return signal on the spot, and right on cue, a flare suddenly blasts into the sky. The moment the soldiers spot that signal, panic detonates around them. One guy screams for everyone to bolt right now before it's too late. But Alto barrels ahead and slashes through them before they even get a chance to flee. The soldiers lie pinned to the ground, bound tight and completely restrained. Charlotte's face tightens with worry, and she quietly prays that the princess stays safe. Alto nods and says the military police will grab the captured soldiers later, and everyone around him jumps onto the plan. Then Alto and the crew burst into a sprint straight for Minton, and the bound mercenaries get left in the dust behind them. They finally reach the castle, and what hits them is pure nightmare fuel bodies are scattered all across the grounds and even the stairs, like the place got slaughtered. Alto stared at the wreckage, and the truth hit him hard. No one was left standing, not a single soul. Frankie's face twists with pure horror as the massacre unfolds before him. Suddenly, voices roar up from below yelling for Alto, Frankie, and Captain Arthur. Lily and Mia look absolutely rattled. Lily can't even wrap her head around it. Everyone was alive just this morning. Mia shoots the question, "Are there any survivors out there?" And Alto locks it in. "We have to find them first," then fires off orders on the spot, yelling that the princess is the top priority and demanding everyone fan out and search the entire castle. The crew fans out across the castle grounds, ripping into their search. Meanwhile, the crew tears through the castle halls and finds bodies scattered everywhere. One of the women spies the corpses stacked up everywhere, then Alto spots the odd detail the maids and servants were left untouched, and the killers only went after the soldiers. As they keep hunting, a light-haired captain suddenly shows up, and Alto yells at him in a panic, demanding Eric explain what all this means, and then pointing out that he was the captain of the 3rd Royal Guard. Duke Minton is left shaking with devastation after the massacre, and Alto blurts out, "How the hell did this happen?" Because the man can't even wrap his head around the fact that everyone is really gone. Meanwhile, blonde Captain Eric rushes up to Captain Arthur and declares that he's already checked most of the other rooms. And the news is grim, the princess is nowhere, and Eric's gut tells him something's terribly wrong. He's convinced she's been abducted. One of them blurts out, "If we don't see any bodies, then they're probably still alive." Alto snaps that they don't have time to wait for reinforcements. Then he blasts off for them right now. He yells, "Yeah!" And Mia and Lily both snap back with a loud yes. Now they're all set to burst out and move. Night crashes down over a forest clearing, swallowing everything in shadow. Suddenly, boom, an explosive hit slams the air, and someone screams, "Everybody, get out now!" Bound up tight, they're sprawled on the ground as desperate voices scream out names, Zayao Ding, over and over. Somebody just clocks it like they got brought here exactly how they planned. A captive tied up at the rope screams at the top of his lungs, begging to be set free. Then Minister Wilo steps in, and Charlotte spots him instantly. She yells his name even while they've her tied up. Wilo just bursts into laughter, asks what in the world she means, shrugs like, "What can you do?" then barks an order to strip everything off her except her arms. Duke Minton's voice slices through the air, and Wilo realizes it the second he blurts out his call to Princess Charlotte gives him away. Wilo rips into a chilling speech, declaring that the princess, the second most powerful soul in this country, is on her knees in front of him, drenched in blood. Charlotte snaps, demanding to know why Willow has slipped into this brutal violence. Duke Minton grins wickedly at her side as O'Comley insists, with a sharp edge of certainty, that this isn't reckless at all. Every move was plotted long before it ever happened. He reveals this is the exact reason he could bait her out here straight into the heart of the mountain. Wilo throws his arms wide and roars that the only way this plan truly ends is if Charlotte is dead. Charlotte stayed tied up, then fired back hard. If all he wanted was to murder her, he should have just finished the job at Minton Castle. Willow tells her to calm down, then promises the princess he'll do the job right and end her properly. Charlotte demands to know why he had to drag the whole Mint and Castle crew into this mess. Willow snaps that before he even gets to killing Charlotte, he's got one huge loose end, this notorious guy, or rather, an eyesore with a grudge who's set on wiping out Arthur of the Royal Guard too. And he tells Charlotte she's about to become his hostage. Charlotte freezes in pure, stunned disbelief. Charlotte begs Willow to stop, but he barrels on until now, when Arthur keeps stepping in and wrecking his noble plans again and again. Someone nearby calls it out, and Willow snaps back that the damage they've taken is beyond measure. Then Charlotte finally clicks. Willow isn't just targeting her, she's coming for Captain Arthur too. Charlotte demands to know if he cooked up this whole scheme just to keep the prince's faction moving like clockwork. Willow proudly swears he's the kind who plans with ruthless caution and admits there's still a mountain of work ahead. Willow lets out a laugh and admits, yeah, he has to say it. This whole scheme was flawless, because if Charlotte hears that people are getting crushed by monsters, he knew she'd send Arthur's squad packing, and right then, Alto and the others were shown waiting in the area nearby. Willow gloats that he can strike when the nuisances are wiped out. Everything keeps going ridiculously smooth. Carriages rumble through the forest as Willow keeps taunting them, like he's certain they're too stupid to even think about calling reinforcements right now. He sneers that it's downright pathetic, just some twisted sense of justice, and one lonely squad. Willow's smirk spreads as he scoffs that it's pathetic they dragged themselves all this way just to become monster fodder. Charlotte fires back, screaming that they're proud knights not like him, and slams him with one sharp question. Does he really believe everything will go exactly his way? Charlotte gets slammed hard and erupts into a piercing cry of pain. Willow snaps at her to shut her mouth, sneering that she's nothing but a brat, then coldly tells her he could kill her this very second she's only still breathing, because he's letting her. Charlotte's face is pure agony, tears spilling as she takes the abuse without a shred of mercy. Meanwhile, Arthur's squad tore through the forest on horseback, hot on Willow's trail as it burned through the trees. One of the female knights snaps at the captain, insisting something feels terribly wrong. Even with not a drop of rain in sight, the wheel tracks they're chasing are razor-clear, plain as day. Alto scans the dirt, and the truth hits him hard. Those tracks weren't an accident, someone left them on purpose. The squad suddenly realizes they're being baited straight into a trap. Someone blurts out that Willow left too many obvious breadcrumbs at the scene, and this has to be a trap meant to lure them, and Alto studies it even closer and snaps to the truth. If Willow only wanted Charlotte dead, she wouldn't have bothered snatching her and hiding the mess like this. With everything pointing that way, Alto realizes this isn't just some assassination attempt on the princess. Those attackers might be aiming to wipe out the 7th Royal Guard too. Mia and Lily brace themselves, ready to charge straight into whatever's coming next. The chase hurls them to a crossroads, and the Shinhwa tracks split, running straight down both roads like they're daring them to choose. Frankie suddenly clocks it. These enemies are trying to break their crew apart. They weigh both routes right side ends at a mountain hut that screams perfect hideout, while the left just dumps them on a lonely mountain trail with nothing to gain. Alto realizes most of the time the enemy is taking the right trail. Frankie locks in the plan. He and Alto blast down the right path, while Mia and Lily scout the left. Mia can't wait. She eagerly confirms the orders. Alto snaps at them to not go too hard, and even though his gut clenches about relying only on the rookies, he still admits quietly that they've got the skills. He tells them, if you spot the princess, blast a signal with the massive fire lance, then the whole squad charges in right away. They all nod, ready to obey. As they push down the left path, the female knight mutters that the princess probably isn't here. This route is basically just a forgotten game trail at this point. But then Alto spots brand new wheel tracks cutting through the grass, and he yells, "Got 'em!" Through the tangled vegetation, Alto spots a flicker of light far ahead, cutting through the darkness. Alto ignites his fire lance to blaze a signal, letting everyone know the princess has finally been found. Through the trees, They spot Charlotte struggling as Duke Willow and a masked stranger hold her captive, and Duke Willow barks at them to back off right away because, he insists, the one they're hunting isn't Arthur. But he shrugs it off, because in his mind, he was going to wipe them both out anyway. Alto spots the minister and his face flashes with pure shock. Willow insists that the whole twist comes down to this who strikes first and who gets the final word. Charlotte snaps at Duke Willow, blasting him with, "Do you even know what you're doing? I'm the princess and this is high treason." Willow mutters the words under his breath, and you can see the worry flicker across his face. Then the masked figure beside him flashes a grin and taunts. Who exactly can prove that? Willow steadies himself because he knows he can't afford to panic, then snaps back that none of them are getting out of here alive. The masked figure snaps into action, chanting a wild incantation and throwing hand signs as an ancient magical language spills from their mouth. Lily spots the magic circle and the incantation snap into place, and her blood runs cold as she realizes something terrifying is about to hit. The masked figure snaps the last syllable of the spell and boom! Fireball erupts into action. A raging fireball hurls forward, smashing everything in its path with pure, devastating power. Alto and Lily both snap into shock when the magical assault slams straight toward them. Meanwhile, Charlotte, with Willow still holding her back, bursts into laughter and fires back, asking if this isn't absolutely magnificent. The masked figure summons their servant, and with a thunderous roar, the great scalded dragon, now a massive skeletal beast, rips out of the shadows. They bark an order to slaughter Alto and his whole group, and the undead monster towers over them, its colossal bone frame blotting the battlefield in dark, looming shadows. Alto snaps into action, stacking his abilities, pumping himself with physical and magic buffs, then unleashes a fire lance. The upgraded spell crashes into the skeletal dragon, smashing it with raw, amplified force. Alto's muscles scream from the strain as Lily charges back in, throwing punches beside him as the fight rages on. Alto rips through the situation in a flash, because even with a max power hit boosted by both physical and magic, the dragon doesn't so much as twitch. But then it clicks. This thing can't fly. He readies another fire lance on the spot, flipping his strategy in real time. Alto vows to smash the skeletal dragon's legs and rip away the one thing that lets it move. His boosted strikes thunder into the creature's limb structure, crushing it with brutal, game-ending force. Explosions rip the air anytime his magic latched onto bone. Then Alto leans in and demands to know if Duke Willow raised those monsters. Duke Minton says that monsters Alto has been going hard since yesterday and today, and Charlotte nods like, "Yeah, those have been brutal." Duke Willow erupts in laughter, smugly chalking it all up to that idiot dog who handed it over so easily, letting him finish the whole project. Alto's jaw drops in pure shock as the truth hits Arasso and Dog are the ones behind the whole scheme. They keep breaking it down, then they pull off the impossible and craft the mightiest dragon of all, and Duke Willow proudly declares it's the toughest one anyone's ever made. Then the truth slams in. Turns out that dragon trapped in the mine was in on the whole plan too. The marks they found on that idiot's sword proved it was. Strong enough to trap a legendary S-rank dragon zombie in chains, fueled by a barrier skill stolen from the old generation's lost magic. Down below, Alto stands frozen, finally realizing the entire weight of their conspiracy. Meanwhile, Duke Willow sneers that the mine dragon is nothing but a half-baked failure, and as someone warns him that Wyro let his guard down, Willow snaps back with furious protest, demanding they stop dragging that wreck into the same breath as this perfected creation. Suddenly, something snaps into place, and the moment it hits, pure alarm detonates in their face. A skeletal dragon slithers through the forest, bones clacking as it prowls the shadows. Lily whips out her magic and fires off a dispel shot. Her magic slips, and he slammed the skeletal dragon with everything he had. Alto screams at her to run because the barrier is gone. Lily comes charging in hot as someone ignites the holy sword, its glow exploding with sacred power while she barrels straight at the attack. Duke Willow just laughs it off, insisting he wasn't careless at all. His barrier magic has already fused perfectly with the dragon's body tissues. And he declares, loud and certain, that whatever they try, none of it matters, because it's all pointless. Lily gapes in disbelief as her attack bounces off the dragon with 0 damage, and the truth hits her no matter how hard she tries to cancel it. That barrier is nothing like anything she's ever seen before. Duke Wilo brags about every trophy he's pulled in the huge frame, the research, the wreckage he's caused, and the raw power, then admits he still hasn't gotten much real fight time out in the open. Someone blurts out, "All right, time to wrap this up." Then Duke Wilo barks an order to the skeletal dragon, "Finish Alto!" And as it charges, he roars for the great dragon scalded, unleashing a crushing blow. Lily shouts a warning about dragon breath, orders everyone back this instant, and slams her hand forward to trigger an ice wall. The divine barrier slams up right in front of them. Alto clocks the nightmare unfolding between the brutal heat wave and the giant range the attack is ripping through. The spread is so huge he can't possibly dodge it. Then the dragon hurls its breath attack like a firestorm, slamming into them with explosive impact and blasting everyone backward. A voice slices through the air. "Ms. Lily," someone shouts. Alto screams for Lily and Mia as the blast rips straight through their defenses. An ice wall snaps back into place the moment someone dares to ask. Lily and Mia check in. Lily flashes a shaky thumbs up and says she's fine, even though she's taken some damage. Then someone grabs Alto's attention, shuts down the check on them idea, and orders him to lock in on a faster, smarter way to deal with it. They fired him up, reminding him how they tore up the Hellhound by smashing its weak point right in the mouth. Alto gets labeled a cost-efficiency nut, and that sparks his brain into overdrive. He still remembers how they crushed the dragon zombie by hitting its core weak spot and ending it for good. So even this beast has to have at least one soft target. Alto finally gets it by splitting the pursuers into 2 groups. He proves the dragon isn't totally untouchable. But he's scrambling to figure out the one weakness before time runs out. Normally, he'd have time to fumble through trial and error, but pulling off a complex spell means getting every syntax piece to click perfectly. He can't shake the question. Can he even write something that intricate in such a short window? Or should he just hit auto magic, spam skills, and start logging the damage? Then it slams into him his brand new skill, the one he's never used before, and it fires up instantly, rewriting reality in a script. That's the reason he's banking on a whole new method, some approach he hasn't tried before. Alto snaps on instant transcription, tracks every hit from those fireball spells that blast the whole opponent, tallies the damage piece by piece, and zeroes in on the exact spot that deals the most. Magical text and mind-blowing calculations start flashing onto the screen non-stop, like the spell is racing to finish. Alto realizes the thing that used to take him hours is happening in the blink of an eye. Alto fires up his weakness scan and zeroes in on the exact crack in his opponent's armor. An observer blurts that he's just machine gunning 32 shot bursts non-stop, and Lily snaps that he's basically peppering the dragon's whole body, attacking everywhere at once. But then someone shrugs it off as nothing but numbers and spark stuff that can't possibly hurt the dragon. "Duke!" Wilo sneers that even if those fires rain down 1,000 times, it still won't count as even a scratch, let alone a proper massage. While the scan chews through the data at breakneck speed, it maps every hit across the skeletal dragon's huge body, then the system locks onto the one fatal weak spot right where the wings are anchored. Alto slams the fire lance forward, locking onto the weak spot he just uncovered. With pinpoint precision, the concentrated magic spear streaks straight into the dragon's wing base. The fire lance hits with brutal precision, bam, 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 drilling into the dragon's weak wing joints and tearing them apart. Lillian and Mia stare in shock as their attacks slice through the creature's defenses like they're made of paper. The assault keeps hammering on, and then Holy Sword ignites. Right after that comes a deadly ice lance. The combined magic barrage pounds the dragon's weak spots without mercy, and every spell lands right on target for maximum damage. Then the dragon crumples to the ground, and someone screams in panic. They celebrated Alto's success with a surge of pure, breathless excitement. Duke Wilo just gapes in disbelief, swearing it can't be real, no way this is happening, while the masked figure screams in agony as the undead dragon collapses beneath them. Duke Willow spits out furious curses, swearing this isn't how it was meant to be. Everything has gone completely sideways. Lily hurled a lethal ice shot straight at Duke Willow. The Duke's lungs rip with a brutal scream as the attack crashes into him. He erupts in yelling, demanding to know what the hell they're doing, and before he can move an inch, Lily snaps in with Ice Hand and fully pins him down. Meanwhile, Alto barrels over to Princess Charlotte and fires off. "Are you okay?" Charlotte lies battered and worn out, barely scraping out a word, then she still manages to call Alto's name every week. Alto barrels up to her side and yells that she's safe now, then immediately asks if she's hurt anywhere. Charlotte reaches out again, voice cracking as she calls his name like she's afraid he'll vanish. Lily and Mia stare at the whole scene, faces frozen in pure shock. Alto stares in shock while Charlotte clings to him, breathless, and she keeps thanking him again and again. Alto's thoughts sprint in panic, wondering if he's about to get hit with Lee's Majest charges for the whole mess. But he shoves that thought aside and blurts it to her anyway. He's just relieved the princess is safe. Then Charlotte leans in and tells Alto, "When you talk to me, call me Charlotte, no exceptions." She tells him she just knew she was right to push for him to join the Royal Guard. Alto just sits there, perfectly still, like she's holding her breath. Later that night, the two stayed side by side beneath the stars, and Charlotte's heart hammered like crazy from everything that had just happened. Meanwhile, at the Wellesley estate, a stunned official steps into the spotlight, ready to drop whatever comes next. The official confirms that this information checks out and looks dead-on reliable. Breaking news hits like a bombshell. Minister Willow is arrested. Meanwhile, someone else is taking in the whole conspiracy in one brutal sweep, and the Scalded is the real deal, an S-rank monster that even the best fighters can barely hope to take down. The whole plan demanded an eye-watering fortune, burning cash to ready the Scalded forces and assemble the strike team for the assault on Minton Castle. It was supposed to buy a minister's seat, but instead, the whole deal collapsed in minutes. The mission was simple: wipe out both the princess and Alto. Then someone finally rushed back to their master and reported the person who just defeated the Scalded. After the enhancement, that monster should have become unstoppable, so strong that even Arthur and a few others combined still couldn't punch through it with ease. Then the servant blurts out his name. Apparently it's Alto. The master's scream rips through the air as soon as he hears that name, and his control shatters instantly. While the officials keep arguing, Minister Huero gets dragged and caught as the mastermind behind the whole string of incidents, and the rumors say he's still refusing to say a word about any other crimes. Then someone leans in and tells the master straight, atonement probably won't even be considered. But the master screams at them to stop acting like fools. Even if the charges don't hold up in court, everyone knowing you were cozy with the minister still shatters your reputation, and if the faction falls apart too, that minister dream is finished for good. Out of nowhere, someone barges in and yells to interrupt. At the Wellesley estate, Alto's father hunches over his desk, grinding through papers, and pure frustration crawls across his face. He snaps that nothing is going right, then curses the whole damn situation under his breath. But then his face flips in an instant. He finally clocks it. The perfect stepping stone is sitting right there in front of him. He decides that if it's already gotten this bad, then it's done. He's breaking away from the prince's faction for good. A few days later, right back at the royal palace, Princess Charlotte sweeps back in wearing an elegant flowing dress. Eric, the captain of the 3rd Royal Guard, storms in and greets her as she returns. Charlotte drops into a deep bow, then floods him with a full-on apology, every word pleading. But Eric leans in and tells her to lift her head, and Charlotte swears the 3rd Royal Guard got wiped out to protect her still, since it's her job to unite and lead the people. Her condolences have been accepted the right way. Charlotte's face tightens with worry, but someone tells her the guards were only doing their duty as knights, and that her safety is the best reward they could ever hope to earn. Charlotte's face twists as those words slam into her like a gut punch. Meanwhile, someone corners Arthur and asks, "Did you really do that rescue?" And he's told the truth, it wasn't him at all. The rookies crushed the Scalded and hauled the princess to safety. Another observer leans in and blurts that this year's rookies are seriously impressive. then turns to Arthur and praises him like he's a legend. Arthur nods right back, fully agreeing. Charlotte fires back that without them, Wylo would have taken her own life. Then someone chimes in that this kind of feat deserves a damn medal. The official calls everyone off for now, telling them to finally get some rest, and right after that someone else says, "All right, my report starts now." They get ordered to spill every single detail about Arthur. Alto stands shoulder to shoulder with Lily, Mia, and the rest, as everyone bursts out with wild enthusiasm. Alto, Charlotte, and Mia stride out of the palace side by side. Lily watches them disappear and shouts for Alto, and someone notes that he really went all in, but finally, it looks like they'll get some real rest today, and Lily's face turns worried as she sees Alto walk out with the others. Then Alto suddenly gets cornered in the palace courtyard by a sharply dressed man with a ponytail and glasses. Alto's crunched on the ground and stared up because the man looming over him was none other than his father, Marcus Wellesley. Marcus Wellesley tells Alto, "You fought through those horrors, and you actually rose. Now you're truly respectable." He declares that now that Alto's at his current state, he'll finally let him go back right into the proud house of Wellesley. Alto gapes at his father, eyes wide with pure shock. Alto snaps back at his father returning isn't happening, Marquis Wellesley. Far off in the distance, Lily and Mia stare as the clash plays out, while Alto keeps talking, saying he's got comrades now who truly back him, so he's done with the Wellesley family. Marquis Wellesley roars at Alto, demanding to know how much more ungrateful he plans to be. But Alto keeps his cool, gives his father a smooth excuse, and strides off like nothing happened. Later, Lily leans in and tells Alto he's finally cutting every last tie with that family. Alto just nods once and shoots back a quick, no-nonsense reply. Then the story whips into a lavish palace chamber, where Prince Richard finds Charlotte lounging back on an ornate, throne-like chair. He leans down and tells the man kneeling in front of him that he's genuinely impressed because the guy still has the nerve to show up in his face. Marcus Wellesley drops into a deep bow before the prince in that dazzling, lavish room. The man on his knees finally admits he totally misjudged how brutal the 7th Imperial Guard really is. Prince Richard shoots a question, so is that man responsible too for Wylo's blunder? The man leans in and says it was Duke Wylo who botched the whole operation, yet somehow it was him who handed over Skull dead. Prince Richard says he heard the preparations are already more than enough. The man admits it, having that rookie knight there made all the difference. And yep, his name is Alto, picked on the princess's recommendation. Prince Richard perks up the moment Alto's name lands, and someone points out, "So you crushed the House of Bones scheme, but we never thought you'd drag even Wylo down with it." Prince Richard shuts the debate down. Results are the only thing that ever really matters. He points out the princess is still breathing, and with that, the throne's power is starting to tip in her favor. He presses the guy and demands to know how he plans to end this mess. The dark-haired man keeps talking to Prince Richard, and with cold certainty, he demands that the princess be killed, even though she's just a commoner now. Down in the lower part of the chamber, a blonde noblewoman snaps back. Talk is cheap, but the man fires right back. Wellesley information is his turf, because Alto was once the prized eldest son of his own household. She tells him, straight up, she won't trust a single word until she sees proof with her own eyes, and she demands he prove he's worth it, right now. The man drops into a bow, nods like he's locked in, and promises he'll kick off the preparations right away. Then, just a few days later at the Wellesley estate, someone crashes in and demands the master, "Is it really true?" The dark-haired man flashes back, "No problem at all," and says he actually needs to stir up a little chaos. But Marquis Wellesley rages in protest, yelling that if they go through with it, the country could tumble into chaos no one can rein in. The dark-haired man lays out the whole plan with ice-calm confidence, aiming to scatter the knights away from the royal capital by picking the one pawn they can control, and then he smirks. They don't even have to beat them, because the knights are just a distraction. The dark-haired man slumps into a throne-like chair behind an ornate desk, as the other person nods, says, "I understand," and promises to obey. In the very next heartbeat, someone drops dead at their desk, and a servant spots it instantly crying out, "My lord," as they ask what's wrong. Later, Marquis Wellesley steps up to the dark-haired man and calls out, "Good luck out there," right before the battle, and his departure begins. The dark-haired man strides through the estate's interior, and every footstep thunders back through the halls. Someone tells him, "Good luck," and he nods back fast, accepting the wish with a quick acknowledgement. As he kept pushing forward, seriousness hardened on his face, and he knew he'd better brace for the worst, so he announced they'd tap the Great Center Camilla for their contingency plan. The story plunges deep into a pitch-black mining facility, where ruthless criminals are chained to brutal labor digging into rock day and night, hunting for magic stones, and there, among the prisoners, is Bond Bone, the poisoner who got caught wrecking people and sabotaging the night exams. He's a total wreck now, drenched in sweat, gasping as he barely manages to hoist his pickaxe, and as he crumples onto the jagged cave floor, drained to the bone and shattered by the grind, he can't even prop himself up anymore, he just stops. And he starts losing it the second he spots a cut on his leg. He shrieks that it hurts, panics about germs sinking into the wound, and swears his whole leg is going numb while the other prisoners just hang back, staring as he sobs his heart out. One guy finally asks, "You okay?" But the rest only grumble that he'll be useless dead weight the moment they hit the job. So they decide to drag him to the infirmary, and one worker yells at a guy he calls Mr. High and Mighty, "Stop loafing around and help carry him back to the..." He pushed straight into the medical bay, nothing but a drafty, cold room with a handful of empty beds meant for the workers. The doctor wraps him up with a fast bandage, but Bond Bone is still losing his mind, screaming in pain the second anyone even touches his leg. Just as the doctor turns to leave, Bon erupts in rage and screams that he still hasn't gotten a single special herb or healing potion, but the doctor couldn't care less. Bon just keeps flexing that he's the heir to the House of Bourne, and he's threatening to fire a nobody worker like him if he doesn't hand over the medicine right this second. Bon swivels back, baffled. This worker just stands there with arms crossed like he's about to drop a bombshell, and while he's perched on the edge of the medical bed, snapping bones hiss at him. Then he turns to the guy and demands, "What's your point?" And the worker locks eyes with him, jabs a finger at the dark brand on Bon's neck, and says that mark means Bon's crimes weren't just bad, they were major, but Bon. But Bon just whips his head away and snaps at the guy to mind his own business. He's not about to talk about it until the worker lifts his sleeve and shows the exact same brand burned into his own neck. He's clearly worn to the bone as he tells them, "We've both got the same mark." And that's when everything clicks, causing. He uses Bone to go quiet, but the stress hits hard, his hands start to shake, sweat breaks out, and the weight of the conversation pins him in place and then the guy lays it out that brand means he and his people have already shoved the royal family's patience past the breaking point. Plus, he warns that every sentence for folks like them only stretches and never shrinks, even if he's got ties to some powerful noble house. So the worker lays it on him, stop banking on your family's clout for help, and that brutal reality check leaves him reeling. Bone-rattling fear hit him, and he couldn't wrap his head around what he was hearing, so he spiraled, panicking hard as the truth sank in. He's trapped here forever. And at last he snaps, clutching his head and roaring into the air, wondering why someone from his noble blood has to endure this, then turning it all on Alto, screaming that it's all that kid's fault for even showing up to the exam. Their eyes go wide, sweat bursts out of him, and he blurts fully rattled, yelling, "Wait! Bon just said Alto's name, right? Because he knows exactly who it is. He blurts out that the kid only showed up for the exam because the princess vouched for him, then Bon sinks on his bed, looking wrecked, spitting that Alto is a filthy commoner who just ruined his entire life. The worker snaps out of nowhere, towers over him, and blasts him with questions. Was this guy framed too? Just like that useless kid, Bon jolts his head up, stunned, thinking, wait, did the same thing happen to him and the work? The worker goes on a furious rant, swearing that if that fool hadn't shown up, he'd already be holding an invitation from the royal court to become a knight, like some delusional dreamer living in his own fantasy world. And then it all falls apart. He grabs his head and starts screaming like he's cracking in the middle of the room. Bon just stays there, silent, watching him spiral into a full-on meltdown until he finally looks down and forces the truth on himself. Sure, he wants revenge, but he can't pretend he didn't see how insanely strong that kid really was. It gnaws at him, but Bonbon snaps to the worker that once the dust settles, the guy he saw won't look incompetent at all hard to swallow, sure, but he can't forget the moment he saw Alto rip off top-tier magic so sick he still can't match it yet, and now he just slumps there, crushed, because watching a genius like him get outclassed that easily feels brutal. The worker clocks it instantly. Alto's been sitting on that kind of power for ages, and nobody ever saw it coming. Then he smirks and laughs at Bone, flat out calling him a total idiot for missing it all. Then this guy flashes a dark, creepy grin, and he tells Bonbon not to freak out because in a place like this, they've got their own way of handling things. The worker leans in with a crooked grin, then starts whispering a grimy scheme to Bone, bragging that the mine has its own way of getting things handled. Lily stands alone in the courtyard, lost in the sting of old memories. The moment her aptitude test ended, her whole world flipped upside down, then boom, she got shoved into back-to-back meetings with the Knight Commander and the King. She couldn't even process it. Finding out she had world-class talent out of nowhere felt unreal. And the worst part was knowing she couldn't even use magic yet, so she felt totally out of place. The more everyone started crowning her with big dreams, the more her inside started screaming, because the pressure was crushing her from the inside out. Then, out of nowhere, she finally spotted Alto again, and somehow they both wound up at the Knight Academy together, ready to burn for the promise they made as kids. Reality didn't care a bit about their promises. Then a training sword screamed through the air, and everything instantly went sideways. Lily drops to her knees, gasping for air, getting crushed in every practice match, and it hits her hard high potential doesn't mean you can fight. She locks her eyes forward, biting down on determination as she vows to Alto she'll keep her promise, and there's nothing left to do but grind practice until she finally nails it. She goes into training like a total maniac, spooking everyone around her, but the insane grind pays off fast, because her holy magic starts evolving at lightning speed. By his third year at the academy, Alto was still untouchable, undefeated again and again, and Lily wasn't trailing him for long. Her confidence surged so hard she crushed the Knight selection exam and finished first. Before long, she had officially earned the title of Knight sailing through every step with 0 hiccups, yet the real shocker was still waiting just around the corner. Alto ended up becoming a knight right after her, and boom, their shared childhood dream of serving side by side finally came true, because they were standing together on equal footing at last. Lily couldn't contain her joy. Every drop of blood, sweat, and tears from training finally felt worth it, but that spark of happiness didn't stick around for long. Once real missions kicked in, Lily finally felt the gap huge, undeniable. Seeing Alto and Mia tear through brutal battles made her snap to it. Something was seriously wrong. She freezes in the dark of her own mind, convinced she's not strong enough and terrified she'll just slow Alto down. And now it's crystal clear. Alto has totally caught Princess Lily's attention. She watches him stride off, her chest tight, convinced he's headed somewhere so far out of reach it might as well be a different world. She drops her gaze, totally crushed, and can't stop thinking about how the gap between her and Alto has blown up so big lately. Her thoughts get yanked away the second she hears Alto yelling her name, then he and Mia show up asking, straight up, whether she's been waiting there for a while. Lily snaps out of her daze, grins at both of them, and says she got here a little early then just waited until they showed up. As the group strides through the courtyard, Mia tells Alto she still can't believe he's actually pulling off a medal, and before he can even answer, Lily jumps in like, I can't believe they're honoring you for saving the princess after that whole chaos and Alto just scratches the back of his head, looking embarrassed, and straight up admits he feels awful because he's the only one in the group getting a special award for it. He tells them they only made it through because everyone's power hit at once, me and my solo medal. That honestly feels like way too much. But Mia shuts down every bit of modesty. She locks eyes with him, tells him he played the biggest role of anyone there, and basically declares that makes the award feel completely normal. Lily instantly steps in, saying that in the middle of that brutal fight, she and Mia could barely scrape together a few seconds, and then she says this: if Alto hadn't stepped in, the whole 7th Guard, and even the princess, would have been wiped out clean. Mia tells him, that's exactly why you're getting that medal right move. And even if Alto looks a little unsure, Lily just grins and jumps in like, yep, you absolutely earned that recognition. The story snaps to the royal castle's official ceremony, where the whole kingdom crowds in. Then the king sinks into his throne and loudly summons Alto to step forward. So Alto starts to buckle under the pressure, and Lily shoots him a quick touch to calm him down. He straightens up and presses a hand to his heart, then fires back a solid reply to the king, making it crystal clear he's ready to accept the honor. Alto drops to his knees at the foot of the throne as the ceremony kicks off in full force, and when the king glares down at him, reciting how Alto saved Princess Charlotte not once but twice, Alto just nods and says those 2 S-rank monsters were the only thing standing between the kingdom and a disaster the size of a catastrophe. So the king turns to the room and demands, "Did I get it all right?" Then he declares the council is 100 on board, and he looks Alto in the eye to announce, "I'm awarding you your medal officially." The crowd starts buzzing, and nobles in the shadows whisper in shock that the prince's faction actually agreed to honor some guy from the princess's side. The king just grins at Alto, telling him the whole kingdom's got huge hopes on his shoulders as he keeps serving their country. Alto blurts a firm, "Yes, sir," still kneeling, then Charlotte strides down the stairs and tells him he can finally stand up. She strides right up to him and starts pinning that award to his chest, catching him off guard like a jump scare. Then she flashes him a huge smile and tells him the Chancellor always pulls this move because she straight up pushed to do it herself, just to finally get her way for once. While everyone in the back keeps whispering about why she gets the medal, the king booms that 2 people are about to step forward with their congratulation. So Charlotte wraps up the presentation, right there on the spot beside Alto, while the rest of the ceremony rages on around them. Charlotte rips through the room's silence and admits that Alto saved her life twice, then declares she wants to seize this moment to thank him from the bottom of her heart for. She points out everything he's done, how even as a rookie, he completely smashed Minister Wero's secret plans, absolutely crushed it as a knight, and left. Everyone was blown away. She goes on to say the whole 7th Guard, Lily included, handled everything flawlessly, never once worrying about their own safety, and Alto's courage. That's a textbook example for every knight in the kingdom, and right there, she addresses the ones destined to carry the country's future. She grins, tells them she's counting on the young talent like them, and praises every win they rack up. So then, she dips her head as Richard strides in their direction, icy and unbothered as he cuts past Leto. The nobles in the crowd started fidgeting like they couldn't stand still, whispering to each other, demanding to know why the prince was actually about to congratulate someone from the princess's faction. One of them even asks if this is truly the right move, but Richard doesn't so much as blink as he closes in, which makes Charlotte freeze. She's drenched in sweat, staring at him like she can't believe it, because the Richard she knows would never be kind to his own team, not like this. And not with all those nobles watching who actually back him. She knows he's been busting his guts to win more nobles and crank up his power, so there's no way he should be showing them off less when he can proudly flaunt his own people. While she tries to piece it all together, Alto slips down to one knee, showing respect because the prince is standing right in front of him. Richard leans into Alto and tells him he's ready to stand tall, then kicks things off by offering his congratulations. Then he rips into it. Alto's achievements are straight-up spectacular. He's proven himself enough to wow the council, and then he pauses. Then he whips his gaze over the crowd with a razor-sharp stare. And the second they lock eyes out on that carpet, the whole room tightens, everyone just stares, caught in the weight of the moment. Richard snaps that Alto is just a kid from the common folk, the youngest ever to get this honor, and you can bet there are people who will absolutely lose their minds over it. The nobles start huddling in whispers, and Charlotte can practically feel the room's mood snap and shift on the spot. As the crowd roars louder, Doubt spreads through everyone but Alto just stays frozen in place. Richard smirks, saying this could make everyone think the council isn't being fair when they all voted for him so. He flings his arms wide and orders Alto to show every lord his true power, the exact kind the council has been backing all along. With a mean grin, he tells them to do it because protecting his own honor matters just as much. Alto's face goes stone cold, and he straight up tells everyone he's doing this to protect the council's honor. He knows the council is stacked with the king, the princess, and every big-shot noble in the kingdom, so for someone like him, a commoner, refusing them just isn't an option. Charlotte stood there, trembling, looking like every bad outcome was about to hit at any second while. As Alto locks eyes with her, the truth hits hard if he refuses this. It's like he's admitting he can't protect her or the royal family's name. And the moment he sees Charlotte's face, he knows she's not even buying into this plan. Then wham, a pair of boots stomps forward, hitting the floor with a thunderous thud. Alto locks eyes with Richard, nods like he understands, and says he's genuinely honored for the shot to prove exactly what he's got. The crowd starts murmuring like, of course he tops his class, that's nerves of steel, and then Richard flashes a smug grin and challenges the room, asking who's willing to step up and help prove Alto's skills. Charlotte starts to think they're safe because nobody's moving. Then boom, a hand rockets up out of nowhere, and Alto's completely blindsided. Marquise Wellesley strides up, shoots his hand into the air, and declares like a knight captain with nothing to prove that he's ready to blow past every expectation the prince throws his way. Richard bursts into laughter, hypes him up, and reminds everyone the Marquis became a legend and seized his title in just one generation, while the other nobles start nodding like it's gospel. But this isn't just some brawl if the Marquis wins. Richard's whole faction rockets in power, and the rest, well, it gets even crazier. Charlotte's trapped in a no-win nightmare if Alto wins. Richard just shrugs it off, saves his image, and switches to another brutal plan to get her killed and with. With the trap primed, Richard fires off orders everyone to the arena because this duel is starting now. The air turns thick as Alto, his father, and the prince lock onto each other's eyes, everyone stepping into this match with a secret scheme ready to explode. The second they step onto the platform, Wellesley snaps at Alto to stop pulling punches and unleash everything only for Alto to grin and say he planned to do exactly that from the start. When the official screams, "Start," Alto spots a weird grin spreading across his father's face. His secret happy tell like something exciting is brewing, even though no magic has even been fired yet. Alto kicks off the fight by blasting 16 fire lances in one brutal volley, hurling a wall of scorching heat straight at his father. Wellesley just stands there cool as ice, flashes a brand new move called Drain Hole, and boom, Alto's whole attack gets sucked away into nothing. Wellesley digs in and holds his ground as that massive black orb just looms in the heart of the arena, still and staring down everything in its path, and Alto can't even process it. Every single one of his 16 fire lances gets yanked into that thing like they weigh nothing, while the nobles watching gape because this is the very first time they've ever seen dark magic in the flesh. It's a total shock. Almost nobody dares to make dark magic their main specialty. Mostly because it's a nasty system. Feed it more knowledge and it steals your talent for every other kind of magic, yet Wellesley didn't even flinch at the price. Wellesley shoves his son down with his own move at the exact moment the drain hole technique finishes turning the fire into dark energy, then blasts it all back out. Alto gets blasted backward as the dark beams rip up the ground around him, barely scraping his feet back into place. Wellesley just flicks his glasses into place. Grinning like 16 shots is exactly the punch he expects from a medal winner, while Alto can't stop his brain from spinning, trying to decode what insane words his father is chanting. Right as he goes to reset, his detection magic erupts with a blaring warning screen. Something huge is hitting him with a skill he can't even name. Panic hits hard, and he slams an ice wall in front of him, praying that this solid barrier will stop whatever's coming just long enough for him to catch his breath. Suddenly, The world lurches into a wild spin, so Alto realizes it fast this hit harder than any poison, because as his vision starts to fade, darkness crawls in like an executioner. Alto is sprawled on the ground, mouth wide open, wheezing hard as his body finally collapses and gives out. Wellesley looms over him like a living shadow, snarling that no matter what he does, he'll never beat him as long as he's still breathing. The ref slams the decision, yelling the match is over while the crowd roars, begging for Alto to come through, and then, later, Alto finally snaps back to himself, blinking awake in a bed with his head tightly wrapped in bandages. The girls are right there, and Charlotte leans in fast, asking if he's feeling any pain now that he's finally awake. Alto rubs his head, admits he feels totally sluggish, but insists he's going to be fine. Charlotte lets out a huge breath of relief, grinning at the fact that after that hit, he's way better off than it could have been. But she has to know what really happened. Lily says that from the outside, it just looked like he started suffering out of nowhere. Alto admits he doesn't fully get it either, but Wellesley was totally blasting some seriously weird chants. Lily can't shake the feeling. Could this be the same old school magic that kicked off the Skull Dead incident, and the kind that still had her totally clueless back then? Alto jolts upright in bed, replaying the fight in his head, and admits he can't say for sure, but that magic sound hit him as way more ominous than anything he's ever heard. He told the girls that his detection magic caught some weird power that didn't fit any category, so he guessed it was an incantation. Then his vision started flickering and his head went totally fuzzy, like he was seconds away from losing his mind. As he stares down, a jolt of magic warning flashes through his mind, and he admits straight up that even now, the truth of what happened to him in that match still hasn't clicked. Charlotte, Lily, and Mia sit beside his bed in dead silence for a heartbeat, letting the weight of what's happening hit them. While Alto steals a glance at Charlotte and blurts out an apology, his chest caves in because right after he finally earned that medal, everything exploded into a total mess. Charlotte just grins and tells him, "Don't apologize. This medal proves everyone sees what you've done." Losing one duel won't erase his past, and just like that, Alto's shoulders finally drop. Then her smile fades serious as steel, and she tells everyone, dead sure, that Richard had his hands in how that duel played out. She tells her that Richard was the one who leaned on his council faction to make the medal vote unanimous, basically rigging the whole setup so the duel could happen. Richard usually can't stand wasting a second. He skips every ceremony he thinks is pointless, so if he's going this far, Charlotte's sure there's a much bigger game unfolding. She shuts her eyes and whispers that all she wants is one country where nobody loses their happiness or their life, and if that's what it takes to make it real, she's willing to drop her shot at ruling it all. Charlotte drops her gaze and admits the terrifying truth: if Richard ever crowns himself king, the whole kingdom will tumble into a brutal dark age, the exact opposite of the bright future she's desperate to build for her people. She tilts her chin up with pure determination, ready to ask everyone, "Will you help me stop this from happening?" And just like that, Alto slaps a hand over his heart, swearing that sure, he's only one person, but he'll fight tooth and nail to make her dream come true.